Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Ah! A scream suddenly came from the dormitory. The gray cat and the red cat looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Sure enough, something happened. Vasak woke up very angry, and a stupid bird suddenly ran to identify with the compatriots. Wasn't that asking for a beating? The gray and red cat clapped its paws childishly. This is the baptism he deserves. Yes, to become our compatriots, you have to suffer this if you don't say anything. In the dormitory, Vasak was furious and slapped the little black bird back in a box with his paw. Yes, he simply swatted the bird away. The little black bird was hit by the claws, and his mind was shaken, and he realized that this was the conspiracy of the gray and red cats, and that he had actually fallen into their trap. But how could it be like this? He is the god of the underworld, tens of thousands of years old in real life, but more than 10 years old in real life. How could he be tricked so easily? Could it be that this bird's brain is too small and cannot bear the wisdom of the god of Hades for the time being? So it has become a stupid bird? The little black bird sat down heavily, doubting Shun Shun, and then thought about it carefully. Why do you like the first guy you see when you wake up? That guy is not Sleeping Beauty, but the third-ranked Abyss Lord Visego. I am stupid to believe it. The little black bird learned from the painful experience and immediately became vigilant, but his head was still hurting. The little white bird next door seemed to have woken up. He squinted at him and saw a big bump on his head. He immediately snorted with a strong sense of teasing and actually opened his mouth and said, "Humph, my stupid brother." The little black bird suddenly became furious, eyes widened, and said, "What brother? How can I be your brother?" The little white bird glanced at him. "Aren't you?" The little black bird was stunned. It seemed that it was indeed the case. Damn it, he was actually taken advantage of. He actually made his old enemy his older brother. However, he realized something now. Although his old enemy was just born and his consciousness was immature and not as old as his dignified teenager, he did not seem to be ignorant. Is he a god after all? The little black bird's doubts only lasted for a few seconds, because then he saw the little white bird trying to come over, but his paws were crooked in his but fell to the ground. It looked like a snow-white dumpling hitting the ground. The little black bird burst into laughter on the spot, and the depression of being cheated just now was instantly relieved. "You're still a newborn baby." The little white bird was embarrassed and became angry. "Damn it. Why do you want to come in? This should be my territory." The little black bird walked a few steps closer through the transparent wall and said, "Of course it's because my father likes me." He was so familiar with him. He could recognize his father so quickly, and he didn't look like a god of the underworld at all. Just as Inpo speculated, he is the most special one in the consciousness of Hades throughout the ages. The most miraculous thing about him is that, unlike most gods, he does not discriminate against the beings under God. If divine inheritance is also a genetic inheritance, his situation is undoubtedly a genetic mutation. Of course, no matter how the genes mutate, darkness repels light. As the god of Hades, he hates the god of light. This is absolutely unchanged. The little white bird was so angry that he stamped his feet, but he also learned that this was his father's system space. If there was any trouble, his father would see it, so they could only coexist harmoniously. Just bear with it. When he grew up, he secretly made him while his father was not paying attention. The little white bird's eyes were shining as he planned to destroy the enemy, thinking that there could be no darkness in the beautiful world he loved. How could the little black bird not feel the hostility of his old enemy? Haha, he is used to it. His stupid penultimate brother has no idea about the danger outside. Thinking of this, the little black bird also has a happy plan brewing in its heart, and its black eyes are also shining. Outside, Hughes was reading a book and felt that there was some noise somewhere, but when he looked around, he didn't find anything. After the hallucinations, Did you also have auditory hallucinations? Is this the old antique finally malfunctioning? Maybe I'm tired after reading the book for too long. Hughes understood the principle of combining work and rest. And as soon as he stood up and lowered his gaze, he saw the white cat yawning and walking towards him. Hughes was shocked. His third cub, Vasak, finally woke up. If I can sleep for 2 or 3 days at a time, I'm somewhat lazy, even though I have been like this since I was a child. Vasak calmed down when he saw his father in person, ran to the table, and told Hughes, "Father, please rest. I'll come and see the door." Hughes was pleased, thinking that Vasak was indeed more mature. He nodded and walked into the bedroom. Vasego then turned his head and glanced at the gray cat and red cat with cold eyes. The two cats shrank in embarrassment. The white cat had cold eyes, snorted, and said to himself, "Even the god of Hades has been summoned. What were you doing while I was sleeping?" The gray and red cat looked away at the same time. That was too much to do. Regarding this matter specifically, it was mainly Mbosna's idea. Mbos then told Vasak the whole story. No matter what they did, in the final analysis, they were all for the father's hope. After Vasak knew the situation, he didn't say anything, because how could he not know? Their father has always been like this. When he sees an animal dying and struggling to survive, his father will definitely not stand idly by. Otherwise, we would not have picked up their consciousnesses that should have disappeared, shaped their bodies, and allowed them to continue to exist without being destroyed. Back then, 3 or 4 creations were already a burden for my father, but after he fell into the abyss, he continued to create more creations. He said it was to improve his creation skills, but it was not to upgrade at all. It's because they pester their father to get a shape, they don't want to be eliminated, they don't want to drift, they don't want to be surrounded by uncertainty, they don't want to be reduced to nothingness. The father created them one by one. Thousands of years have passed, but my father is still as gentle as before and cannot turn a blind eye to their pleas for help. Vasak's eyes changed, as if he didn't care about Hades anymore. He turned around and said, "So, what are you calling me for?" Impos paused. "It's a matter of alien gods. Eliog and Beelzebub went to the subspace to check on the situation and didn't come back." "Oh, even Beelzebub was recruited," Vasego said coldly. "So, were they eaten?" The two cats paused, their eyes changing slightly. The eating in Vasak's mouth is the way most divine beings disappear. God eats. Gods devour the Godhead and digest the divine power. After they are completely dissolved, the eaten gods will be destroyed, and the remaining gods can have dual divinities. For example, in the Age of the Gods, the god of wind ate the god of rain, spent 2,000 years digesting and dissolving it, and became the god of wind and rain, possessing dual divinities at the same time. Generally speaking, the number of dual divine gods is small because the gods are not easy to deal with. Secondly, it takes too long to digest and dissolve other gods. During this time, the gods themselves will be relatively fragile and easily targeted by other gods, which is very risky. In addition to the 2 nature gods, there are also 3 nature gods. There are only a handful of gods at this level, and they're all transcendent beings close to God kings. As for the 4 gods, the number is even less. It is extremely rare to be able to stabilize the consciousness of the 4 gods without going crazy, because 4 is an unstable structure. There are almost no records of the 5 nature gods. Maybe they exist, maybe they don't. It is said that they may exist, but they're just hidden. Or it may be that he is too magnificent, and ordinary gods are not worthy of recognizing him. Of course, these are just some opinions. God has divine logic. There is also a saying that no matter who eats the other, the god of light and the god of Hades will be the most powerful god in the world as long as they merge together, no matter what the 3 or 4 natures are. Besides, what's the use of asking for ordinary divinity? There are high and low levels of divinity. After all, human life is inseparable from wind and rain. The gods of the original series are gods of extremely high divinity. Light and darkness, literally speaking, are at the top. The god of wind and rain is a natural god at the back. He has almost no sense of existence among the gods. Although among humans, the sense of presence is very strong. The existence logic of their abyss monarchs is different from that of gods, but it has to be said that there are some similarities. They can also be eaten just as they can eat God. If God ate them, it might also be beneficial. However, the premise is that you can eat it. Although Visego said so, he obviously did not think that Eliog and Beelzebub might be eaten. He felt that they were probably lost. Beelzebub has the curse of the goddess of luck. Eliog has always disliked Beelzebub and probably doesn't know about it. At the same time, neither of these guys is good at space magic. The conclusion is that the two guys combined 1 equals -1, stuck in subspace. Visego gave a rare smile and told the gray and red cat about this possibility. The two cats were stunned for a moment, then immediately burst into laughter on the spot. Mora goes, "Huh, then they will live hand in hand in subspace." Impose gloated, "I never thought that they would be here today, too." They were chatting so happily that they ignored Hughes and turned back, with a man standing next to him. In Hughes's eyes, several cats were rolling around, slapping their paws wildly, looking very happy. He was confused, wondering if there was anything happy about it. He looked around, nothing happened, so what were they laughing at? A happy topic unique to children? Hughes was silent, feeling that the children's happiness did not include his own loneliness. They seemed to have just reacted, turned their heads together, and then froze. Ah, my father saw me making fun of my compatriots. The three cats' hearts tightened, and they all froze in place. But Hughes didn't ask anything. He showed an "I understand everything" expression and said calmly, "It's already late. You can talk and laugh, but don't play too late." The three cats watched their father walk into the dormitory again, perhaps out of guilt. Not even Vasak dared to move his paws. Father should know nothing, right? They were all encrypted calls just now. Impose turned to look at Vasak and said with a serious expression, "Stop laughing and get to the point. Visego, what do you think about the OSS Empire?" Vasak seemed to have known what he was going to ask and said nonchalantly, "I don't care. It's more important to find Agars now. And you only need to protect your father. There is no need to worry about anything else." There was a subtle silence in the air. Impose and Morgos looked at each other. Don't care about anything? But this land is about to welcome an alien god of unknown size. The OS Empire will definitely disappear from the human map by then. But that has nothing to do with them. Impose lowered his head with a heavy expression. Maybe the cat shape was not conducive to thinking. So he turned into a human form, showing a beautiful appearance that was indistinguishable from male to female. If Hughes was present, he would definitely be shocked to the point of doubting his life. Moragos also transformed into a human being and suddenly mentioned, "The day before yesterday, I ate a human who called himself the Free Alliance." Visego has never heard of it. Alliance of Freemen? What is that? After he slept for hundreds of years, mankind came up with new things. Sitting in the cursed prop, Yinbosi's graceful manner directly upgraded the style of the entire antique store. He said, "It's a kind of secret association." Such secret associations appear in human beings all the time. Vasak remained silent, his cat form unchanged, and said, "You can either take care of these things or wait for Eliog Bezab to come back. It doesn't matter anything else. I'm just afraid that you will attract the attention of other compatriots if you go out of your way in a big way." As he said that, he glanced at Moragos emphatically. Moragos, who has always been a troublemaker, tilted his head. What Visego said was the truth. Whether it was Eliog taking action against the Archangel, or whether he was destroying the Kingdom of Light because of Persia's rage, each of these things seemed unnatural. Some keen compatriots may have noticed the problem and may have come to observe secretly. Therefore, they must keep a low profile and not go against the norm too blatantly. Secondly, Vasak's eyes dimmed, and he said, "Don't do too many unnecessary things. Human beings have to grow on their own. Eliog and the others interfered too much before." Even Morgos understood what he meant. And indeed it is. Gods from other worlds are things that humans have brought upon themselves and should be sent back by humans themselves. If humans face difficulties and lack strength, then they should increase their strength and overcome the difficulties. They have all come this way, and it is the same for all races and all creatures. All living things become stronger by their own will. If you don't want to become, human beings need help because they are too weak and exploited at all levels. Even their creativity has been taken away. However, there is no point in excessive help. Be in moderation, but moderation is the most difficult thing to grasp. Agar's is too gentle and too all-powerful. He has done too much and too well for mankind, but instead he has become a mountain that suppresses the development of mankind. Vasak felt that this was not good back then. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Agar's had indeed disappeared and no longer responded to human beings' various begging and prayers. He could understand things, so how could Agar's not understand them? But he didn't expect that Agar's would disappear completely as soon as he left. He didn't know where he had sneaked into the dream space, and there was no trace at all. Vasak didn't know what he sensed. He lowered his eyes, his dark green eyes darkened, but everything depends on Father. They were born of the Father's humanity and obeyed the Father's will. After the conversation, Moragos nodded, and Impos leaned on his chair, thoughtful. Impos suddenly turned his head. But when will those two guys, Eliog and Beelzebub, come back? Vasak said calmly, "Who knows?" Moragos was curious. Is it possible for them to stay lost forever? Vasago smiled. That's hard to say. The other side. In the subspace, Eliog and Beelzebub had a huge quarrel. Eliog turned around angrily. "I was stupid to come out with you." Beelzebub glanced at him. "Humph, you're stupid to begin with." Eliog was furious. "If you brought me here, you'll be responsible for taking me back." Beelzebub frowned, glanced at the galaxy next door, and suddenly said, "I understand. I will take you back as soon as I take you back." "Oh, you know the consequences if you can't go back." Eliog looked coldly. A few minutes later, an angry sound echoed through the star field. "Beelzebub, you idiot. It took me all these years to know that you were a road idiot." That night, the Aussie Empire staff room. "How?" "We found a den and captured some believers, but it was not enough. They still had many hidden. And this." With that said, the intelligence officer took out a black box, which was equipped with advanced magic to prevent the curse from leaking out. Luo Jia lowered his eyes, took the black box, and opened it with his own hands. As the only brave man alive to this day, he has countless blessings and protections, and ordinary curses cannot affect him. And this black box should just transmit messages. He opened it and saw that there was indeed a letter inside. The expression on the intelligence officer's side suddenly changed. The letter reads, "Brave Roger, are you sure you want to intervene in this matter? Everyone who gets in our way will die, including God, including you." It's a warning letter, a threat warning written specifically to the brave Roger. It also says at the back, they asked for this. They went back on their word. Don't think you can escape by dying. All people in this country must sacrifice, even if they leave the country. All people related to this country must sacrifice. Festival. What follows is a whole hysterical curse. One look at it is terrifying. The on-site intelligence officer took a deep breath and looked extremely ugly. Because as soon as these words come out, it means that as long as you are a member of the OSS Empire, no matter where you escape, you will die anyway. They also have their relatives. Friends, no one can escape this. Fortunately, they had conceived an immigration plan. Now, there is no point in immigrating. They will all die, and no one will be spared. The Empire has never faced such a desperate crisis since its founding. Even when the Kingdom of Light attacked the Imperial City, they had a way to let the civilians go first to prevent the country from being destroyed, and this declaration was to completely exterminate them. No matter how firm their will is, they will be shaken by this threat because they can die, but what about their family and friends? Newborn babies don't even live a few days. Are the Empire's mistakes really so unforgivable? Will everyone have to pay the price? Some were in a cold sweat, terrified and angry because they were simply implicated. What did they do wrong? If the king hadn't gone crazy and provoked the alien god and reportedly robbed the alien god of a most important thing, would they still be in fear and destroyed now? But what's the use of thinking about it now, when destruction is already around the corner? Some of them hoped that the eldest princess would return with knowledge to save the country. The eldest princess is the student of Agars, and there will always be a way. If Agars can take action, the crisis of the alien god can definitely be solved. But they also felt faintly uneasy because, don't forget, the eldest princess has a god-level curse on her. Everyone knows how powerful the eldest princess is, and no one dares to question it. However, the power of the god-level curse is also known to everyone. Can the eldest princess really return safely and save the world? Is the empire in danger? Roger noticed the change in their moods and knew that this anxiety was inevitable. At this time, someone couldn't help but ask Luo Jie, "Your Majesty the Brave, we took away their treasures, right? Can we return it to them?" There is such a saying. Roger sighed. "However, I searched all over the OS Empire and couldn't find it. They said that the king had already used it and consumed it, so I couldn't find something that no longer existed." The scene was silent, and everyone's expressions were ugly. Luo Jie continued, "And now, the thing is no longer the focus of the conflict. Just because it offended the divine power, the alien god would not let the OS Empire go. If they were at fault, it was that they failed to hold down the king before he went crazy and prevent the country from going into the abyss. But now it's useless to say anything." A magician in the room said, "No matter what, we can't hide this matter." The old intelligence officer next to him said, "The military should have informed everyone. So far, only a small number of people in the military know the situation. But now, it's no longer possible to hide it." Roger didn't say anything because these were matters that the Empire should decide. Half an hour later, Aaron's son found Roger and said with an ugly face, "I can feel the kingdom of God coming. No matter how many strongholds we eradicate, it's useless. We can't sweep them away at all. The Continental Human Alliance has evacuated their people, leaving only observers. 1 year at most is the time we are away from destruction." Speaking of the latter part, Eileensen's voice was trembling. Luo Jie lowered his eyes and said nothing. As a legendary warrior, when he calls for help, there will always be a few. The strong humans responded, but this was tantamount to letting them die. The older Luo Jie gets, the less he wants to see young people die. This author Hui Yutian reminds you that after the Lord of the Abyss awakens, will be updated with the latest chapter as soon as possible. Remember, whether they are people from the Aussie Empire or people from other countries. Roger asked, "Aaron's son, is your Majesty's curse okay?" Eileen's son paused and replied, "It's usually fine." Luo Jie, "Where's the eldest princess?" Eileen's son, "Helen said that the eldest princess is coming back, but I don't know the specific time." Luo Jie nodded and suddenly stood up. His old eyes flashed with light, as if he had returned to the period of the god of killing in an instant. He asked, "Aaron's son, do I look really old?" Aaron's son was stunned and nodded. Luo Jie smiled, turned his eyes, and said, "No wonder I'm looked down upon." Eileen's son, "You?" Luo Jie said solemnly, "Don't worry, even if I risk my life, I will not let the Aussie Empire perish." The next day, Hughes got up early and found that the 3 cats beside the bed were all sleeping peacefully. Vasak just woke up and fell asleep again. Hughes smiled and covered them with quilts and came out after a few minutes. "I'm going to the Magicians' Association again. Please take good care of the store and don't touch the antiques in the store. They are very dangerous." He walked to the front desk and looked at the gray cat. "You asked me if I'm looking for a book on systematic magic?" The gray cat nodded. "Hughes, yes, the one yesterday was too profound. I want to find one that is simple and easy to understand." The gray cat was silent for a while and actually said that he was also here to help find it. The red cats were shocked. If their father's system was restarted and updated, their nonsense would go bankrupt. I don't know if Eliog's plan to rewrite history is going smoothly. However, the gray cat glanced at him. "It seems to be saying that my father wants to restart the system. Are we going to hinder him?" The red cat understands. "No matter what, my father is my priority." Well, this reason is indeed irresistible. Moragos watched them leave with a somewhat complicated expression. 10 o'clock in the morning, in a library of the Magician Association. Hughes is learning magic theory from someone. There's an old magician in the library who has made great achievements in magic theory. He stays in the library every day and has almost become a legend. His name is Aurora. At this time, Aurora drank the wine and said with a smile, "The essence of magic is imagination?" Well, right, that's true in the primary stage. Hughes accepted the teachings humbly and took notes while listening. The gray cat sat next to his hand and stared at what he wrote on the note. Ayler continued, "Only when you have imagination in your heart can it be embodied. But what kind of imagination is a good imagination? What determines the quality of imagination?" Hughes was stumped. It was indeed a problem. He then thought, good imagination refers to the kind of imagination that is colorful and creative alone. But magic is not painting. And the next second, all you owe. Air revealed. In most cases, a well-structured imagination is a good imagination. Hughes paused and said, "Is the structure good?" Ayler said, "Use a house as an analogy. Only a well-structured house can last a long time, right?" Hughes nodded. Ayler continued to ask, "No matter how good the materials are, a house with structural problems will not last long, right?" Hughes nodded again, his eyes showing surprise. A.O. Luoer smiled and said, "Materials are magic power, and structure is the structure of a house. Only by organizing the magic power well can a good house be built." Hughes seemed to understand but felt that he had opened the door to a new world. This knowledge is actually written in books, but reading it from books is different from listening to someone explain it. He suddenly understood. Magic is imagination based on the worldview, an art of imagination, and an art of structure. Chaotic imagination cannot organize magic. Only orderly and structured imagination can organize magic well and help you cast stable magic. I seem to understand. As Hughes was flipping through the book and studying, he suddenly discovered that the magic book was full of various structures. 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, etc. Various geometric structures can be seen everywhere. He should have noticed this, but he never realized it. It was only now that he suddenly had an epiphany and seemed to see the true nature of magic. Eluer seemed to appreciate his understanding and said with a smile, "So, learning magic is boring. You have to draw magic arrays every day and keep the graphic structure of these magic arrays in your mind. Even if a line segment is crooked, it will not matter. May cause magic to fail." Hughes, sounds like memory is important. This may work against him, as his memory is not very strong. Ayler, haha, that's usually the case. There is another situation. Some people have poor memory, but have strong understanding ability and learn quickly. Hughes understood again. It's easier to remember if you understand. If you can't understand it, no matter how much you remember, it may not help. I think it was like this when I was studying mathematics. A formula extends to countless question types. If you cannot learn the formula and understand the solution to the formula, it will be useless no matter how many question types you memorize. When speaking, Ayler said regretfully, "Do you know how much magic reserve the OS Empire has disclosed?" Hughes remembered a little and replied, 3,481. Ayler, that's right. It's almost the same number including the hidden ones. Most of it has been passed down since ancient times. Some of it was snatched from the subspace by our OS Empire. A very small part was discovered by our own research. At this point, A.O. Luoer looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "We magicians find that new magic is too difficult. When we think about it, our minds will become confused. It's really sad. Human beings can't have the abilities we take for granted. It's as if all of humanity has been cursed with ignorance." As soon as he finished speaking, the gray cat raised his head, as if he was concerned. Hughes was silent and suddenly said, "It will definitely change, and everything that should happen will happen." Ayler was stunned for a moment. He didn't know if the alcohol had gone to his head, but he was in a daze. His life is not short, but this is the first time he has heard someone act like this. "I'm sure of this matter, but I don't seem arrogant at all. It's really amazing. Is it because of this person's gentle temperament? Want to read Hui Yutian's After the Lord of the Abyss Awakens? Please remember the domain name. It feels like any words coming out of his mouth will make you feel much more comfortable. making you feel no resentment and inexplicably want to trust him. Aliur looked into those black eyes and couldn't help but said, "Really?" Hughes nodded and smiled faintly. "You have to believe it, right? Can humans during the era of the gods imagine that 8,000 years later, the continent will usher in the era of humanity? Changes always come step by step. I believe we can finally get it. Return what we should have." The calm tone contained a firm heart and tenacious humanity. For some reason, Oroer suddenly trembled and his heart beat faster, as if he really envisioned a bright future. He thought for a while, felt better, and said to Hughes, "Haha, you are incredible. I seem to understand why Master Matros chose you as a student." When he said that, the gray cat stiffened. Hughes turned around and said, "Let's not talk about these distant ideals. I'd better put it into practice. I've been focusing on theoretical study these days, and I don't know what it will be like in practice." Aliur smiled. "Come, follow me. I will take you to the practice room." "Good." They walked out of the library and received many surprised looks from magicians along the way. "Oh my God," Tutor Aliur actually walked out of the library. Incredible. He brought with him the students of Grand Instructor Matros. "Where are they going? A public practice room? Do you want to go and have a look?" "I'm going to go anyway." So, a few minutes later, many curious magicians came to the public magic practice room, which originally had only a few people. They used the excuse that they wanted to practice magic, but in fact they were all focused on the next door, wanted to know what was happening over there at Aurora. What was so extraordinary about the young man named Hughes? After being recognized by Grand Master Matros, he conquered even the most mean-spirited and venomous Master Aliur. I saw Aliur telling the young man a few words. The young man nodded, then walked to the site for practicing magic, slowly raised one hand, and a gray cat surrounded him. It was the first time for them to see Shiosi use magic. What would happen? Shiosi might be more nervous than them. After all, he had never tried to use magic formally. Orlor next to him smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Any magic will do. Why don't you try light magic?" Shiosi nodded, took a deep breath, and his mood quickly stabilized. He was extremely focused and stared at the target several hundred meters away. The magic power gathered in his palm, and a complete structure gradually emerged. Everyone opened their eyes wide, wanting to witness the next second. In just a moment, a blazing white light flashed in front of the young man's palm, eclipsing the entire space. Then, the magic burst out in an instant, not only destroying the target, but also penetrating the magic defense of the practice room. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Orlor was dumbfounded. What is this? What Hughes just created should be the most elementary magic. The process is very simple. Call the magic power, try to simulate the properties, construct a pseudo-light structure, and then charge up and launch. Everyone present can see the foreshadowing, and the process is not bad at all. But why is the result so amazing? He doesn't look like he's using much magic power either. Everyone looked confused and turned around to see that the building on the opposite side had been penetrated. The attack had hit an unknown distance. The effect of this magic was comparable to that of advanced magic. Aliur was thoughtful, with strong curiosity in his eyes. Hughes himself was also shocked. He expected that he could only hit the simulated target at most, but he didn't know that he would also damage the house all at once. His current magic value is only 78, and he only used 10 just now. No matter what structure of magic is paired with this magic power, it can't produce the effect of high-level magic, right? Hughes was a little confused. At this time, the gray cat really wanted to catch the little white bird to educate him and let you add buffs to his father, but he didn't let you add such a strong buff. The little white bird tilted its head, as if it didn't understand what was going on. Of course, the brighter the light, the better. Aliur turned his head and said with a smile, "Awesome. You are worthy of being the student favored by Grand Instructor Matros. You have extraordinary magical talent." Hughes paused, really? But he felt that it was not a talent, but an increase from something else. Aller understood his doubts and analyzed. The magic power you invoked is not enough to produce high-level magic. At that moment, there should be other forces that amplified your magic. Hughes was surprised. Other powers? Elur raised a hand and gestured to the 5 rings on his finger. For example, if I use 10 magic powers and add 100 magic powers in the Lord of the Rings, I can use intermediate magic. The fact that you were able to use high-level magic must have been due to the addition of other powers at that moment, and the conditions for the use of high-level magic were met. Hughes understood at a glance that energy is conserved. Aurora continued to explain, but this also means that your magic structure is very solid. Otherwise, it will not be able to withstand the sudden increase in magic power. Hughes was surprised. My magic structure, is it solid? Yes. With that said, Elur turned around and demonstrated again, stretched out his hand to activate the magic power, and formed a magic structure in the palm of his hand. At first, the structure was stable, but as the magic power he injected increased, the structure gradually became unstable. The magic power was like boiling water, leaking out crazily, and then really exploded. Hughes understood after just one look. Elur explained, "Look, if the structure is unstable, the magic you just had will explode like this. So, no matter where the power just came from, there is no doubt that your structure is very well. Mr. Hughes, you are very talented in learning magic." Hughes was stunned for a moment. It seemed like this was the first time since he came to the other world that he was praised for his talent. When Matra said it before, he was not at the scene after all, so he didn't feel much. Now that I was suddenly said like this, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. But what was that sudden power? Hughes seemed to have thought of something and looked down, meeting the gray cat's gaze. Gray cat looks obediently. Looking at him, he gestured with his paws. Hughes understood immediately. It was actually the buff given to him by Pard in the illustration box. That child had just been born. Did he know how to use power so well? Hughes was surprised, but this was not the first time he had created a Zai like a genius, so he got used to it after thinking about it. It's a good thing that your Zai is strong. If you are strong, you won't be bullied, and you can help the weak ones who are bullied to the best of your ability. He was expecting it unconsciously, and after sensing his mood, the little white bird flapped its wings happily, as if it was very glorious, and even puffed up its chest. The little blackbird next door looked at it and stamped his feet in envy, thinking, "I am also showing off. When will my father use dark magic?" Divine power and magic are not the same system, and their properties are somewhat different, but their essence is energy. What they want to replace is just a thought. However, it is easy to convert divine power into magic power. You just need to extract the divinity inside and transform the structure. However, magic power is extremely difficult to convert into divine power. You must not only have an efficient and feasible transformation structure, but also add divinity to it. Thinking about it, you know it's not easy. As a god, little white bird is born with knowledge flowing in his mind. He can do whatever he wants. The use of knowledge is as simple and natural as breathing. In fact, there is no difference between divine power and magic power. At this time, Aller said excitedly, "Mr. Hughes, come with me again." He was a little excited and looked like he was in a research spirit, very much like a mad scholar. Hughes liked people who were passionate about a certain field and said with a smile, "Okay." The magicians present watched them come and go, dumbfounded in place, and some had not yet reacted. So what happened to the magic just now? Most magicians are geniuses among men, and geniuses among magicians must be geniuses among geniuses. Is that Mr. Hughes really an extraordinary being? He is indeed the person chosen by Grand Instructor Matros. Several young magicians reacted and suddenly felt that they might be witnessing the rise of a legend. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves and followed them. All UOR brought Hughes to the Research Institute this time and wanted to do some tests. If the system was normal, Hughes could see his various values, but his system had been broken for too long, and only a small number of values were displayed. Only after Elur said this did he realize that it was not necessary to know his own values. Elur really gave him a big wake-up call, although he didn't seem to care much about the values. During his high school days, Hughes often struggled with mathematics. Sometimes he would get headaches when he saw numbers. He preferred graphics to mathematics. Many times when doing math problems, he preferred graphic solutions to algebra calculations. In this world, numerical values are an important way to measure oneself, so it never hurts to have some reference. Eliur walked in hurriedly, which of course shocked the magicians in the institute. They were confused and didn't know why Aller brought Hughes in. "Teacher Ayler, you are." Orower explained it to them with excitement. They were confused at first, and after a few minutes, they also looked at Hughes with excitement. "Mr. Hughes, this way, this way." Test it quickly. Hughes is familiar with the Magic Association, and many people know his name. He calls himself Igius, and some people simply call him Hughes. Hui Yuqian reminds you that after the Lord of the Abyss awakens, will be updated as soon as possible. Remember, the gray cat stared at them coldly and cursed. "You guys, don't look at my father like this." But Hughes has always had his own aura of intimacy, which can easily attract some familiar guys. Hughes looked at the scene inside and asked, "What values do you want to test?" "Psychic power." Eliur pointed to a large experimental crystal with a height of 3 meters and a radius of 1 meter and said, "Come and try it. Put your hands on it. I think your mental power value will be very high." Before he finished speaking, the researchers all looked at Hughes, their eyes full of curiosity. "It's the first time I've used magic. The structure is so stable. Mr. Hughes's mental power must be extraordinary. Structure is the art of stability. The more stable the spirit, the better the structure you create." Yes, so most of the powerful magicians are very mentally stable people. Except for some of them. Their magic system is not conventional. They are friendly people, and you can tell they only have research in their eyes. A young researcher lady with twin tails and some freckles on her face came over and said friendly, "Mr. Hughes, go this way. This is the Research Institute. It is full of curse props. Be careful not to touch it." Hughes nodded and walked over. He was a little worried and turned around and said, "I remember I broke a crystal ball during the last test." A.O. Luoer said, "Oh, you mean the time Shilly tested it on you, right? Sorry, the crystal ball used for testing is basically not of good quality and is easy to break. This crystal ball is different. It was created by the great magician Aaron's son. The lady with twin tails is named Fushan. She has a pretty face. She couldn't help but smile when she heard Eileensen's name. Teacher Eileensen is a master of weapon refining. 1/10 of the Empire's high-end magic weapons came from Eileensen. With the hands of the mentor, Aaron's son serves as the guardian of the Empire, guarding the Empire day and night, and never forgets to improve magic. He is a legend among us magicians. This was not the first time that Hughes heard Eileensen's name. He knew that Eileensen was the #1 actual combat magician in the Empire. The reason for emphasizing actual combat is that there are theoretical magicians who compete with it. Theoretical magicians are similar to theoretical mathematicians and physicists on Blue Star. They are mainly responsible for magic and various mysterious theoretical research. Practical magicians may also be theoretical magicians. There is no conflict between the two, just like some doctors on Blue Star have superb medical skills and have also made achievements in academic fields. Hughes admired such people very much because he knew that it was not easy for them to take on the great responsibility of the guardian of the Empire in this world where monsters are everywhere. It must be walking on thin ice day and night, and the spirit is highly tense, and there cannot be any slack. Ms. Aronson must have been a great person. Fushan said from the front, "Come on, just stand here." The Institute is a huge domed building with a large number of magic instruments placed in the center. The bottom is also open to form a large pool containing liquid magic power. The crystal next to Fushan reflected the ripples of the pool, showing a forest-like green color. It's the green that Hughes likes. Hughes led the gray cat to the crystal, followed by a group of expectant. "Magician, you're not allowed to enter the Institute without permission, so some people can only squeeze in at the door and watch what is happening inside from a distance. Everyone is curious, especially since the Ost Empire has not seen a genius that shocked the country for a long time. Duke Feynman may be just one step away, but I never expected that he would be suspected of treason and colluding with an alien monster. It's true. People will go off track once they become mentally unstable. They poke their heads at the door, curious as to what they were doing. Aurora was more curious than them, and his heart was pounding before it even started. What will happen? Hugh stood in front of the crystal ball, his face glowing with reflected green light, and his black eyes filled with brilliance like dark green gems. Since he was able to operate magic power in his body, his perception ability has improved a lot. Things that he could not sense at all before can now be gradually felt. It is like reaching into a pond and unable to touch anything before, but today he can finally touch fish. The feeling. He could feel that this crystal contained extremely powerful energy, and the magic structure inside was complex and solid. He tried to see and analyze it, and was dazzled by the complex structure inside. It was incredible. Could he create such a complex and solid structural system in the future? Shios was a Buddhist. His mood rarely fluctuated, and he had almost no strong desire to achieve anything. But now something seemed to be different. He became curious, just like when he was browsing the internet and came across the modeling thing. What first enlightened him was a 3D anime movie, which was the Final Fantasy series adapted from a game. Seeing the model move, make expressions, and perform like a real person, lively and lifelike, he was very curious and wanted to know how it was done. So he searched for knowledge everywhere, found various forums and courses, and finally succeeded in self-study. It is not easy to find something you like and have the ability to do. After working for many years, he understands more and more how rare it is. Haha, I think too far. Shio stopped recalling and focused back on the crystal ball in front of him. He put his hands on the crystal ball, as Fushan said. At first, there was no reaction. Olower was very concerned and clenched his fists nervously. Fushan and other researchers stared at the crystal ball. Why hasn't the calculated value appeared yet? A few seconds later, the value suddenly appeared on the crystal ball from 0 to 1, rising wildly at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, the value soared to 60. Mental power 60 means that this person has entered the ranks of geniuses, only 1 in 10,000 people. And the value is still soaring. In a blink of an eye, it soared from 60 to 80. Mental power 80. This is too scary. It is completely a minor-level value. Olower's initial mental power value was 67, and it took 70 years of training and continuous meditation to reach 81, and Shio suddenly reached 80. How did he do it? Was it born, or did he improve it later? Before Orler could figure out what was going on, the value was still rising. From 80 to 91. 92, 92. The researcher couldn't stand still, looking at the value like a dream. No way, over 90? Is this real? I heard that the strongest mental power values of humans today are only 90 or 91. This person actually surpassed it. Orlo was shocked and got goosebumps. He couldn't imagine what this mental power value meant, because there was no way to compare it. Could it be that he has reached the level of Grandmaster Matros, or even Agar's? No one knows the mental power values of these two people, but they must be very high, definitely the ceiling. And the young man in front of him, who seems to be only level 27, how come his mental power value has reached 93? This is no longer shocking, but terrifying. The seemingly ordinary person is actually very simple. No one knows that at this moment, the gray cat under the crystal ball stretched out its claws and stroked the crystal ball. A second later, the crystal ball shone brightly, and it was lucky that it stopped at 94. The researchers in the room and the magicians outside who had watched the value soaring were stunned, even trembling and sweating. The mental power was 94. Was it true? Did they really see it right? Or was the crystal ball malfunctioning? Otherwise, how could such a scary value appear? If the person standing next to the crystal ball was a person at the level of Grandmaster Matros, they would definitely not be so shocked. At this moment, the person standing there was a young man with a calm face, as if he didn't feel anything special about himself. This is too unbelievable. They would never know that the value stopped at 94 because Gray Cat held it down. If the value continued to soar, no one knew what would happen in the end. And the mental power of 94, just based on this point, Hughes is a person that the current magic world must pay attention to regardless of his specific level and magic level. Because strong mental power means that new knowledge can be researched with relatively low risk. Just ask, who doesn't want talents who can research new knowledge, and who doesn't want to fight for them? If this value is spread out, the largest empire in the human world will come to snatch the man. Several magicians were completely stunned. It took Euler a long time to calm down. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, and he almost couldn't stand. You can't blame him for making a fuss. The main reason is that this situation may not be encountered in a lifetime. Especially the other party's series of performances so far are very normal, without a trace of arrogance of a strong man. Generally speaking, the top existence in any field will have a bit of arrogance, but Xios didn't let him feel this at all. This young man gives people a very comfortable feeling, so you don't feel that he is far away at all. Euler knew from Xios' expression that Xios didn't expect his value to be so high. In fact, Xios was stunned. Before his system broke down, he remembered that his mental power value was 71. How come thousands of years have passed, and it has soared to such a high level? Could it be that during the period of death, he also grew up? He fell into deep thought. And on the side, Euler finally calmed down and broke the silence and said, "Mr. Hughes, your mental power value is truly extraordinary. You really deserve to be favored by Grandmaster Matros." Hughes turned his head and met Aurora's blue eyes. "I'm a little surprised myself." Euler said, "This is a good thing, Mr. Hughes. It means that you will make great achievements in magic, especially in the development of new magic." Hughes slowly digested it and said with a smile, "Well, thank you for letting me understand my situation. I will work hard to improve myself. Knowing that I have such an extraordinary place, I am still calm and calm." Fushan looked at Hughes blankly, as if she had never seen such a person before. The mental state is too stable. This makes it seem like these shock people are making too much of a fuss. While they were thinking, Hughes picked up the gray cat and squeezed its paws as if to check whether it had touched anything. There were so many cursed props here, and he was afraid that his children would be affected. Euler, who was next to him, thought for a while and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Hughes, I would like to ask, what do you think of the OS Empire?" Many people know that Hughes is an amnesiac who was rescued from the abyss by the Sherlin priest. In other words, he is not a citizen of the OS Empire. His talent is so powerful that as long as you are a member of the Aussie Empire, you will not be able to help but want to win him over to your own country. If it were in some large empires, people might even be suppressed directly. The researchers were immediately nervous, because what Hughes said at this time may be related to the fate of the empire. The air was silent, and many people stiffened at this time. In this space, the only thing relaxing may be the gray cat in Hughes's arms. The gray cat's green eyes scanned the entire scene, showing a faint sense of majesty. Hughes was obviously thinking, and after a few seconds, he answered, "I probably don't want to belong to a specific country." Euler paused, his face changed slightly, and there was a bit of disappointment in his eyes, but he also expressed understanding and said in a voice that only Hughes could hear, "You are right, it is better not to get involved in the OS Empire at this time. Well, with your talent, it should be shown in a bigger place." This is the second time someone has said this, and everyone familiar with the OS Empire knows that danger is coming. Hughes was silent, inevitably a little worried in his heart. Next, Aurorer did not mention this matter again, but enthusiastically taught him various magic theories and knowledge, and took him familiar with the major buildings of the Magician Association. Euler said, "Magician associations around the world are pretty much the same. Their basic structures are similar to here, including office halls, research institutes, training grounds, libraries, magic laboratories, etc. Our Magician Association in the OS Empire is here. Ranked 39th in the world, it has 2 great magicians, 12 senior magicians, more than 100 intermediate magicians, more than 3,000 junior magicians, and tens of thousands of trainee magicians." According to his statement, magicians are divided into 5 levels, but in fact there are more powerful strategic level magicians above the great magicians. Excluding extraterrestrial beings and missing persons, there are currently only 10 of them in the world, all of whom are famous national strategic figures. One of them even built and defended the country with his own strength. With powerful knowledge and unlimited means, just one person pushed the country's ranking to 7th place, creating history. It was shocking. Even Guang, who previously loved to start wars everywhere. Even the Ming kingdom, the power of one person is as impressive as the gods. His name is Arnold, and he is a student of Agar's, the Lord of the Abyss. Aelor added a lot of knowledge to Hughes, as well as more important common sense. Hughes listened carefully and took everything to heart. Later, he accidentally sighed. Human magic has really developed. There was a lot of emotion in his words, as if he had witnessed a time when human magic was gone. Aelor turned his head in disbelief, and suddenly paused when he saw Hughes' slightly complicated eyes. There is always a reason for the high numerical value. The reason why this young man's numerical value is so high may be because he has experienced difficulties that are unimaginable to ordinary people and has gradually improved. He is definitely not an ordinary person, and he doesn't know what kind of past he has. Hughes didn't leave the Magicians' Association until it was getting dark in the afternoon. Aelor and Fushan watched him off at the door. After a while, there was a sudden noise in the street. They turned around and saw that it was the military. And it's also Legion Commander Philly. Aurora was surprised, but Philly watched him come over. Aelor knew that there must be something coming to him, so he asked, "What is it?" Philly hurried over, looking a little flustered. After hearing Aelor's question, he turned his head to look at the distance of the street inexplicably. He waited for a few seconds before saying in a deep voice, "Did that person just leave?" Aelor felt something subtle, because there was a hint of awe in Philly's voice that was not easy to detect. "I just left. Do you have anything to do with Mr. Hughes?" Philly took a breath, turned his eyes, and said, "I heard that he has been at the Magicians' Association all day." "Aller, that's right." Philip asked specifically what he did in the Magicians' Association. Aelor was confused, but he had already said it. Any magician who asked him would know these things. Philly pondered for a long time, thinking that this might be the so-called experiential life of transcendent existence, and expressed his appreciation for Aller's enthusiasm and thoughtfulness. "Well done. That one wants to serve you well." Aelor was even more confused. The military people were becoming more and more confused as to why. And Philly's face suddenly became heavy, as if he had something on his mind that he couldn't say, and he was almost going crazy. As an acquaintance who has known each other for about 10 years, Aurora thinks that Philly's appearance today is the strangest. But before he could ask anything, Philly shook his head again and said, "No, that's not what I can say. If Eliog knows about it, the Aussie Empire may accelerate its demise." Aelor was confused, and seeing Philly's sad face, he said seriously, "We still have to find a way ourselves." Aelor's mind was filled with questions. What and what? Half an hour later, when Philly returned to the military hall, he saw that almost all the Empire's top officials were present. The great magician Aaron's son, the other 2 Legion commanders, and the legendary brave Roger. Luo Jie sat at the front of the round table and remained silent, but his aura suppressed the entire audience. Others stood aside and did not dare to express their anger. It was the first time that Philly was so close to the brave Roger. His heart couldn't help but surge, and hope rose in his eyes. "See, yes, we have brave men in the OS Empire. Isn't this enough to boost our confidence?" However, Philly still underestimated the seriousness of this high-level gathering. When Eileen's son saw that everyone was almost there, he was silent for half a minute and finally began to describe the situation. About the coming of alien gods and the inevitable crisis of national subjugation. Philly thought that the military series of actions could at least reverse the situation, but unexpectedly, there was no good news at all, especially with the terrorist threat of national subjugation and genocide. It is useless for them to emigrate to foreign countries and flee to the ends of the earth. After the 3-hour meeting ended, there was a long silence in the military hall, which was finally broken by Roger. Luo Jie suddenly stood up and said calmly and majestically, "I will do my best to protect the OS Empire. Please perform your duties and complete your work." No matter whether Her Highness Sarah can make it back in time, don't worry too much. Everyone was stunned immediately, not daring to miss a word. The brave Roger was a powerful being who was feared by the gods in his heyday. Now he is willing to sacrifice his life to accompany them. It is already a great honor. After the meeting, Luo Jie walked to a balcony and slowly looked up at the sky. There is no cloud tonight, and the moon is full. He seemed to be missing something. His eyes were deep, and he said after a long time, "After I die, I won't be able to go to the abyss to look for you every year." The same sky. Hugh seemed to feel something and looked up at the moon. It's snowing these days, with dark clouds covering it, and it's rare to see the moon one night. He suddenly missed the days of adventure. I don't know if all the missing companions are still alive, and where and what kind of life the only one who is not missing is living. After living for so many years, it's time to let go and go into seclusion. But Hughes was more or less worried, because in his impression, Roger was a person who cared very much about other people's opinions. If others had expectations of him, he would unconsciously meet their expectations and work hard to play the role for a long time. The image of a brave. He is clearly not that kind of person. It's hard to say whether this is good or not. I can only say that people have their own way of living. As an outsider, it's hard for you to say anything. However, he seemed to have said it to Luo Jie accidentally back then. Just think of it as playing a game. No one here knows you. Are you tired? Sometimes you can rely on your companions. Hughes felt that he was a cheerleader in the Atmosphere team, dedicated to cheering up his companions. After all, he couldn't do anything but help everyone with words. I don't know if what he said had any effect, or if it bothered everyone instead. Hughes lowered his eyes. He was getting stronger now, but his former companions didn't know where they were. A few minutes later, he walked back to the room and saw the two cats slapping their paws back and forth without knowing what they were talking about. "What's wrong?" The two cats looked over at the same time, saying they wanted to share what they had seen today. Hughes was pleased. The relationship between you two seems to be better than before. Gray-red. The cat paused for a moment. Fortunately, Hughes didn't dwell too much on this topic and thought of one thing. Hui Yuqian reminds you that after the Lord of the Abyss awakens, will be updated as soon as possible. Remember, by the way, that little blackbird. He finally remembered and let the little blackbird out of the box. As soon as the little blackbird came out, it walked around and jumped around lively, as if it was getting used to the new body. When it saw the cat, it immediately took a few steps back. "Hughes, how's it going? Are you okay?" The little blackbird immediately turned around, proudly puffed out his chest, and nodded, expressing great satisfaction. Hughes was also surprised. After all, this was the first time he had seen consciousness transplantation. He didn't know if there would be any sequelae. He asked, "Is there anything uncomfortable or something wrong?" The little blackbird was very satisfied. The previous divine body was full of curses, and he almost died. Now that he has a new body, he is really reborn, and his vitality is surging. Seeing his happy look, Hughes smiled and said, "By the way, what's your name?" Before he finished speaking, the excited little blackbird suddenly became quiet, as if this question hit his Achilles heel. He didn't know how to answer. The two cats blinked, as if they knew why, and their eyes were sympathetic. Seeing the little blackbird's silence, Hughes sat closer and asked, "Can't you tell me?" The little blackbird paused and shook his head. It's not that he couldn't say it, but he didn't have one. The Hades didn't have a name, or rather, the Hades name was the Hades. But the Hades had so many consciousnesses, how could the Hades be his own name? He had never thought about it, and once he thought about it, he began to be troubled. Name. As a god, it doesn't seem right to not have a name. At this moment, Zeus suddenly said, "Hodel." The little blackbird was stunned. Zeus looked into his gray eyes and asked, "Can you call me Hodel?" In Western European mythology, the name of the dark god corresponding to the god of light. The little blackbird's wings trembled, and his bean-sized eyes seemed to be shining with water light, and he pounced over at once. Hui Yuqian recommends his other works to you. I hope you like it too. The red cat subconsciously held the little blackbird with one claw. The little blackbird chirped, and Zeus looked over. The red cat let go of its claws in dismay. The little blackbird was revived and hid beside Zeus's arm, flapping its wings, as if it had found a backer, looking at the two cats opposite with full confidence. Zeus didn't know what was wrong with them, but he saw them exchanging glances and subconsciously protected the little blackbird and said to the two cats, "You are older, so you should take care of him in the future." Before he finished speaking, the little blackbird confidently puffed out his chest. The two cats' faces turned black. Maraga screamed in his heart, "Father, this kid is the god of the underworld, and he deliberately became your child." In Persia stared at the little blackbird, "You kid, you actually learned to check and balance us. Wait until father is not here, and see how we deal with you." The little blackbird also had an idea. Wouldn't it be fine if he just hid in his father's system? "Can you still come to the system to beat me? Even if you come, I will scream, and my father will come to save me. Look at this fat bird. It is so comfortable." The two cats were indignant and gnashed their teeth. Sure enough, the youngest ones are the most troublesome. Hughes looked around, not knowing what they were talking about, and changed the topic to the nature of the little blackbird. Hodr is not a good god in Norse mythology. Neither his character nor his story is very good. And it's not just him. In ancient mythology, gods related to darkness are generally not good gods, such as Hades. Ancient Greece did not like Hades, and when Hades was mentioned in dramas, there were basically no words of praise. It is said that it was because ancient people were afraid of darkness. There are always terrifying, unknown, and life-threatening things in the dark. Darkness means death that sinks into the lusts and never sees the sun. The living environment determines people's likes and dislikes, and determines people's praise for the god of light and rejection of the god of darkness. But for his own child, Hughes certainly does not want him to be a dark god that everyone fears and stays away from. He hopes that he is leading to a beautiful existence. Although this might be an excessive expectation, he sincerely hoped that good things would come to him, instead of falling down in the dark snow and dying without anyone knowing, as before. That would be so desolate. If he hadn't passed by, he would have died that day. So, how should it be set up? Shios thought for a while and asked, "Hodl, do you have any expectations for yourself?" The little blackbird was stunned. He had never thought about this question. He was escaping when he first woke up. The undead chased him and wanted to take his godhood. He couldn't get rid of it, so he didn't have much time to think about other things. Expectation. What did he expect of himself? To be a Hades, the same as always? In countless legends, he was regarded as a natural disaster, a war maniac, feared by humans and gods, high above, looking down on the world. He hesitated and choked directly. He more or less remembered the Hades as a natural god before the conceptual god. At the beginning, Hades was not as cold and majestic as the legend said, but what was he like? He could not remember what the god of Hades was at the beginning. Gods are divided into several stages. For example, they were natural gods at the beginning and might be destroyed, and later they became conceptual gods and were basically immortal. But what was Hades like as a natural god? The little blackbird was confused. He didn't know if it was because the bird's brain was too small and its thoughts kept turning around. The decisive role of brain structure in thinking structure even affects the body of God. No wonder there has always been a saying that structure is the essence, not the content. Seeing that he was troubled and seemed to be dizzy and couldn't figure it out, Shiosi didn't want to embarrass him, so he thought about it himself. The two cats looked at him with dim eyes, but they didn't disturb him. In fact, they have seen this scene many times. The difference is that before the setting, they were very ignorant and didn't know what their father was talking about. And this bird can think, although it seems that it can't think of anything. Humph, a silly bird. The two cats were angry, but also curious about what settings their father would give. Shiosi was thinking about words in his mind, looking at the little blackbird and said, "I thought of 3 concepts: darkness, protection, and secrecy. What do you think?" The little blackbird was stunned, its big eyes glowed, and then it jumped up excitedly, and a sign of like was about to appear on its head. The excitement was beyond words. Shiosi thought he was cute. These concepts might be a bit second year, and combined together, they would be secret guardian of darkness, which was very similar to some works, right? But it was also a good concept, wasn't it? He thought it was quite suitable for this innocent bird, and he seemed to like it very much. Then it's confirmed. Xiao then wrote in the specifics, secret, protection, and power of darkness. Whether it can be successfully effective is still unknown. I hope it will be successful. The little blackbird's eyes sparkled, and it seemed to be very much looking forward to it. Xiao looked at the system panel, feeling a little nervous. After a few seconds, the system determined that it was established, and all 3 settings he wrote were effective. He was surprised, and the little blackbird jumped up and down, as if it had found something very important. His reaction made Impost thoughtful, as if he had thought of something or realized something. At the same time, the system prompt suddenly sounded congratulations on getting 50 achievement points. Xiao was stunned, this time again. The system then announced congratulations on receiving the protection of the Dark Knight. Any light is accompanied by a dark night. Hughes was surprised again, but not as surprised as the little white bird. There were 1 and 2. Maybe they are not simple existences, and naming them by yourself would be more fulfilling. He looked at the little blackbird and said with a smile, "You and Pard are really similar. Did you bring this buff?" The little black bird stands proudly with its chest raised, its black eyes shining brightly, and it really looks like a fluffy little ball. It's so cute that it makes your heart melt just by looking at it. He didn't know how terrifying the 2 pairs of cat eyes behind him were. Moragos also just realized that his father's resistance to hairballs seems to be a bit weak. "Thank you." Hughes gently touched the bird's head. "He is too small and like a ball." "Same. It feels like it will roll up when touched." But surprisingly, he stood very steadily. His small body was very powerful. Touching and pinching, nothing happened at all, but it still rubbed against it, and the hairball sunk into a cute arc. It seems that he has almost recovered, but he doesn't know when he will grow up. Hughes was relieved. Speaking of which, it seems that his children have a hard time growing up. They grew up so fast back then, and it seemed to have stagnated after his death. Thousands of years have passed, and they still look like children. Although it's a good thing, because it seems like those 8,000 years have not changed them. They're still the same as before. When I wake up, although the world has changed, they will not change. There is still something waiting for me to come over. Hugh's mood is a bit complicated. In a sense, he may prefer children. There is no other reason than that they are relatively simple and uncomplicated and don't have so much thought. Your own children are still children, which is always reassuring. It's just, it would be nice if I could develop the human form earlier. He was quite looking forward to their human forms. He thought they should all look pretty good. In any case, the matter of the little blackbird is finally over. Do you want to go somewhere? Or is it okay to stay in the system? In Hughes's mind, the little blackbird is different from the little white bird. It is a child picked up halfway. It may have other thoughts, such as something about himself. After all, as a magical beast, it was impossible for him to appear in the imperial city for no reason. But the little black bird shook his head and rubbed his head, feeling quite sticky that he would not leave here. The 2 cats in the back have wonderful expressions. Impos couldn't help but complain, "What's wrong with this guy? He can't leave now? This is our father, not your father." Moragos was so disgusted that he couldn't help but sharpen his claws. And Hughes nodded. "Okay, you can stay as long as you want." The little black bird circles happily, its wings flapping, and its little black fur ball looks so excited, lively and cute. Who wouldn't love it? Hughes also confiscated him and let him play as he pleased outside, but he had to be careful not to fall. Perspective, the little blackbird has short legs and a fat body. It seems to have difficulty moving, and it always feels like it will roll up if it is not careful. But seeing him so happy, Hughes couldn't say anything. The matter of having a name seems to be a very important thing for creation. It is the second birth after the birth of the physical body. The name is about the definition of consciousness. With a name, consciousness can determine itself and find its identity. This statement seems to have been said by Yi Qingyi. She often has insights and speaks little, but speaks volumes. Not to mention being in a different world, she should be a successful person if she goes out into society normally in reality. Hughes smiled and retracted the memory, thinking to himself, it was night and he had to go to bed, and before going to bed, he should take some time to refine it for Hodel. I feel that there are still some shortcomings, And if I want to do something, I have to do my best at the moment. Try harder and see. What Hughes didn't know was that night, there was a commotion in the Magician's Tower in the imperial city of the OS Empire. Move. The magicians were surprised to find that no subspace creatures tried to invade all night today. It seemed that the dark night had frightened them, making them afraid to invade and could only drool around the OS Empire. Want to read Chapter 32 of After the Lord of the Abyss Awakens, written by Huiyutian? Please remember the domain name of this website. The magician from the tower hurried to the institute and asked, "What on earth is going on? Have you found anything?" The magicians at the institute are not sure and are conducting urgent research and analysis. Fushan wiped the cold sweat from her head and said, "Could it be that the power of Hades has returned? No, is it true? Has he even revived?" The tower magician only felt that something was wrong and said, "This is a big deal. None of the gods in the original series is a fuel-efficient lamp. Fortunately, the god of light did not revive before, otherwise the kingdom of the god of light would not be destroyed so easily. But now if the underworld god revived, I couldn't imagine what would happen. The god of light is flamboyant and the god of Hades is vicious. Even the gods dare not provoke these two gods easily, let alone them." Someone was sweating profusely and worried. "We have already been targeted by the gods of other worlds. Are we going to be targeted by the gods of the underworld?" The two gods are eyeing the OS Empire, and they are desperate just thinking about it. But the scary thing is that this power seems to only cover the OS Empire. In other words, aiming at the Upper Ocean Empire? In just half a month, the Empire encountered 3 gods. I can only hope not. Everyone is worried. Suddenly, the magic instructor Aliur who was passing by was thoughtful, holding his chin, and said, "There seems to be no hostility. You don't need to be too afraid." Fushan saw Aliur in the corridor and said in shock, "No hostility? Really? How can you feel this?" Aliur smiled faintly, looked at the distance outside the window, closed his eyes and felt it, and said unexpectedly, "Not only is there no hostility, it seems to be a protective force." The entire institute was silent. Everyone was stunned. "What are you talking about?" Fushan was in disbelief and asked in a dumb voice, "Guardian? The god of Hades protects our OS Empire. That perverted war god of Hades, who doesn't give in to the god of light, protects the OS Empire?" This statement is so shocking, beyond imagination. This is when the sun comes out in the west. Everyone present couldn't believe it. Aliur turned around and saw their blue and black faces and couldn't help laughing. He seemed to be in a happy mood all day today because he met interesting things and did what he should do. So his good mood continued into the evening. He continued, "Who knows? I'm just guessing. The world will change. It's not surprising that surprises happen occasionally. The god of Hades protects us. Maybe it's just a whim." Yes, yes. Fushan still couldn't believe it. But the question may not end there. You have to continue to ask. The power of Hades suddenly covers the Empire. So where is Hades? What is he going to do? Why is he doing it? It seems that the Kingdom of Darkness is located far away from the Empire. Why did the power of Hades suddenly cover the OS Empire? And there's a big empire in the middle. But you have to believe it. Aliur's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he said earnestly, "After all we have left is optimism." Fushan paused, and the complex thoughts in her mind seemed to. It was shattered in an instant. "You thought so much, but were you able to find out anything?" "That's right. From Hughes's perspective, the little black. Do your own thing. Today might just be a whim of Hades. Don't slack off on your due diligence." Orower said this to the tower magician. After hearing this, the tower magicians immediately digested and acted. "Yes, we know, Tutor Aliur." After the shock, people still chose to perform their duties. The order and efficiency of the OS Empire as a state machine are significantly higher than the average level of the world's countries. At the same time, on a nebula in the subspace, the two young men were facing each other tit for tat, one glaring at the other. Iliog couldn't bear it and yelled, "Beelzebub, do you know how to read the road? You're simply going further and further away." Beelzebub said seriously, "No, I firmly believe that this path is the right one. There will definitely be no mistakes this time. As long as I keep going, I will definitely meet my father. You don't recognize it when I call you Lu Chi. Iliad wanted to beat this compatriot violently, and the power of war could not suppress it. Beelzebub noticed that he was out of control and turned around and said, "Don't you claim to have a good temper? At least you should be better than Moragos." Iliad chuckled and said, "If Moragos were here, he would not stop eating you." Beelzebub's eyes were subtle, and he actually said, "First of all, Moragos will not get lost. He is capable of space magic. He has stayed in subspace for thousands of years, so it is impossible for him to get lost." Iliad was so angry that he said 3 times in a row, "Okay, okay, okay. You want to fight, right? Okay, I'll accompany you." A few minutes later, there was another big fluctuation in the subspace. The 2 Abyss Monarchs fought again, this time with a fight to the death. Then came another angry curse. "Beelzebub, don't come back to this world. It's best for you to die in the subspace. Why are you so angry? Didn't we agree to find the culprit who wanted to kill my father together? Go away. I can handle this with just one demon." Or they were fighting too fiercely, and people near the location noticed the strange movement. The astrologer of the Continental Human Alliance wrote in today's record, "The Abyss Lord Iliad is fighting again with the Abyss Lord Beelzebub. The relationship between them is suspected to be unending. I don't know how long this battle will last. I hope it won't break out of the subspace and affect the current world." At the same time, in a distant pure white land, in a glorious palace, the sword master of the great empire waved a long sword, then elegantly put it back into the scabbard and said calmly, "Is the Lord of the Abyss starting a fight?" The guard next to him said, "It should be." The sword master couldn't help but smile. They really don't have a good relationship. He was once a contractor of an abyssal monarch, so he knew very well that the abyssal monarchs did not deal with each other, and the conflict seemed to be inherent and would not be resolved no matter what. In recent years, they have gradually withdrawn from the mainland and gone to subspace, causing major human countries to lose very powerful support. It's original. It's not clear yet, but it seems to be looking for something. In this regard, the Continental Human Alliance once made a hypothesis. This author, Hui Yutian, reminds you that the most complete after the Lord of the Abyss awakens is available at the domain name. What the Abyss Monarchs are looking for is actually not a thing, but someone who is very important to them. Based on this, the Alliance made further assumptions. If we can find that person earlier than the Abyss Monarchs, can we control all the Abyss Monarchs, then rule the entire continent, eliminate all extraterrestrial beings, and allow the human era to last forever? This is quite possible. Controlling all the Abyss Monarchs can undoubtedly control the entire continent, because they are indeed extremely powerful. Even the gods are afraid of them. But the premise is that what they are looking for is indeed a person. It is said that there's a team within the Alliance that is responsible for this task, specializing in investigating and sorting out relevant information about the Abyss Monarch and researching and analyzing it to come up with a cooperation strategy that is beneficial to mankind. What is it called? The Abyss Investigation Team. However, that is just a legend. Who knows if such an organization really exists? The Juggernaut himself tends to have it, because since the existence of the Continental Human Alliance, there will always be some secret societies within it, responsible for doing the dirty work that ordinary people can't do and noble people don't want to do. The dark side, like the shadow of light, is an unquestionable necessity. It's a pity that Juggernaut has been a member of the Continental Human Alliance for many years and still doesn't know much about the internal situation of the Alliance, especially the 6 old men who are senators. It's not a question of strength, but qualifications. To sit in that position, you have to be at least 100 years old. Don't ask why you are stuck. There are some rules that I won't tell you easily. The Swordmaster had some thoughts. At this time, the attendant suddenly asked, "Your Majesty the Swordmaster, there is a diplomatic letter from the OS Empire." The Swordmaster said, "Oh," his eyes darkened, and said, "It's just asking for help. If you refuse them, don't mention it again." The attendant said worriedly, "The OS Empire is a neighboring country to us. If the OS Empire falls, we may also—" The Swordmaster looked indifferent and stared at the attendants. "When they attacked our capital, It was none of our business whether the Aussie Empire fell or not. On the day they destroyed the country, we showed respect to them by not having a national celebration. The attendant immediately fell silent. There might be something in his eyes, but he could no longer say it in his mouth. The attitude of the Swordmaster is actually the attitude of many human countries towards the OS Empire, a community with a shared future for mankind. Even though all countries are different, the national interests are still unified. Just dream. Follow the OS Empire and die. If you commit a crime, you must pay the price. No matter what the alien gods come to do, this is something they should solve. The Swordmaster was filled with murderous aura, and when he thought of the OS Empire, a chill appeared in his teeth, as if he wished he could kill this country with his own hands. The attendant was even more frightened and trembling. The demise of the Austro Empire is actually what many countries want to see. As for whether this generation of the OS Empire is guilty and whether they should take responsibility, it is not something they need to think about at all. Don't forget, aren't the people who gathered around that crazy king the people themselves? The only thing that made the Swordmaster hesitate was that the brave Roger was also involved. The brave Roger taught him the sword. The master of martial arts was kind to him, but so what? Luo Jie was old and his judgment was poor, so he would serve that kind of country, and the era belonged to the new generation. Their brave men once saved mankind from danger, opened up the land, and passed on knowledge. These are all great achievements. There is no doubt that the era of the brave men has passed, and the last brave man has also come to an end. The Swordmaster dares to assert that the next era will be an era of great unification. This entire continent will be ruled by one great country, their Oedipal Empire. It would be a good choice for the brave Roger to be buried in the OS Empire at the end of his life. It would be more spectacular to die for 40 million human beings than to die of old age. It is also a good thing for the Abyss Lords to leave the subspace. So what if they lose their power? Humanity will develop quickly to supplement the power left by their departure. The demise of the Austro Empire was just in time, so that the journey of the Oedipus Empire to the north to attack the Roman kingdom would be more comfortable. The Swordmaster's eyes were cold, as if he had already seen the demise of one country and the raging rise of another. Well, old times always get in the way of development. It's time for the old stuff to disappear. Brave Roger, although I'm sorry, since you chose the wrong place, we can only ask you to leave. At the same time, in a land near the OS Empire, a group of men in black stood in the desert. Suddenly someone turned around and said to Duke Feynman, who was sitting empty in his chair, "It has been confirmed that neither the Continental Human Alliance nor the nearby neighboring countries will help the OS Empire. The power of Hades is just a flash in the pan, so there is no need to care." Yeah. Duke Feynman looked at the imperial city from a distance. His eyes narrowed, his lips slowly raised, and then he uttered a series of murderous words. "Then let's start. Kill the strong men they rely on one by one, and let them taste the taste of approaching despair. When the entire empire falls into despair, it is the best time for our God to come." Duke Feynman's human face faded away, revealing a cheetah-like face, with an upper hook at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes completely transformed into the vertical pupils of a beast. His voice was low, but the order is also important. The believers all agree. "Duke Feynman, should we start by destroying the building they believe in most? Or should we start by destroying the person they admire most? What do you think?" The believers laughed. A few chose the former, and the majority chose the latter. Duke Feynman smiled innocently. "Then it seems we will announce the beginning of destruction with the death of the brave." That night, everything went as usual in the Empire. It's still dark, and most people are still asleep. The great magic of protecting the country operates stably. The magic tower is constantly alert to threats. The great magician Aaronson stayed up all night in his house. He was sitting on the bed in casual clothes and reading a book. Gods from other worlds are also recorded, not in all cases. According to records, he destroyed 3 human countries in total, including a large empire that almost conquered 1/3 of the continent 3,000 years ago. Back then, There were more than a dozen people in that great empire at one time. The super magician became powerful for a while and shocked the world. However, even so, it could not resist the crazy invasion of alien gods and their apostles, and a huge empire ushered in destruction. Eileen's son lowered his eyes, perhaps because he was too tired, and took a glass of water. However, when the water came to her mouth, she suddenly stopped. Her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, and an ominous premonition shot up from the bottom of her feet to the top of her head. She made a movement, and the water glass hit the ground, breaking the tranquility of the night. "Why?" Eileen's son murmured in a low voice, but she didn't know where this feeling came from. She believed that as a great magician, all her feelings were premonitions, so she immediately became vigilant and connected to the Empire's great magic to protect the country. After a few minutes, she breathed a sigh of relief as she found nothing unusual. Today's night was very peaceful, even too peaceful. Even the monsters in the subspace did not move rashly. Under the threat of the sudden flow of Hades' power, the night entered a rare peace. "Is it my imagination?" Eileen's son lowered his eyes and glanced at the broken water glass. As her magic power worked, the broken water glass quickly returned to its original shape and moved to the table. "I hope it's okay." 3 a.m. By the window in the back room of Schilling's antique shop. Two cats were sitting by the window. They suddenly turned their heads and exchanged glances. They didn't know what they were thinking. Mora goes, "What do you think?" "Imposs. I only do what my father expects." Two pairs of blue eyes with different colors looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. It was too quiet everywhere this night. I wonder if most people were asleep, so there was no sound at all. Meanwhile, the Brave Memorial Hall. In the dark night, Luo Jie stood by the lake. This area is in the suburbs. Apart from visitors, there are actually very few people here on weekdays, and even fewer people at night. Except for a few security guards, there is no one else in this memorial hall. Last night, Luo Jie asked the security guards to leave first, so he was the only one left in the entire Brave Memorial Hall. There aren't even animals in this woodland. Only Roger is the only creature left. Roger knew that people would show up uninvited. I saw, in the darkness, the old man's stooped figure, hiding his figure in the shadows under the trees. Suddenly, the entire Brave Memorial Hall seemed to flash darkly. Countless snake-like shadows were constantly surging outside. Space has been completely invaded. From this moment on, no one from the outside world can enter this space, and no matter what happens inside, no one will know. This night passed very slowly. There was almost no movement at the Brave Memorial Hall until dawn, when someone finally walked into the Brave Memorial Hall to take care of various things. However, not long after the security guard came in, he was shocked by the situation in front of him. His face turned pale, and his whole body was shaking violently. This is not possible. He couldn't believe it. His legs softened, and he fell directly to the ground. Another guarantee. When it came in, one thing spread throughout the Empire's top management within seconds, shocking countless people. That is, the brave Roger died and fell into eternal sleep in the ruined Brave Memorial Hall. Military earthquake. Everyone was stunned on the spot. Their minds went blank, and they couldn't understand it at all. The brave Roger died. Are you serious? That was a legendary figure who once commanded wind and rain to intimidate the continent. How could he die so easily on a peaceful night, without any disturbance or movement? Even if he dies, he should pass away with great fanfare, surrounded by people and loved by everyone. How can it be done? How can it be done? After Linson found out about this, her throat felt fishy and she almost vomited blood. How could it be possible? How could the brave Roger be dead? We checked it repeatedly yesterday. How could someone sneak into the OS Empire and kill the brave Roger without anyone noticing? This is impossible. This is impossible. Aaron's son was in too much pain and couldn't accept it. The intelligence officer on the side did not dare to interrupt, but he had to ask for permission. "Excuse me, should this matter be announced?" Announcement. Announcement that the only remaining brave man in the world died in the OS Empire. And not only were they unable to stop it, but they also didn't know how the other party sneaked in to complete the assassination. Eileensen's face turned pale and her figure trembled. In fact, most citizens don't know that the brave Roger is in the OS Empire. From the perspective of national interests, it would be better not to say anything. If we say it, the whole country will fall into a panic. A legend ended overnight in the imperial city of your country. What are you doing, and who is the enemy? If not handled properly, the Empire's prestige may directly collapse. Elinson suppressed her grief and walked into the Brave Memorial Hall and witnessed the scene with her own eyes. 9 o'clock in the morning. When Hughes passed by the Brave Memorial Hall, he saw pedestrians walking in a hurry, and their faces were ugly, as if something big had happened. Hughes was confused and stood by the roadside to watch. Although he didn't know what happened, he just hoped it wasn't a big deal. He frowned slightly, turned around, and thought that he had to go to the Magician Association as soon as possible. However, just as he was about to pass by, 2 people happened to pass by him, and the words they said mentioned the brave Roger. "Ah, I didn't expect it. Sir, I still don't believe it." Hughes stopped and looked at the 2 people passing by in disbelief. "Roger, what's wrong?" Shios looked at the 2 people walking away, and then turned his head to see that people in solemn military uniforms were still walking out of the Brave Memorial Hall. They should all be people of high status. Just looking at their clothes, they all wear medals and emblems on their shoulders, exuding the oppressive feeling unique to high-ranking people, especially the soldiers who have experienced the battlefield, who more or less release murderous aura when they walk out. In connection with what the few people just mentioned, as well as this scene and atmosphere, and the grief and despair that people can't hide in their eyes, Shios only thought of one thing. The only remaining brave man in the world, Roger, is dead. Shios' whole body was shaken, his calm expression showed waves, and his eyes were even more unbelievable. Roger, how could he die? Didn't the history books say that he was powerful and admired by the world? How could he die suddenly? There was no sign at all. How could I believe it? Shios couldn't accept it for a moment, and he didn't understand why Roger, who was supposed to retire somewhere else, suddenly said that he died in the OS Empire, and in the Imperial City, where the great magic of protecting the country spread throughout the city and paid attention to every corner. How is this possible? And, judging from their reactions, it couldn't be a natural death, but an assassination or something like that. Was the brave Roger assassinated last night? For this too sudden thing, Shios' first thought was to verify the truth of this matter. What if he was wrong? Shios' eyes changed suddenly, and he immediately picked up the 2 cats on the ground and walked quickly to the Memorial Hall of the Brave. People who passed by on the road didn't pay much attention to him. Their faces were all full of grief and despair, as if the only hope was gone, and the only thing left was irresistible destruction. Even the brave Roger died. What hope did they have for the OS Empire? The brave Roger was a person who had gone through the age of gods and the age of demons. How could he die in the age of humans, and die so lonely in a place where no one noticed? Sadness, shock, disbelief, and the irritability and anxiety of being powerless to change the status quo were clearly revealed in the eyes of these people. The top leaders of the Empire reminded that this matter should be kept secret for the time being. But can it be hidden? Can everyone control their emotions? Despair is the most contagious. They never thought that the first person to get into trouble was the brave Roger. The sudden death of the brave Roger, Shios walked to the Memorial of the Brave and saw that the surrounding area was cordoned off and several layers of isolation magic were cast. Some people nearby were curious about what happened inside, especially those who were originally working in the Memorial of the Brave, but ordinary people were no longer allowed to enter, so they had to return and knew nothing about what happened inside the Memorial of the Brave. Shios looked at the soldiers on guard outside and wondered what to do. I want to go in to see Roger's situation. If I tell them that I want to go in, will they let me in? Shios knew it was impossible because he was just an ordinary foreigner, and the place in front of him was a secret place of state secrets, involving the information of the brave Roger, and was closely guarded by the military. How could they allow you to enter? But Shios couldn't go back like this. He wanted to know what happened to Roger. He took a few steps forward and wanted to communicate with the guards directly. And at this moment, the cat in his arms jumped down. What happened? Xiaoxi looked down and saw two cats running on the street, one in front and one behind. Then, the two cats looked back at him at the same time, as if saying that father was following us. Xiaoxi understood. His children should have some skills. Maybe they can find a way to get in. When they were in the abyss, they were very smart and could always find various hidden resources. I think they knew his confusion, so they wanted to help him. Xiaoxi turned his head and took another look at the entrance of the Brave Memorial Hall. The distant scenery was covered by magic, shrouded in black fog, and no scene was seen. Even the most eye-catching Brave sculpture was completely invisible. Something must have happened, and it was something the Empire absolutely did not want to see. Xiaoxi turned around with a serious look in his eyes. A few minutes later, he followed the two cats and took a detour to the inside of the Memorial of the Brave. As for why the magic of space isolation did not work on him, he was no longer interested. The Memorial of the Brave was similar to a park with buildings, forests, and a large lake in the center. The direction of the two cats was the lake in the forest. I don't know if it was because they chose the right way, but they didn't meet anyone around and the soldiers were not there. They went all the way without any obstacles. The curtain formed by the intelligence monitoring magic swept over them from time to time, making the two cats glow with a green light. In Xiaoxi's impression, few people would come to this place, and most of them came here to enjoy the scenery. But now is not the time to enjoy the scenery, because Xiaoxi saw it just after he took a few steps. The earth was eroded by ominous magic, turning blue and black, exuding a strong curse. The trees in the forest were also severely damaged, with large areas withering, decaying, and dying, and there were no animals at all. They seemed to have known about the crisis long ago, so they left in advance. Otherwise, the place would definitely be full of dead animals, a miserable scene, and a foul smell. Looking at the thick black fog in front of him, Xiaoxi's ominous premonition intensified wildly, and he couldn't help but speed up his pace. "Roger, you must be okay." Hughes didn't care about anything else and followed the two cats. The scene in front of him was terrifying to the naked eye. The ultra-standard magic tent has been cleaning the curse with high intensity for at least 2 or 3 hours, but the curse still does not change, burning the soil and woodland like an unquenchable fire. The traces of the battle are becoming more and more obvious, the slashes of swords, the huge craters of magic bombing. This place may not be big, but it has experienced extremely high-level battles, and even the space was cut into pieces. Countless space cracks still remain. Faintly, creatures in subspace can be seen peering into the world from the cracks, revealing their weird eyes and huge, ferocious bodies. It's not like Hughes has never seen this kind of situation before. During the Age of the Gods, he had seen more terrifying battle scenes than this, but none of them frightened him as much as this time, because what happened was none other than Luo Jie, one of the only 6 old friends he had in the world. The other 5 are missing. Life and death are unknown. If Luo Jie dies, even the last old friend will be gone. Hughes followed the two cats, the ominous feeling in his heart intensifying. Immediately afterwards, the scene in front of him changed, becoming more and more ominous and terrifying, with cold curses everywhere, making people shudder. There was even more suffocating silence ahead. Suddenly, the two cats stopped and looked at the scene not far away. Hughes had a premonition and stopped, then raised his eyes and froze on the spot. Under the huge dead tree, an old man with gray hair was leaning. The old man hung his head, his expression unclear, leaning against the tree in embarrassment, with 2 black knives stabbed in his chest. He was covered in hideous scars, and his blood seemed to have drained away. His life had long been cut off, and his whole body was full of death. And after the person dies, the curse is still eroding the body, as if it doesn't even want to let go of the soul, dragging the person down to a more terrifying hell, torturing and destroying it from afar. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to still be alive in this situation. The magician next to him was doing his best to eliminate the curse. Each of them was sweating and trembling all over. They could hardly bear the backlash of the curse, but they had to endure it because the person who died was none other than the brave Roger. Is the brave Luo Jia who once saved the world. Each of them has been blessed by him. How can the benefactor be cursed and tortured forever after his death? In this case, for some reason, they didn't notice the black-haired young man in the woods. Seeing the death of his old friend with his own eyes, of course he recognized the old man. It turned out that the Rogerian was in the imperial city of the OS Empire, but he had never been able to meet him. He didn't expect to reunite with his old friend after thousands of years, but the old friend was already dead. Hughes paused and his eyes changed. At the same time, the Austro-Empire Military Conference Hall. At the round table, everyone looked heavy, and some people's eye circles were still red. Several people sat at the table and scratched their heads, their shakes and despair palpable. This incident was so sudden that they couldn't react at all. However, they all know who did it. Seeing everyone's expressions were heavy and silent, Faley gritted his teeth and chose to be the one to break the silence. Faley stood up and said loudly, "It was the apostles of the alien gods who did it. They were able to sneak into the imperial city without anyone noticing and killed the brave men at the Brave Memorial Hall without disturbing the magic tower." Roger, this incident was so horrific that it terrified everyone present. Any idea what this means? It means that the group of apostles can kill their people anytime and anywhere, whether in the heavily guarded imperial city or in the even more heavily guarded palace. All of them live and die in each other's thoughts. No one is an exception. They can't escape. The entire country is cursed, and they will die even if they flee to the ends of the earth. Is there anything more desperate than this? Now that the people who could best help them are dead, what else can they do? After Faley finished speaking, there was still silence in the conference room. With an ugly look on his face, Faley asked the distraught Eileen-san across from him, "Your Majesty knows about this." "Got it." Eileen-san's eyes were dim, and his brows were full of fatigue, and he replied, "Of course your Majesty knows." Everyone gasped, unable to imagine how His Majesty would feel, not to mention His Majesty's respect for the brave Roger. The brave Roger was assassinated by an alien god's apostle in the OS Empire. Currently, only people in the OS Empire know about this matter, but in a few days, the whole world will know about it. At that time, there will definitely be an uproar against the OS Empire. There will only be more accusations, and it may even cause diplomatic problems, and the flow of materials will be difficult. But can they cover up this matter? Can it be covered up? If they cover it up, it will definitely become a big stain for neighboring countries to attack them. When the time comes, if it ferments a little more, it might turn into outrageous claims such as the Aussie Empire betrayed the brave Roger. At this time, Faley said in a deep voice, "This news can only be controlled for 10 days at most. After 10 days, the whole world will know about it." Everyone's expressions became a little ugly again. The OS Empire was already in a difficult situation, and now it is even worse. Is there any other way they can do it? Is there any strength we can rely on? The eldest princess has not returned from the subspace for a long time. Could it be that she also can't come back? A military staff officer couldn't help but said, "Even if the brave Roger's strength declines and he is no longer the same as before, he can still reach level 90 with all his strength. With various super props, he can at least reach level 94. This level of strength, they were all confined within the tent and did not leak out, and no abnormality was detected by the great magic of protecting the country, indicating that the apostle who assassinated Luo Jia was at least level 95. And I would like to ask, among you, who has reached level 95? The answer is no. Aaron's son just advanced to level 90 a few years ago and is already a very young super magician, including the one who guards the palace. The highest level person in the OS Empire is only level 92. Facing an existence that is at least level 95, what chance do they have of winning? Level 95 humans can build and destroy countries, while level 95 monsters will only become stronger and more difficult to deal with. Their life and death only depend on each other's thoughts. Unexpectedly, While they were working hard to prepare for the war, the apostle who robbed Duke Feynman was also getting stronger and quickly reached the divine realm at a terrifying speed that they could not imagine. If this continues, not to mention resisting the coming of the alien gods, they can't even stop the apostles. So what are they going to do to fight the alien gods? Should we still investigate their gathering place? Another staff officer suddenly spoke, his voice trembling. A monster above level 95 is holding a gathering. Even if you investigate it, what can you do to it? Do you dare to kill it? Not a head-on collision. They feel even more desperate and find that nothing they can do seems to be of use, and they can only be at the mercy of the other party. No, it's not necessarily that strong. Another middle-aged staff officer couldn't help but retorted, "The brave Roger is injured. What if he is caught off guard and is attacked by a sneak attack? It may not be level 95, so don't scare yourself. If it is level 95, there is no need." What kind of assassination happened? Faley also agreed. It makes sense, but it must be above level 90. No matter how late a brave man is, he cannot be killed by a monster below level 90. But even if it's only level 90, it's not something they can easily deal with. Aoshi. Among the citizens of the country, there are no more than 3 people who can deal with monsters above level 90. At this time, the commander of the Second Army, Gil, looked solemn and said, "What's the point of discussing how powerful it is? Didn't you all go to the scene? When you saw the scene, do you think any of us could have survived if it had been there?" Everyone's expressions changed, and the atmosphere became tense again. Old Gil sighed. The brave Roger might have known about it earlier, so he chose to die alone. The hall fell silent for a moment. So, the brave Roger knew that death was coming. Did he die voluntarily? The silent Aaronson suddenly stood up and said with firm eyes, "No, I believe Teacher Luo Jie cannot die easily." Everyone was stunned. You don't believe it. But with the curse everywhere and the body of the brave Roger, how could there be a second possibility? And Eileen's son insisted. Teacher Roger is a figure who has experienced many divine wars. He has never encountered any crisis or overcome it. Since he said he would save the OS Empire, he will definitely save the OS Empire. He can't let us go easily. Feli paused. Everyone's expressions changed, and Eileen's son insisted. The evidence is that they have not continued to move so far. If they really killed Mr. Roger and left no one in the entire OSS Empire to deal with it, why has it calmed down and stood still now? After the words fell, many people's hearts beat faster. It took a long time for someone to question, but it's also possible that the brave Roger damaged it through his desperate efforts, and it had to rest and heal instead of immediately advancing to destroy the country. This question is reasonable. After all, how could he escape unscathed from the battle with the brave Roger? It may be recovering from its injuries at this time, and after it recovers, its target will be the next person in the Empire or even the next big city. It wants to destroy the Aussie Empire step by step and plunge the people into complete despair. However, Eileen's son still insisted. Believe in the brave, we just need to do our own thing and wait for the moment of destiny. Whether it is destruction or survival, it is the result of our efforts. Eileen's persistence is not blind faith, and her words are not empty words, because she is the student of the brave Roger. When Teacher Luo Jie taught her to level up, he would always teach her some convenient methods instead of following the textbooks. Teacher Luo Jie could not die like this. Absolutely not. Eileen's son cheered up and emphasized to everyone. Everyone should perform their duties and return to their posts. We will wait until the on-site analysis is completed. Everyone looked stern and nodded immediately. Another place, near the Imperial City. Duke Feynman was walking in the forest, vomiting blood as he walked, but with a smile on his face. Death, death, a good death. Brave Roger, you are very strong. You have fought against the gods, but you are a human. You can die, so you die. Ha ha ha. It was also in a miserable state, with serious injuries visible to the naked eye, but the wounds were healing crazily at a strange speed, and it was about to recover as before. In the battle last night, it successfully killed Luo Jie. This is such a fulfilling thing, and its gods know it and will definitely praise it. Ha! Feynman. Ju couldn't help but laugh wildly. looked back at the imperial city and whispered, "Just struggle, if you still have the means to struggle." The brave Roger died. Despair has penetrated people's hearts, and the destruction of the OS Empire is a certainty. Even if God comes, he can't stop it. Meanwhile, the nearby Great Empire. When the Sword Master heard the news, he looked shocked and stood up immediately and said, "Is it true?" The attendant nodded. Yes, the OS Empire couldn't suppress the news. Just last night, there was a battle at the brave Memorial Hall of the OS Empire. This morning, the brave Roger was confirmed dead. It's a bit sudden, but it's just right. The Sword Master's wish came true. He was silent for a few seconds, and then smiled, not feeling sad at all about the death of the brave man, but taking it for granted. It is a truth of the universe that old things must perish. There are already 6 of the 7 brave men gone. Without the remaining one, it can be regarded as the end of an era and the beginning of a new era. It's actually a good thing, don't you think? The Sword Master sat back again and said in a calm tone, "After the alien god comes, 2 things will happen. One is that the OS Empire will be destroyed, and the other is that the entire area will be annihilated. In other words, that area will become an ownerless territory." The attendant listened carefully and answered, "Are we going to occupy the original territory of the OS Empire?" The Sword Master smiled, very satisfied that the attendant was getting smarter and more aware of his thoughts. Of course, a big empire must have a vast territory. The more territory it occupies, the stronger the country is. As the 8th largest empire in the world, our territory is still relatively small. After the OSS Empire was destroyed, of course we must capture them. Land. The Sword Master chuckled, his eyes slightly cold, and continued, "But I am definitely not the only one who thinks of this. The neighboring countries nearby must have been watching with eager eyes, so we must prepare as soon as possible. As for what to say about preparation, why bother asking? Preparation for war, of course." The attendant nodded heavily, said yes quickly, and then turned to inform the news. The Sword Master raised the corners of his mouth with a satisfied expression, and then said in a low voice as if talking to himself, "Teacher Luo Jie, let me tell you that you're too old-sighted to stand in the OS Empire. You are in the wrong team. You can spend your old age peacefully in seclusion. Why do you have to take action, man? The older you get, the worse you get. After you die, I will take over the OS Empire." The Sword Master is ambitious and seems to have seen the grand blueprint for the future of the great empire. At the same time, in an antique shop, Hughes was still in shock and had not recovered. On the way back to the antique shop, he was thinking about who was responsible for Roger's death. Roger is now a brave man in the world. Who wants to put him to death? But after Hughes was shocked, his eyes were full of disbelief. He didn't think Roger died like this. As a companion, he knew Roger best. I remember back when they played the dungeon together. Although Luo Jie was weak in level and only a little stronger than him, weak people were more skillful and flexible. There are weak methodologies. Weak people are more likely to think of ways because they need methods more. In his memory, Luo Jie was a sentimental guy, but he was also a thoughtful guy. A person who has passed through so many Shura fields and survived will never die. If he had to be so quiet, even if he died, Luo Jie would definitely bite off a few pieces of his opponent's flesh. Hughes reacted and felt that there must be something fishy going on. He felt that Luo Jie had lived for so many years and had many god-level props on his body. It would not be surprising if there were props that could replicate the human body. Maybe fake death? Maybe the bodies in the woods just confused the enemy? He remembered that Luo Jie had led him to pretend to be dead in the past. At that time, the monster was chasing behind them. Luo Jie saw that there was no way to escape, so he came up with a plan and used props to fake their deaths, and finally successfully escaped. He must still be alive. Hughes suddenly spoke, his eyes very determined. At the same time, the gray cat on the table glanced at the red cat. Moragos turned his head and finally communicated. "Father has thought of it. Do we still want to talk about it?" "Impasse. Tell me about the fact that we were at the scene last night." "It's hard to explain. No matter how naughty we are, We wouldn't be able to run from the antique shop to the Brave Memorial Hall in the middle of the night and accidentally see the scene. Yes, they were all aware of the battle, and then went over to see the situation at night. Roger is an old friend of his father's. Father values old friends, they know best. Back then, because of their father's fall into the abyss, they more or less suspected that there were bad guys among the Braves. So they had complicated thoughts about the remaining 6 Braves and didn't really want to contact them. But now that my father is resurrected, things cannot be the same as before. Think about it. If something happens to Luo Jie, will his father be sad? How could they make their father sad? Once Roger dies, sooner or later the whole world will know the news. You can't hide it either. Therefore, they passed through the night, witnessed the battle, and knew the real process and result. That is to say, Luo Jie knew in advance that the apostles were coming, fought with the apostles all night, and was finally defeated. Morrigo's sighed with emotion. It was really dangerous last night. That guy Roger almost died. I didn't expect him to be so desperate. Impasse. Fortunately, I brought Byers' magic potion and finally succeeded in hanging his life. Morrigo's, it's hard to say that it's the effect of the magic potion, right? It feels like that guy Roger can resurrect the corpse by himself without our help. His vitality is too tenacious, and he is also protected by the goddess of luck. Impose tilted his head and said calmly, "That's what you said. Last night, Luo Jie and the apostle had a fight to the death. Luo Jie had the advantage at first, but in the middle, the apostle forcibly summoned the gods from other worlds, which pushed Luo Jie to a dead end. Luo Jie knew that he was defeated by the apostle possessed by the alien god, and was unable to reverse the situation. He would die anyway, so he might as well take a gamble. So he followed the killing trend and let the other party kill him. Morrigo's, as expected of an old man who has lived for thousands of years, he must have some skills. Impasse. But in that situation, pretending to be dead is more dangerous than trying to fight back. But he still dared to pretend, because he was sure that the apostle would not think too much about it. Who would have thought that a legendary brave man, who is famous all over the world, would see the situation at a disadvantage in a last-ditch battle, and pretending to be dead? Morrigo's nodded. He took advantage of countercommon sense, but I didn't expect him to be so willing to let go of his identity. Impasse touched his paw and thought, he is not the kind of upright person to begin with. It is better to say that he has been pretending until now and shows his true self on the battlefield. To be honest, this method can easily be self-defeating. If the opponent completely burns your body to ashes and continues to hit you like crazy, there will be no scraps left. But Luo Jie must also know that the apostle would definitely not do that, because what that apostle is going to bring is despair. It will plunge the OS Empire into complete despair. So, which one do you choose? To let the brave man disappear without a trace and appear to be dead, or to let the brave man die in an extremely embarrassed and miserable place where no one is paying attention? It must be the latter. That has more impact and is enough to shake those soldiers who are determined in their hearts. Of course, in addition to analyzing the enemy's psychology, the key to completing the Golden Cicada's escape is the means. You must have means to hide it from the apostle's eyes. Speaking of this, Morrigo's was a little unhappy, but by doing this, he almost made his father sad, even though he didn't know that his father had been resurrected. In this regard, Impose was also somewhat dissatisfied. But there is nothing we can do. It is a game and choice between life and death. Who can worry so much? Maybe without them, Luo Jie would really be dead. Impose turned his head, glanced at Hughes, who was looking thoughtful, and thought, but my father can also vaguely sense the truth. Is this a tacit understanding between brave men? How enviable. At this time, Morrigo's seemed to suddenly remember something and said in astonishment, speaking of which, does Byers' resurrection potion have any side effects? Impose was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that the side effects seemed to be making people return to their true nature. In everyday terms, let yourself go. The two cats looked at each other, their faces darkening, feeling that something big was going to happen. But before they could say anything, they were arrested as soon as they turned around. I just thought that you two were walking around in such a dangerous forest. Didn't your claws get cursed? With a cat in each hand, Hughes had the tendency to catch them and clean them. The two cats were dumbfounded. No, no, no. But half an hour later, they were doused with holy water and laughed at by two birds hiding in the system space. God knows how much the Abyss Lord, as an abyss creature, rejects holy water. Although it has no effect, the whole body will be burning, which is not the case even if you take a lava bath. The two cats shook it vigorously, completely drying the holy water in their fur. They couldn't complain about their dear father. They could only complain about Roger, who caused them trouble. Hum hum, damn brave Roger. If it weren't for you, how would we have suffered this fate? But, having said that, if Roger had not died, where would he be now? Hughes thought about the key and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a long time, he said slowly, I must be going to deal with the enemy. At this time, Impos, who was wrapped in a towel, was dizzy and suddenly thought of a solution to the current situation. Yes, their father can definitely try that. At the same time, there was an underground gathering in the vicinity of the Imperial City. Hundreds of underground believers gathered here, cheering excitedly. The brave Roger is dead. The OS Empire is completely deserted. Our great God is about to come. Praise the Apostle. I can't wait any longer. Please ask the Apostle to destroy the Imperial City and let our great God return. They're bloodthirsty and crazy. They're all lunatics and perverts who do all kinds of evil. They gather here in order to collapse the country and bring chaos to the world, because they cannot live under order, and only chaos is their destination. The death of the brave Roger, the guardian of order, in their view, is tantamount to the collapse of the mountain pressing on them, which is a great joy, long awaited, but the cheers lasted only a few minutes. A few minutes later, the underground altar wailed and screamed. Someone screamed, Why is there an outsider here? Who is he? Who is he? Where's the apostle? Go and call the apostle. Isn't it said here that he won't be discovered? Why is this person here? After a few more minutes, the altar returned to calm. Everyone was quiet and completely motionless, except for the young man standing in the center of the pool of blood. The young man tossed a few daggers casually. The snow-white sword flashed, and drops of black blood spattered. He seemed to be in a very happy mood, and even hummed a folk song, wiping the blood on the knife and laughing. It's better to have a young body. People will be looked down upon when they get old. People from other worlds really don't respect the old and love the young. His face was reflected in the pool of blood. If Hughes had been there, he would have recognized him as the young Roger. It's just that his temperament is a little different. Now he's become obviously colder. Although his murderous aura is extremely restrained, he looks cold and sinister, like a poisonous blade that has killed hundreds of millions of people. There was a believer who was not completely dead, and he was dragged out from the pile of corpses. Weren't you laughing happily just now? Why aren't you laughing now? Luo Jie approached the terrified believer and whispered in his ear, Don't you like to laugh anymore? Oh, the underground altar screamed again and again. Then there was the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. The young man took a step forward and turned the knife, flexing his muscles and bones to his heart's content, just like an energetic young man who had just learned the skills of the knife. As people get older, they will be unable to control themselves. Whether it is their body or their identity, they will be more and more constrained. But now, he has regained his youth with a somewhat childish smile on his face, and then he has the same kind smile as an old man. His expressions changed back and forth, as if he was repeatedly adjusting his mental state. His actions during the cooking scene were more like playing than fighting. Once you have suppressed it for a long time, it will happen like this, and you will uncontrollably vent yourself. After cleaning up the scene, he was still unfinished, imagining various pagan gathering points in his mind. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and it was so cold that it was creepy. It wasn't until half an hour later that Luo Jie calmed down a little and stood alone in the blood pool of the corpse forest, looking up at the only light leaking from above. He came here to kill as soon as he woke up, and he hadn't carefully sorted out what happened before and after his death. His memory when he was killed was a bit fuzzy, because the human body is too fragile and it is difficult for the human brain to function normally under extreme blood loss, so he cannot remember clearly. He is not strong among the combat-type heroes at all. Even Chun-Ling-Si, a tank professional, has stronger attack power than him. Pretending to be dead is his usual trick, and he once deceived the god of war. Over the past few thousand years, he has experienced life and death countless times, and the methods he has used to survive are far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Otherwise, he would not be the only brave man to survive until now. History books more or less beautify the character and deeds of brave men. So young people born in the past 1,000 years generally think that brave men are symbols of light, virtue, and wisdom. Haha, just think about it, and you know it's impossible. Pure strength is absolutely not enough in this world. But it's better to be young. Luo Jie lowered his head and wiped the sword slowly, remembering the circumstances of his death last night. When he was unconscious, he seemed to hear something. Then he opened his eyes and vaguely saw 2 cats with different hair. It was impossible for an ordinary cat to appear at that battle scene. If an ordinary cat dared to come in, it would have been killed by the curse. No, I should say them. What exactly are they? Luo Jie couldn't remember clearly, but he vaguely felt that their magic power was no stranger to them, and they came to save him and gave him something to drink in the end, so he became like this. Young and strong, with plenty of energy and blood, his magic power seems to be inexhaustible. Well, that's a good thing. Luo Jie smiled slightly, but forgot to wipe the blood from his face, which made him look very scary, like a bloodthirsty, perverted murderer. We will talk about their affairs later. We have finally returned to the heyday of 30% for the time being. We need to kill all those things as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Luo Jie felt very happy. He never thought of telling the Empire that he was still alive, because it was too free to escape, and it was time for him to retire. This will be a challenge. Without a brave man to rely on, will you collapse in despair, or will you cheer up, choose to face it, and choose to grow? Roger's gaze. Deep. Grow up quickly. A few seconds later, the young man in the pool of blood disappeared. The other side. Duke Feynman received the news that the stronghold was destroyed and was very puzzled. Who did it? Duke Feynman said angrily. What's going on? The brave Roger is dead. Who dares to go against us? Isn't this guy desperate and afraid of death? The believers below know nothing, because everyone who encounters that person is dead. How can they know what the other person is? The Ost Empire's combat power is beyond their expectations, and neither the mainland human alliance nor neighboring countries will lend a helping hand. Is this a new combat power of the Ost Empire that pops up out of thin air? Could it be that the eldest princess is back? Some people shook their heads and said, impossible. If the Grand Duke comes back, he will definitely make a big splash and shock the whole country. And this person is a young man, not a woman, not an outsider, but a real human being. Duke Feynman's face was dark, and he chuckled. After the brave Roger, whoever else wants to interfere with the Aussie Empire's destined fate of destruction, it doesn't matter. Kill them all. No one can stop the arrival of my God. The believers looked at each other, and some people said uneasily, he is at least level 90. No matter how many of us there are not enough people to kill him. Duke Feynman was angry. A bunch of losers, do I have to take action? As he spoke, it suddenly appeared in front of the believers and slapped off a head with its backhand. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the scene was horrific. Everyone was splattered with blood, their faces turned pale and trembling with fear. Duke Feynman carried another believer in his hand and shouted with a stern face, "Do you know why you are weak? Because you don't have enough faith. I'll let you kill to hone your faith. Go quickly." The people on the opposite side were stunned for a while, and then, as if they had received the imperial edict, they immediately said, "Yes." It's just as the apostle said. Immediately afterwards, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the underground altar. Duke Feynman sneered and scolded between his teeth, Trash. Its injury from last night hasn't healed yet. Otherwise, I would really want to meet this guy who appeared out of nowhere for a while. Every one of them overestimated their capabilities, and the last brave man died in my hands. Who do you think you are? You dare to challenge me? Duke Feynman's expression was ferocious, and after being furious, he appeared contented. Because its god is coming soon, the destruction of the OS Empire is a certainty. Even the god of light and the god of Hades can't intercept them from the air. At around 1 o'clock at noon, the Empire received intelligence one after another. What did you say? A mysterious figure appeared and destroyed all the pagan strongholds. A young man? Who is he and why is he helping us? Wait, can't find anyone. There was a commotion in the military. After hearing the news, who could calm down? Could it be that someone is helping them secretly? Faley arrived at the military office immediately, walking in a hurry, with a look of surprise on his face. Ronald, is the news true? Ronald turned his head, holding a stack of paper in his hand, and nodded. It's true, a mysterious figure destroyed 3 pagan strongholds. When they were in despair and overwhelmed by the death of the brave Roger. At this time, someone actually stood up and faced the enemy forcefully. Philly was in disbelief and asked, "Do you know who he is? Where is he now? Are there any clues about him?" Ronald shook his head. "I don't know. This is a character who appeared completely out of thin air. He is powerful and has a fierce temperament. As you can see from the scene, that kind of fighting style is simply not like human beings. It is wanton venting, extreme cruelty, massacre, and ravage, and it is impossible to tell which side is the monster. With such a terrifying temperament, even if they are dealing with their enemies, they may not be their friends." To be honest, Ronald had goosebumps all over his body when he arrived at the scene. He has experienced many Shura fields, but such a cruel scene is one of the best in his memory. It can be seen that that person is definitely not an easy person to get along with. He has a visibly bad temper and cannot get along with him normally. Ronald said, "But fortunately, he is dealing with our enemies instead of us." Faley nodded. "Have you told His Majesty and Eileen's about this?" Ronald, "They all know it, but they don't have a clue. They can't imagine who it could be. A strong man above level 90 with a youthful appearance. And he is also suspected of being a warrior or a thief. Who can you think of? So far, there are only more than 200 known and surviving existences above level 90 in the mainland. Everyone is famous, but the one who suddenly appeared today seems to be unable to figure out who it is. Did you see his face? Can't see, he's too fast." Faley thought. Could he be here to avenge Brave Roger? Brave Roger has many students. Maybe they know about Brave Roger and are angry to avenge their teacher. Ronald shook his head and said, "If he was someone who would help the Brave Roger, then he should have taken action before this and would not have allowed the Brave Roger to be killed. It doesn't make sense to wait until someone is dead before taking action." Faley paused and said, "What you said makes sense. But in this case, who is the other party?" After a moment of silence, they still couldn't figure it out. "No matter what, we have to thank him for showing up. Continue to perform their duties and do their jobs well." On the other side, in the palace half an hour ago, "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Leave everything to us." Aaron's son looked at the high platform and said firmly, "The OS Empire will be protected by me and us." Anna looked tired and calmed down for a while before turning her head, her calm eyes reflecting the equally tired Eileen's son. After a long time, Anna suddenly spoke and said, "I don't think the Brave Roger will die easily. He will definitely have backup plans." Eileen's son nodded heavily. "I also think Mr. Roger will not die easily." Anna's eyes were distant, as if she was remembering the day she first met the Brave Roger. At that time, she was still a child of 5 or 6 years old. When they first met, the other person gave her the impression of an amiable old man, not at all like a worldly warrior who had experienced life and death in the Shura field. She also made fun of the other person's messy gray beard, which didn't look like a brave man at all. Later, someone told her, "On this continent, you must never judge a book by its appearance, especially." especially those strong men who have lived through the age of gods. She was young at the time and didn't fully understand, but she nodded seriously. The man emphasized, "Some people become more evil as they get older. Don't be careful about anyone who lives a long time." Anna was inexplicably impressed and remembered it in her heart. Since then, she has always been in awe of the elderly, especially those who seem ordinary on the surface but have lived for thousands of years. However, believe it or not, Anna doesn't know what Luo Jie's backup plan might be. Things in the world are full of uncertainties, and maybe they just believe what they want to believe. Thinking of this, Anna's eyes dimmed and her face seemed a little pale. Eileen's son was also deep in thought and suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, do you still remember what happened with the treasure back then?" Anna turned her eyes and said, a little surprised, "Are you talking about the lost treasure of the alien god?" Eileen's son nodded. "Yes, although I don't have any hope in this, and I don't think it can prevent the alien gods from coming, but we can't leave it unsolved. Your Majesty, you know something, right? When the Imperial City was in chaos, Aaron's son had just graduated from the World Magic University with a level of over 50 and did not really participate in the chaos. She didn't know much about what happened at the center of the chaos. Most of what she knew was what was reported, and it was impossible to know the specific information about the treasure. The secret scroll said that the treasure was the beginning of the king's madness in the previous generation. All the madness of the previous king was just to get that treasure. However, in the end, they didn't even know what the treasure was. Now that I think about it, is this ridiculous? So Aaron's son thought she had to know what was going on. Anna pondered, frowning slightly, and her lowered eyes showed a sense of reminiscence. After a long time, she slowly said, "I don't know what that treasure is." The emperor kept it secret and never mentioned it to anyone. After the chaos in the imperial city, the great magicians in the palace at that time speculated that the treasure in the emperor's mouth might be considering that the emperor's brother rose from level 67 to level 95 in just 3 days. The old magician also speculated that the emperor's brother should have eaten the limbs of the otherworld god and swallowed the parts of the otherworld god. The power has just crossed the divine realm and become so powerful in a short period of time. Aaron's son was surprised. The limbs of a god from another world? The limbs of gods contain powerful energy and are certainly not edible by humans. If ordinary people eat it, it would be strange if they don't explode and die. The last king didn't eat himself to death. Anna nodded. Yes, no matter what, that level of increase is too unnatural. It seems to be the only possibility. Aaron's son was in disbelief. Devouring the body of a god and digesting it into his own power, he would definitely be retaliated against. What kind of god is not easy to offend, but offend the alien gods of the subspace? The previous king was really crazy. Anna's eyes were complicated and she continued, "But this is just a hypothesis. In any case, nothing was found back then. I can only think that the emperor's brother swallowed and digested the things, so he couldn't find them. Even the gods from other worlds couldn't find them." "To where?" Aaron's son frowned. "Really?" Anna looked into her eyes and said, "You want to use treasures to lure away gods from other worlds, I know. I know what you're thinking, but I really can't find it. Even if I want to return it to the alien god, I can't do it." The previous king had committed such a major crime, and it was not surprising that the country had been destroyed by an alien god long ago. At that time, the magicians tried their best to save the country and forcibly isolated the alien god from the world so that he could not find the location of the OS Empire and could not come. But decades later, the alien god was finally found. After the last time, his revenge against the OS Empire will only be more terrifying than before. At its peak, the OS Empire was once one of the top 10 human nations, with a large number of top experts. But now there are only a few talents, and there is no talent available. They will definitely not be able to join forces to send him away like they did back then. Will they be able to die normally? It's all a problem. Their worst plan is to prepare a way to die in advance. Otherwise, they don't know how they will be tortured crazily and whether they could die like a human being. Anna pondered, her body trembling slightly. Eileenson's eyes darkened. He thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, I understand." In other words, the line of treasures of alien gods has been broken. Unyielding, Aaron's son continues to search for the next clue. A few minutes later, she received news that the pagan strongholds had been blown up one by one, and her eyes changed. That person is, on the other side, subspace. The two abyss monarchs fought for who knows how long, until the rules of space were almost wiped out. Beelzebub, don't hide if you can. You can't hit because you don't have the ability. Haha, let's do this, right? I will beat you down today. Eliog is still fighting Beelzebub. He has been fighting in the subspace for more than a month. His magic power is endless, and there is no sign of tiredness at all. Their fight alarmed another of their compatriots. The guy was sleeping soundly in the subspace, and was suddenly awakened by the quarrel between the two guys. He opened his big satellite-sized eyes and watched them fighting back and forth. He thought to himself, what happened to Eliog and Beelzebub? Why are they fighting this time? I really want to use part of their bodies to make a magic potion. It must be very effective, and maybe a more perfect but why? Beelzebub doesn't seem to have the character to fight with his compatriots casually, right? Bayer thought for a while, and suddenly discovered something interesting. Both of his compatriots seem to be incapable of space magic. Is that why I fought in the subspace for more than a month, but couldn't go back? Interesting and interesting. Meanwhile, inside the antique shop, Moragos slapped Impas away with his claws and said angrily through the voice, "You kid, what suggestions do you want to give to your father?" Impos touched his head, stared at Moragos with his cat eyes, and puffed his cheeks angrily. "I think it's a good idea," Moragos snorted. "Don't give father any random advice." Over the suggestion just mentioned, the two cats started fighting under the table at the front desk. Hughes was thinking for a while and said silently to himself, "This is unlikely. My current level is only level 27. What if I am exposed? That suggestion is my child is too whimsical. It's impossible even if you think about it, right?" At this time, the blackbird in the system box couldn't help but talk to the two cats outside. This author, Hui Yuqian, reminds you that after the Lord of the Abyss awakens, will be updated with the latest chapter as soon as possible. Remember, don't you care about that foreign god? The two cats listened to the voice ringing in their heads. Their faces darkened at the same time, and they said in unison, "Don't talk in your head, you stupid bird." They have an ability. Within a radius of 100 meters, they can contact each other at will, convey their thoughts, and communicate with each other. It is called spiritual common domain. Vashik used spiritual common domain to find Agars. This is the fastest way to find his compatriots, although he has not found them yet. The little blackbird became their compatriot and naturally learned this ability. The little blackbird was bullied by them, but he didn't feel anything at all and continued happily, "Don't you care?" He is new and doesn't know the rules between them, especially Agar's suggestions. The two cats knew that he didn't understand and didn't want to explain, but they were also worried that this guy would mess up and cause trouble to his father. Imbas thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "That's a human matter. It has nothing to do with us." Moragus nodded and said, "Why bother so much? If Roger regains his strength, he can handle it himself." The little black bird didn't understand and said, "But my father is also worried about this." Moragus was more straightforward. As a purebred abyss creature, he really didn't care about the life and death of humans. He said directly, "We will take my father away if necessary." Inbos had a lot of contact with humans and was a little hesitant. He said to the little black bird, "You have been in the human world for more than 10 years. You should know why, unless your bird brain is really simple-minded." The little black bird tilted its head. "You don't have to be so rigid." Inbos asked, "What do you want to say?" The little black bird suddenly broke the news and whispered, "I have seen that alien god." The two cats were stunned at the same time. "There is such a thing?" Morago's eyes widened. "You know him?" The little black bird shook his head. "No, I just caught a glimpse of him in the warp a long time ago." Inbos was a little curious and asked, "What kind of god is he?" The little blackbird's black eyes flashed, and he recalled, "He seems to be a gloomy guy with a bad temper." Morgus said, "Oh, it seems that he'll never give up." The little black bird shook his head. "That's not what I want to say." Inbo's frown. "What? This silly bird is still keeping a secret?" The little black bird said seriously, "Didn't I go to the Magician Association with my father? There's his breath nearby." The two cats widened their eyes at the same time and were shocked. Morgus said in surprise, "Ah, do you mean that he has come? This is not a joke." The little black bird shook his head again. "It's not that he has come, but there is his breath nearby." For example, is part of him there? Inbo's was puzzled. A part refers to a part of the body. The little black bird. Similar, not completely. I can recognize that it is his breath, but the purity is far from enough, and I don't know how to say it. The two cats confused him. Is it really true? Morgus said dissatisfiedly, "What is it? Go and see it, and you will know." To be honest, I am a little curious. Inbo's raised his paw and said, "Very good, you come out and lead the way." But the little black bird hesitated. He was strengthening himself in the system, and it was not easy to come out. Secondly, he was very worried that the two cats would torment him. At this time, Shows looked at the time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He thought about it, and suddenly got up as if he was going out. Ben was waiting for the little black bird to answer, and found that his father was going out. The two cats immediately reacted and followed him one after another. "You asked me if I was going to the Magicians Association?" Shows nodded. "Yes, I'm still a little worried about Roger. The magicians of the Magicians Association should know the details." Gray Cat wanted to say that Roger was out there and went crazy. However, their fathers seemed to have never known the true face of those heroes. Back then, after their father fell into the abyss, the heroes were like sharp blades without a sheath, fighting and killing the gods. Because they were out of control and no one persuaded them, they did many things that frightened the gods. Perhaps in his father's impression, they were still good heroes who met the identity of heroes. But after his father fell into the abyss, they completely became a notorious villain group. Yes, that's right, it's a villain group. This is not an exaggeration. The praises about the heroes in history are just for reference. For them who know the truth of history, they're all beautified rhetoric. If you think about it with your brain, you will know what world they live in. A chaotic world where all kinds of monsters, perverts, and lunatics are rampant. Can the identity of hero cope with it? To defeat a madman, you have to become a madman yourself. In a group of crazy guys, no matter how normal you are, you will inevitably be influenced by the black people around you. The living environment is enough to affect people's thinking and even personality. Or in other words, it stimulates the unknown dark side of the original personality. Take Roger, for example. He was crazy a lot in the past, and he calmed down after he got old. Others may not know, but they know it clearly. Father not only has a filter for them, but also for those heroes. Because they could not return a blue star, the 6 heroes were furious and wanted to retaliate against the humans who summoned them to the alien world. They want to destroy the country in an impulse, right? The 4th disaster. It is better to say that among the 7 heroes, only their father has a good temper. Others may be a little naive at the beginning, but after being in the alien world for a long time, who is not a dark chaos faction? How could you not go crazy in that high-pressure environment? Human history books portray brave men as a good group of orderly and good, and write epic stories, etc., allowing wandering poets to publicize them everywhere. On the one hand, they unconsciously beautify heroic figures, and on the other hand, it is also a kind of moral kidnapping. It means, you see, everyone thinks you're a good people. Can you be a good person? It's been too long now, and many people don't know about it anymore. Of course, it's not easy for Persia to reveal what happened to the brave men later. Be ruthless. If you expose others, they may also be exposed by others. They all have dirty information. How dare they act rashly? Hui Yuqian reminds you that after the Lord of the Abyss awakens, will be updated as soon as possible. Remember, because Bosi thought of many things in an instant, his eyes changed and he hesitated to speak. Hughes didn't know that his child had so many ideas in a short period of time. He just thought that the child's stern face was inexplicably cute. Let's go. Let's also go and find out the situation. Half an hour later, Hughes arrived at the door of the Magicians Association again. This time the atmosphere was very heavy. The magicians were somewhat aware of the country's crisis, and some are not fully aware of it, but they all sensed something was wrong. When Hughes walked behind the door, several people looked at him with complicated expressions. They hesitated to speak. They took a few steps forward, then lowered their heads and stopped, and finally turned and left. Hughes knew what they were thinking. He is a student of Grand Tutor Matros, and one of them wants to ask Matros for help through him, but unfortunately, he does not know Matros's contact information and has never even met him. Hughes found Shili, Fushan, Or, and several qualified magicians, but their answers were almost the same, and they did not know the situation of the brave Roger. The military suppressed the news, and some of them only suspected that something had happened. To a certain extent, Hughes actually knew more than them. After all, he had been to the scene. There was no new information, and it felt like they were even more confused than themselves. Hughes stopped by the corridor and looked up at the sky. At the same time, the little black bird ran out, flapped its wings in the air excitedly, and flew straight in one direction, as if to say, "Dad, follow me." Hughes was not surprised by his children's various magical powers, so he followed him without any doubts. After a few minutes, he walked through several corridors, as if he had entered a maze and could not recognize the way at all, but the little black bird was still flying forward happily. "Hodl you dash." Hughes was about to call the little black bird, but suddenly his expression changed. He stopped and turned to look at an open space. No, not a vacant lot. Hughes glanced at it and thought, it's a cemetery. There is actually a cemetery within the Magicians Association. He was stunned for a moment, then took a closer look and found that the cemetery was surrounded by a huge magic circle structure. The marble-paved steps are covered with magic spells, which are extremely dense and dazzling. If you look carefully, you may get lost. This structure is at least a structure of super magic. But why around a cemetery? Regarding this, with the amount of magic knowledge that Hughes had, he could only think of one possibility. Is it to seal the things in the cemetery? Whose grave is here? Just as Hughes was about to think, he suddenly heard a baby's voice. It was as crisp and continuous as a silver bell, but it didn't come from one place, but sounded from all directions at the same time. Is there an invisible baby crying? Hughes and the little black bird were stunned. When Hughes walked in and took a look, the crying he heard became even stronger. He felt more and more that it was not just a sound, but that there was actually a baby crying. The question is, where? It can't be under the cemetery, right? At the same time, at 5 p.m., another pagan stronghold was destroyed. Duke Feynman couldn't sit still and wanted to personally deal with the fool who dared to interfere with their great cause. A few minutes later, a fierce battle broke out in the underground altar. Duke Feynman came proudly and looked coldly at the young man in the pool of blood. The terrifying pressure is released with its breath, which can crush any existence below level 90. However, the young man was not affected at all and even stretched his hands and feet, as relaxed as if he were at home. Seeing it, there are no waves at all. Duke Feynman was despised and was instantly furious. His full-level lock-in, life-threatening skill exploded in an instant, and thick blood-red tentacles suddenly stretched out from the cracks in space. But the target disappeared in an instant. Before it could react, a heavy blow hit it, causing it to twitch with severe pain. In a moment of confusion, which lasted only a second, the man actually stabbed it dozens of times until there was no more room to stab it in. Duke Feynman was confused, but then he heard, "Haha, surprise." This voice immediately reminded him of Roger. How is this possible? It widened its eyes and looked directly at the young man's face. The young man trampled it under his feet, but did not look at it. Instead, he lowered his eyes and glanced at the believers outside, and said in a very mature tone, "A group of little brats who don't know the heights of heaven and earth. They believe this today and believe that tomorrow. They are flexible, standards of belief, pretending to worship God, but actually worshiping desire. Since we are here today, no one can leave. The person on the other side is extremely frightened. What will happen if he doesn't leave?" Someone asked for help on the spot. "Apostle, please help us." However, Duke Feynman was still in shock. How could it not recognize that this young man was actually the Roger it killed? This guy actually came back from the dead and became younger. Is he seeking revenge on him? What a joke. It exploded on the spot, with all its skills maxed out. And more than 10 minutes later, it continued to vomit blood, dragging its broken body and crawling on the ground, with daggers inserted into both eyes, and dried black blood flowed out. It roared, This is impossible. You can't be so strong. You are obviously old. Your strength is obviously declining. Luo Jie half crouched down, grabbed the back of its neck, and slammed its head to the ground, causing its head to bleed, and it screamed in agony. What's impossible? I was at full level, can you? I won't fail to fight, even if your god comes, let alone you, a little apostle. Back then, I killed 3,000 angels a day, and even the gods couldn't stop me. What's wrong with hitting you? It trembled and vomited out another mouthful of blood. This is impossible, you old thing. Should be dead. Luo Jie chuckled. His eyes were cold. How can you disrespect the old man? At the same time, Continental Human Alliance, an office near the Senate. The second of the 5 great swordsmen of the Middle-earth, Southeast, North, and West, the Southern Swordsman and the Northern Swordsman met and talked. A person is sitting on the sofa. His facial features are very plain. He has no eyebrows. His skin color is almost transparent. He is of medium build, and his whole person is very dull, with no gender characteristics at all. She was the famous Southern Sword Saint Leia Lost who entered and exited the subspace. Leia looked at the person standing by the window and said, "What do you think about the OS Empire?" Hearing this, the Northern Sword Master lowered his eyes, revealing an old face and a pair of vicissitudes of life in the sun. He is exactly the old man whom the OS Empire had turned to for help before, named Simon Jones. The vote of 176 people in the Senate was 100:76. 100 people agreed not to provide aid to the Ottoman Empire. Haven't the results come out? Why do you ask me what I think? Simon looked at Leah and said calmly, I am even one of the 76 people who support aid. Leah looked at him intently and said bluntly, You voted for it because you knew that your vote could not affect the outcome. In fact, you wanted to vote against it. Looking into Leah's eyes, Simon laughed softly. When a human country goes crazy, the mainland Human Alliance has to wipe its butt every time. How many of our compatriots have died because of this? If we sacrifice ourselves to fight against foreign enemies, many of us will definitely risk our lives. But we have to sacrifice our lives for the stupidity of individual humans? It's a joke. If you can't do it, whoever can do it will win. Leah was silent, her eyes still looking at Simon. Simon seemed to be lost in memories and lowered his eyes and said, When the imperial city of the OS Empire was in chaos, we also lost a lot of people, including my only 3 students. They all died. They paid for a crazy pervert. Their precious lives and their glorious future have been lost. Do you think I still want our people to die? At the end of the sentence, his eyes suddenly changed, like a newly forged sword with a piercing edge. Leah frowned deeply and said after a few seconds, It's a pity. If they are still alive, they will definitely inherit your position and become one of the sword masters who protect mankind. You know that too? Simon's face was dark, and there was murderous intent in his words. That king dared to be so crazy back then because he knew that our Continental Human League would take action and would definitely take action to save mankind. Do you know? As soon as he started to cause trouble, the Continental Human League, Woody noticed it, but he concealed it in various ways. In the end, he couldn't contain the fire and immediately ran for help. Our young people listened and didn't care about anything else. They even forgot to ask for instructions from the teacher and rushed to the scene of the imperial city, and then was swallowed up by the power of the alien god. Leah was silent again because she saw Simon's uncontrollable murderous intention. Simon's hand, holding on to the window, unconsciously tightened until the stone wall cracked and scattered into powder, and there was still an unquenchable anger in his eyes. Those lunatics know that we will always save people. That's why they are so confident. Oh, This time we can let countries around the world know that the Continental Human League is not a universal card that can handle everything. We can even look at 40 million people with cold eyes. If you want to die, what does your country mean? If you commit a crime, you must pay the price, not others. What's wrong with the faults of the previous generation being repaid by this generation? Wealth and glory can be passed down, but sins cannot. The Continental Human Alliance was not established to wipe the butt of a group of idiots. Simon glared and reprimanded, murderous intent leaking out. Leah understood Simon's anger. It is too difficult to train a student, and I don't know how much effort it takes. In particular, combat professions such as swordsmen are difficult to train and have a high loss rate. They're different from magicians who can stay indoors and study magic. The latter can become stronger even if they take classes, but combat professions have to actively go out on the battlefield. You can become a strong person only after experiencing countless life and death battles. This is also the reason why combat professionals are more or less extreme in character. They are murderous and efficient and cannot tolerate nonsense. Leah lowered her eyes and couldn't help but think about what Simon said. The gods of subspace are collectively called alien gods, and the Continental Human Alliance has numbered them according to the order of discovery. The number 007 that the OS Empire offended is a relatively calm god. If you don't provoke him, he will ignore you at all. He had appeared in the human continent 3 times. The first 2 times he had finished his work and left without any interest in the human continent. The 3rd time he was forcibly invited back by them. How could he give up after thinking about it to this day? Therefore, this will definitely be a bloody massacre. If the Continental Human Alliance wants to take action, it is impossible to eliminate the crisis without using the anti-god level combat team. If they still go this time, how many people will they die, and how many young people will die? Although the citizens of the OS Empire are really innocent. Those culprits died decades ago, and there was a big change of leadership at the top, and the current ones were almost promoted from behind. Thinking of this, Leah frowned, and the words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat. Maybe this was the disaster of the OS Empire, its destined demise, and no one could stop it. At this time, Simon suddenly said, "The young sword master in the West is also disgusted with the OSS Empire. I heard that he has made preparations to seize the territory of the OSS Empire." Leah paused, and her eyes changed. He is not worried that the alien god will stay. Simon chuckled. That alien god hates the human continent and cannot stay for a long time. And their neighboring countries have their own means of protecting the country, so there is nothing to worry about. What he said was somewhat certain. Once people strongly want something to come true, they will unconsciously ignore the things that prevent it from coming true. Swordmaster Simon is also old. Leah thought to herself that as people grow older, they will pay more attention to emotion and companionship. A teacher burying a student is like ripping out the heart and flesh, and it is not so easy to get out of it. And since this matter was decided by a vote of the Senate, nothing I say now will help. We can only hope that the brave Roger can show his magical powers again in the OS Empire and save this crisis. Leah stood up and was about to say goodbye to Simon. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and said in a panic, "2 sword masters, news has come from the OS Empire. The brave Roger died in battle." "What did you say?" Leah was the first to react, and Simon stood up immediately. Leah opened her eyes wide. "The brave Roger is dead?" They were all stunned, unable to accept the news for a while, and doubted their ears. "Are you serious?" The reporter was sweating profusely and said in a trembling voice, "Yes. Yes, the OS Empire is suppressing intelligence, but our observers have confirmed that on November 25th, 1034 of the Human Era, the brave Roger died in the Brave Memorial Hall in the imperial city of the OS Empire fighting alone. His opponent was the apostle of an alien god." This, Leah's pupils trembled. It was really unbelievable. The brave Roger is the only brave man left in the world. His symbolic significance was more important than that of the OS Empire, but he died in the OS Empire. He experienced the era of gods and demons, but died in the human era Leah was shocked. The brave Roger may no longer be powerful, but he is the brave man who saves the world after all. How is this possible? How is this possible? Even Simon, who opposed aid to the Ost Empire, was stunned. Because brave Roger is the idol of warrior professionals, and he was also his idol back then. He had thought that brave Roger could not save the OS Empire, and after everything was over, he decided to go into seclusion, but he did not expect that brave Roger would even die before the alien god came. He couldn't control his anger and said, "Are the OS Empire a bunch of trash? They actually let the brave be the vanguard." As soon as the words came out, they were filled with strong, murderous intent, and the space was shaken. The reporter was so sweaty that he almost knelt down. Leah came to her senses and took action to relieve the pressure, but she also looked suspicious. She lowered her head and murmured, "The brave Roger." The death of the last brave man means that the era of brave men has ended and a new era is about to usher in. So, with ancient gods resurrecting one after another, subspace threats continuing, and human civil strife rising, what will the new era be like? Leah frowned, knowing that chaos was coming and the world would undergo a major reshuffle. And the beginning of everything is the death of the brave Roger. Who will rule in this great reshuffle? What exactly will happen in the future? Her confusion is also the confusion of many people. The powerful and the powerful each have their own intelligence methods. It doesn't take them a day or two to know what happened in the OS Empire. There was a commotion within the mainland Human Alliance. Some young people were filled with resentment and wanted to kill the OS Empire to avenge the brave men. However, they were all suppressed for senior officials of the Star Observation Institute said to the young people, "The OS Empire is in danger. Don't step into this muddy water. The alien gods have already approached the space location of the OS Empire. Even if you go there, you won't die." The higher-ups of the Magic Court also shook their heads and said to the indignant magicians who knew about it, "The water is deep. Don't go. With your strength, you can't even look directly at the alien god." The Reconnaissance Institute has a complicated attitude towards this. It is said that it has remained silent. It is not clear whether it is laissez-faire action or something else. The senior officials of the Institute of History and Culture had some different ideas. An old man was optimistic and said with a smile, "You may not die yet. You are young, so you don't know the methods of the brave Roger. People who can survive the age of gods will not die so easily. Even brave Roger will not die if I die, huh?" But no matter what, this news has caused thousands of waves, affecting not only the Aussie Empire, but also radiating to various countries in the world. The kings of various countries had their own ideas. Some were angry, and some shook their heads. When it reached the ears of the top few powerful people in the human race, they had different perspectives of understanding. No. Yes, although his strength dropped to level 80 last time I saw him, he still looked capable of fighting. Well, I wouldn't believe it unless I saw it with my own eyes. The third person in the ranking is quite skeptical. However, historians and wandering poets were busy during this time. Meanwhile, the great empire of Oedipus had prepared its army and its people. The Western sword master Feral Jupes stared coldly into the distance, turned around after a few seconds, and his eyes fell on a giant pure black warship. In the year 303 of the Human Era, a super magician brought back the knowledge of warships from subspace. Since that year, flying warships using magic as the main energy source have become the main tool of war and the measure of a country. Important indicator of national strength. For example, a large empire refers to a country that owns and supports more than 10 warships. Other than that, other ordinary countries, whether they are empires, principalities, kingdoms, federal states, etc., have national power that is far behind. What will follow will be a war dominated by elite soldiers, which does not abide by the rules of the goddess of harmony. So Feral only brings a few high-level combat elites. When the attendant saw him looking over, he immediately walked up to him, bowed his head, and said respectfully, "Lord Feral, we are ready." They don't know how the alien gods will destroy the OS Empire. It will be the same as before, or there will be new methods. They may not be able to capture the territory immediately and may have to wait for the opportunity. But it doesn't matter, just wait and see. There are warships here, and time is wasted. Pharaoh smiled faintly, raised his chin slightly, and said, "Okay." The attendant looked up and asked, "Shall we set off now?" There is a certain distance between the imperial city of the Oedip Empire and the imperial city of the Os Empire. Teleportation magic consumes magic stones. If possible, it is best to fly there normally. A flash of thought flashed in Pharaoh's eyes, and he suddenly said, "Remember one thing, we are fighting to mourn the brave Roger." The attendant was stunned. "Condolences?" Pharaoh said without changing his expression. "That's right. This is true both internally and externally." The attendant immediately understood. That's what Lord Pharaoh said. Half an hour later, the Ost Empire military received the latest news. Good news, Duke Feynman, the apostle of the alien god, was killed by that mysterious man. An intelligence agent arrived at an underground meeting and discovered the body of Duke Feynman. Faley and others rushed to the conference room immediately, but before they could be happy for long, there was bad news. The magician from the magic tower ran over in a panic and said something that shocked everyone. The arrival of the gods from another world is suddenly advanced. There is not much distance left before us. Faley and others immediately turned pale. It was predicted only a few months or years ago, and now it's coming in the blink of an eye? How much does he hate the Aussie Empire? Is he so eager to destroy them? Eileen's son had just arrived from the palace, and she was stunned when she heard the news. Is it already coming? The magician turned to look at her at the door with an ugly look on his face. He was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, it is very possible that the space above the imperial city of the Os Empire has been locked. We speculate that he will fall from the sky, bring destruction upon us." After listening to these words, the air in the conference room seemed to be sucked out. The incident happened so fast that they didn't even have time to announce to the citizens that they were preparing to evacuate. Moreover, it was useless to evacuate. There was no way to escape. It was even better to just wait at home. The building was protected by the goddess of harmony. What should we do? Someone's voice leaked out, unable to hide the tension and fear. Everyone's expressions were surprisingly consistent. Eileen's son looked at the audience, clenching the fists under his sleeves, taking a deep breath, and said firmly with eyes, "The original plan remains unchanged. Since he is coming, then we will be prepared for the war with God and use all our strength to fight against God. Go." Everyone present looked at her. The situation is so urgent. We have almost no fighting power against the gods. How can we fight against the gods from other worlds? Even the strongest attack methods may not be able to cause harm to the alien gods. But some people were led by her and nodded firmly. Faley agreed, because they had no other choice but to sit and wait to die. Impossible. They have to resist to the end. At this time, the intelligence department staff officer looked at Eileen's son and said with difficulty, "Are we going to tell all the citizens about the situation?" The air was stagnant again. If asked which one is better, telling or not telling, 90% of them would think it is the latter. Notification will inevitably cause panic, and they are no longer able to maintain order across the country. The consequences will be nationwide chaos that they cannot predict and cannot control. Without telling them, perhaps their people can usher in death in their peaceful sleep. What do you want to choose? However, General Ronald suddenly said, "The people have the right to know their destiny." The air became stagnant again. A few seconds later, someone retorted, "Citizens also have the right not to know their fate. If such a cruel fate cannot be changed, knowing it is just painful." Ronald turned to look at the speaker. I saw that the man's eyes were red, and he said with a trembling voice, "I don't want my child to know." He just said to the children before going out today, "What? Feel like the atmosphere in the city is not right? Don't worry, Dad will definitely take care of it. The crisis will be lifted soon. You can rest assured." How do you ask him to tell the children that it is no longer possible, that we are in despair, and that the only thing waiting for us is death? Eileen's son looked at that man. His eyes were turbulent, and he bit his lip and said, "Then there will be no announcement. I will bear all the responsibilities." It is I who deprive the people of their right to know their destiny." Everyone looked at her and heard her determination. Eileen's son, a young super magician, given 100 years, she would be able to accomplish great things, but she had to die young in the OS Empire because of the troubles caused by the previous generation of kings. Seeing the regret in their eyes, Eileen's son still said firmly, "The Empire may not be destroyed yet. Think about the time when the Kingdom of Light attacked. Weren't we lucky enough to survive? As long as we successfully survive the crisis, it will be fine. Believe that the gods protect the OS Empire." Halfway through her words, she suddenly changed her subject. Her face was solemn. She glanced at everyone again and solemnly said, "Believe in our own strength." Everyone's eyes gradually changed, and then the atmosphere of the entire military conference room changed. "That's what Ms. Aronson said." Philly nodded and continued. "Not to mention the body of the alien god. When he breaks through the subspace, he will inevitably release many subspace monsters that are already eyeing him. We must strengthen our defensive magic and be prepared to deal with the things we can deal with, and the remaining things we cannot deal with, so we must do our best." Yes, they left one after another and rushed to their posts. There has never been such a frequent crisis of national annihilation in any period of time in the history of the OS Empire, but their generation has encountered it. They're tested in despair and forced to improve themselves, because they don't have much left to rely on. Looking at the movement in the imperial city from a distance, Luo Jie raised his lips and showed a satisfied smile. "People, you must first build your confidence. Only when you have confidence can you keep up with the strength, right? In fact, you have done enough, but things like foundation cannot be filled up overnight. So, you still have to bring what you need to bring." Luo Jie raised his head and watched the sky getting lower and lower, gradually showing strange patterns. Many magicians have observed that a huge energy structure appeared in the clouds directly above the OS Empire. That is the power of gods, the law of gods constructed by divine power. Its large scale reflects its strength. It can cover the imperial city and even exceed the scale of the border. It is easy to destroy a human country. Ayler and others also saw this scene. However, there was nothing they could do but wait. In the OS Empire, almost all the people from the Continental Human Alliance have evacuated. Those foreigners would have left before today as long as they were better informed. Most of the only ones left are intelligence agents and recorders. Their task is to record this destruction. For thousands of years, they have always walked at the end of the history of different countries. Today is just the turn of the OS Empire. A girl who was collecting clothes outside was almost knocked down by the strong wind. She cursed and raised her head, and then her whole body became stiff. In more than 10 years of living, she had never seen such an ominous sky, as if a giant beast might appear at any time. She hesitated, and suddenly someone called her from below. Her expression changed, and she thought that it doesn't matter. If the sky falls, and there are tall people holding it up, the Imperial military will definitely find a way. "Mom, I'm coming." Her voice was drowned by a huge thunder in the sky. She turned around and saw that the sky was filled with thunder trees, something she had never seen before. The next second, the person below urged, "Why don't you come down?" She paused, then put her thoughts away, turned around and walked down the stairs. Coming. In a huge imperial city, similar situations happened in every home. They are also the ordinary people that the imperial military strives to protect. Boom! Another wave of lightning and thunder. Immediately afterwards, 7 giant pillars fell from the sky on the ground near the imperial city. Anyone with some knowledge would immediately recognize that it was definitely a divine pillar used by God from other worlds to anchor it. He is really coming. The Austrian Empire was on alert and extremely nervous. At the same time, Luo Jie's eyes were solemn. The last time he fought with a god seemed to be more than 3,000 years ago. This young body is not yet in its prime. It can only use 30% of its strength. Can it cope with gods from other worlds? Luo Jie's eyes changed, and he suddenly smiled, thinking that it would be okay if it didn't work. He adjusted his skill status and disappeared again. At the same time, OS Empire 4:30 p.m. Dark clouds shrouded the sky above the Magicians Association, and there was almost no wind. Hughes was still looking for the source of the baby's sound, but after searching, he could only think of one place. That is, under the cemetery. This possibility is a bit scary, not to mention that Hughes is somewhat afraid of ghosts. He was not too afraid of the monsters from another world that were rampant and destroying the world. He treated them as animals. But ghosts were different. They were a collection of unresolved thoughts, such as resentment and hatred. And that he was once a human being was what scared him the most. The Zeusian was in the corridor, facing the entrance of the cemetery, with a somewhat hesitant expression. However, the crying on the other side became louder and louder, as if something had happened, such as being trapped in a dark place, unable to escape, so he could only cry, shouting, hoping someone would come and help him. It was like a baby being buried alive in the ground, trying to come out. Although it made people's hair stand on end, he couldn't leave it alone. Such was the nature of Hughes, so he impulsively walked into the cemetery. The two cats followed him and looked ahead curiously. They also wanted to know what was in it, and thought it was the body of a god from another world or something. But this baby's cry couldn't be true no matter what they thought, right? Then, when Hughes was halfway there, he suddenly realized that he had successfully entered without triggering any magic. Why is that? Hughes looked at his hands, trying to check if he had overlooked something. He seemed to be protected by some shielding magic. Ordinary magic could not detect him, so he had successfully sneaked into the Brave Memorial Hall before. Maybe it's the little blackbird's buff? Hughes seemed to have thought of the truth. But the little blackbird flew faster than him, and actually stopped on the tombstone without fear. Hughes's heart tightened, fearing that something would happen to him, but nothing happened to him. He stood on top, turned his head, flapped his wings, and his dark eyes were filled with spirituality, clearly beckoning him to come over. Hughes was a little dumbfounded, thinking that all his children were really talented. When he heard the crying getting louder, he paused and walked over. With every step he took, the crying would increase, indicating that he was most likely taking the right step, and the baby was in front. Hughes suppressed his fear of ghosts and walked to the tombstone. When he saw the name on the tombstone, he was shocked, because it actually has the name of the previous generation of kings written on it. This is actually the king's tomb? But why is there a baby crying in the king's tomb? Hughes couldn't believe it. He stood there and looked around. After a closer look, he felt that this place was not a cemetery, but a sealed place. Contacting the limited historical information, Hughes speculated that the king of the previous generation was killed by the alien god. After his death, he was still strongly cursed by the alien god. The body could not be processed normally and was sealed in the Magicians Association. The magic on the cemetery constantly removes the curse on the corpse day and night, preventing the curse from spilling out, affecting other places. But how could there be a baby in this sealed place? Hughes was confused. The baby's voice couldn't be that of a king, because it was too ethereal with a magical accent, as if it contained a kind of power, not like a human voice, but like some divine existence. While Hughes was meditating, the little blackbird made some operations. I don't know what it did. There was a sudden vibration in the cemetery, and it actually triggered the mechanism. The tiles on the ground separated, revealing a gray tunnel. Hughes was startled and couldn't help but turn his head, worried that someone would suddenly appear behind him to grab the bag. But no one showed up. For some reason, everything was empty today. He turned back again, and the little blackbird that caused the trouble proudly held up his chest, as if to say, "Dad, I did a good job." Hughes choked. Normally, he should tell his children not to mess around in this kind of place without authorization, but now it is not a case of following the rules. He has never been a rigid person. To survive in this world, he must be flexible. Secondly, he believes in his children. The little blackbird should know this place. Half a minute later, Hughes was walking in the tunnel, protected by light. He was glowing all over, and there was no need to worry about lighting in the tunnel, so the magic array on the tunnel wall was illuminated. They are extremely complex, rigorous in structure, and exquisite in design, exhausting human magical wisdom. God's curse cannot be easily controlled. The Empire must have used the highest level sealing technique currently available. Hughes was a little curious and had the idea of writing down these magic runes. He felt that it would be helpful to him, but he still forgot it. The child cried more and more loudly. His head hurt when he heard it, and he felt that his heavenly spirit cap was trembling. Having said that, he tried to use magic to protect himself and the two cats following him, but he found that it didn't matter whether he used it or not, and he would not be affected at all. After being resurrected, he seemed to have some buffs that he didn't even know about, and they were always effective when he needed them. That's good luck. My brave hero Golden Finger is finally online after more than 8,000 years. Hughes walked all the way out of the tunnel and followed the little black bird to the open space under the cemetery. The magic runes here are everywhere, and the density is so high that it makes one's scalp numb. It's hard to imagine how long it took to write them out. And in the center of the space, it was almost as he expected, with a black sarcophagus placed. There is a high probability that the body of the former king was placed inside. The baby's cry came from here. Maybe because he was tired from crying, the voice finally became smaller, hoarse, with a bit of milky sound, and from time to time he would still cry. Choked. Hughes felt an indescribable weirdness, but he walked over anyway, followed by two cats who also felt weird. The red cat glanced at the gray cat and said to himself, "Did you see that the former king is not a lunatic? He actually abducted the child of an alien god and seemed to eat it." The gray cat nodded. It may not be accurate to say that it was eaten. To put it bluntly, the divine body is an energy body. The king swallowed the child of the alien god as energy. After eating his divine power, he naturally only had consciousness left. The red cat felt uncomfortable hearing this. No wonder the alien god would be furious and curse the OSS Empire crazily. The so-called lost treasure turned out to be the child of the alien god. The gray cat looked at the sarcophagus worriedly. But here comes the question, what is his current state? If he was swallowed up before he fully grew, is he dead or alive? The red cat squinted his eyes, trying to see clearly inside and outside the sarcophagus. His current state seems to be a very, very weak energy, or rather, only one thought left? The gray cat paused. Doesn't that mean that once the thought is gone, he will disappear completely? The two cats looked at each other, and both realized the importance of this matter. But how could they be saved by a thought? There's a way to do it if you're conscious, but thoughts are not consciousness. Thoughts are just some moments of consciousness. Because Persia is well-informed and knowledgeable, he has never seen such a situation. He couldn't think of any way, and the solution would most likely have to be replaced by Agar's. Of course, the premise was that there was really a way. Opposite, the little black bird stopped on the sarcophagus, looking left and right, as if facing the same confusion. Yes, how to save a thought. He searched through thousands of years of memories as the god of Hades, but could not find any method. The god was destroyed until there was only one thought left. That is, the concept god was about to prepare for the next consciousness. Moreover, the way of existence of alien gods is different from them. Maybe this consciousness is gone if it is gone. He is still a baby, and must still be in the stage where his divinity is unstable, fragile, and easy to be destroyed. Damn it. That former king had nothing to do but kidnap the child of a god from another world. The little blackbird was so angry that it kicked the sarcophagus. He glanced at it and saw that Zeus, who didn't know what he was feeling, suddenly approached the sarcophagus, put his hand on it, and his eyes were drooping with a touch of tenderness. The little blackbird was hit and stood there in a daze. Then he heard the young man whispering softly as if he was coaxing a baby, "Well, don't cry, don't be afraid, I'm here." "Ah, Envy, I want to be coaxed too." "Wait, my father is actually communicating with a thought?" Hughes couldn't leave him alone, and there was only one thing he could do: create. According to thoughts, consciousness is derived, and then its shape is shaped to stabilize its divinity. He'd never done it before, but this time he had to try. Because this child is so pitiful. He couldn't let it go and should try any method for him. Listening to the low sobs, Hughes closed his eyes and explored the path he had never taken before, usually by returning to his origins. He thought silently in his mind, what is creation, and what is the process of creation? The answer is imagination process result. Have a vague or precise idea in your mind, and then use technology and methods to realize it, and finally get the shape you want. The difficulty of shaping this child is that you may be able to imagine an image for him, and you can also predict the final result of the model, but your imagination may not be in line with his consciousness. Before that, he had shaped a total of 26 children, including the little black and white bird. However, the shape is not whatever he wants, but must follow a certain logic. For example, when shaping Iliag, he first came into contact with Iliag's consciousness and knew what kind of child he was. After having an impression in his mind, he successfully created a shape that could inherit Iliag's consciousness. In other words, if the shape and structure you create cannot fit the other person's consciousness, nor can it successfully absorb the other person's consciousness, then the consciousness cannot enter the body. For example, making clothes? Well, the shape he created is a kind of clothing for consciousness. Clothes that fit you must be tailored according to your conscious appearance. After the clothes fit, he can continue to refine and design more details for the clothes. Therefore, the difficulty lies in how he can deduce the appearance of consciousness based on a thought and shape it into a suitable shape. Hughes believes that as long as it has a suitable shape, even if there is only one thought in it, the consciousness will gradually return to what it should be. Based on this inference, he calmed down, tried to let go of his soul, and fully perceive the child's appearance. He is certainly a ray of energy now. Perceiving a shape from a ray of energy is not an easy task, literally, but it certainly can. Hughes let go of his imagination and quickly realized that an intelligence unit as small as the human gene could completely record most of human biological information and determine a human shape and even personality. His complete information may also be recorded in the energy of a thought, but his current mental strength is not enough to extract it. So, all we need to do is improve our mental power. If we raise our mental power to the point where we can provide his complete information, won't we be successful? When Hughes was in the abyss, he had frequently forcibly improved his mental power. He was already very familiar with this method. The key was no other than concentration. Concentrate, turn the big into small, turn the small into micro, turn the micro into one. Collect your thoughts that change thousands of times in one breath, and let them only work for one thing. That is, extract all his information. Hughes stood silently in front of the sarcophagus, Xiaohe. The bird and the two cats were dumbfounded. Little Blackbird, is father trying to save this idea? Moragos couldn't believe it, and said in a daze, can thoughts also save his life? Impose was silent and looked at the frowning young man. It's not impossible. My father has always been very messy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created so many of our compatriots. Moragos paused. Memories flashed in his eyes, and he said, that's right. I still remember that my father spent a lot of energy when shaping me, and he had a headache for several days afterwards. Impas smiled. So they didn't like you just after you were born, especially Vesak. Moragos choked and said dissatisfied. You were born later than me. How do you know this? Impas. What Bayer said, that guy's too talkative and loves to talk about everything. Bayer is the 10th ranked compatriot among them. He has a lively personality, loves to chatter, and likes to study potions. His original intention is to help his father heal. At the same time, he is also a cross-dressing maniac, ever-changing and loved to stay in 1,000 years ago. The mainland was later transferred to the subspace. It was said that it was entrenched on a star and kidnapped wise men everywhere to help him conduct potion experiments. From time to time, he would come out to get potion materials. In other words, these are nothing. The problem is that he often wants to give them medicinal materials, such as asking for their blood or even a part of their body. How can they just give it to them? And if they don't give it, this guy Bayer will really rob them. Except for Baal, Agars, Vesak, and Amon, all the compatriots have been poisoned by him. There is no one but him who can make medicine out of his compatriots. Thinking of this, Moragos looked at Imbos and asked, "Do you still have the resurrection potion on you?" Impos shook his head, "No more." Fire was also a stingy guy. All the potions were said to be for his father, but they wouldn't give him any of them when asked. Because Boss's previous share was because he helped Bayer get a wave of medicinal materials, Bayer reluctantly gave it to him. Mora goes, Next time we meet him, we will rob him together and steal all his medicine." Impost chuckled and said, "I agree." The little black bird watched their conversation with a bit of envy in his dark eyes and said, "You brothers have such a good relationship." The two cats turned their heads at the same time, staring at him, and said, "Which eye of yours saw that we have a good relationship?" The little blackbird was so angry that he took a step back, and his little wings trembled. He said frankly, "Yes, although you often shout and kill, you have never taken each other's lives, right?" The two cats tilted their heads in sync, thinking, what does this mean? The little blackbird, "We have taken each other's lives when we fight, and there was even a period of mutual devouring. Although it was later proved that whether it was him eating me or I eating him, we would end up with stomach upset." The two cats suddenly understood. The "we" he said of course refers to him and the god of light. The little white bird in the box seemed to understand, but it was rare that it did not confront the little blackbird. Looking at the little blackbird's watery eyes, Inbos imitated Agar's behavior back then and taught him a lesson. "Now that you have become our compatriots, stop eating each other. Father doesn't want to see it, understand?" The little blackbird nodded, and the fat ball looked cute no matter how it moved. Inbos poked him with his claws, but not as hard as before. The little blackbird turned around and was inexplicably moved, almost pounced. Moragos didn't say anything. He knew that Inbos was the most soft-hearted among his compatriots. Forget it, this is not the point. The point is, they looked at the young man with his eyes closed at the same time. They couldn't help their father with creation, and now they could only wait. "I hope you won't make your father too hard." At the same time, black clouds rolled over the sky above the OS Empire, revealing a huge vortex. This spectacle shocked everyone. The alarm of the OS Empire kept sounding. "The crisis of national destruction is coming. Please return to your homes as soon as possible, and residents who can't go home, please find the nearest building to hide." The magic tower has operated itself to the extreme, constantly gathering intelligence and sending magicians. Report. The space around the pillars is distorted. Countless subspace monsters are running out. Please ask the magicians of the Defense Department to strengthen the defense magic. The 7 pillars are threats. Our military will destroy them as soon as possible and interrupt the arrival of the alien gods. The Imperial City is full of urgency. Some residents have never seen the military so nervous. They're surprised and a little scared. What happened? Why are the clouds in the sky so scary? I don't know. Maybe it's a god again. Outside the main gate of the Imperial City, the monsters of the subspace have formed a vast army. They're spitting fire and water around the Imperial City, releasing various high-level magics like a tidal wave. The city defense magic blocked them out, but there are still some fish that slip through the net. The high-level warriors are responsible for cleaning up these fish that slip through the net. So far, it's good, because they haven't slacked off and have worked hard on defense. But the problem is next. Elinson walked to the city wall, shook his head, and looked up at the sky. Although I thought about it a long time ago, the feeling of seeing it with my own eyes is always different. This may be the power of God. He is finally coming, because they made a big mistake, and he punished them with God, although they still don't know what they have done. Looking at the crazy subspace monsters, Elinson pursed her lips in thought. No matter what, we can't completely give up resistance. At the same time, a young man in black came to the divine pillar that caused the subspace crack. The divine pillar is the anchor point of the alien god. Destroying the divine pillar can slow down the arrival of the alien god to a certain extent. This is the time that Roger is fighting for. He used his skills to increase his strength to 40% of his heyday. Although I don't know why you're so angry, I'm sorry. As a brave man, I can't watch you slaughter innocent people. Roger sighed and looked directly at the huge divine pillar that towered into the sky. Many things are gray. There is no absolute black and white, and at most you can only choose the less black. This world can't be as simple and gentle as that person after all. Then, the young man in black disappeared. Then, the divine pillar vibrated, and the space was turbulent. At the same time, some young people in the Continental Human Alliance failed to suppress their passion. We can't just watch 40 million people die. We have to help too. We have to avenge the brave Roger. The knowledge and abilities we have learned are to protect humanity. If we don't use them now, when will we use them? A group of young people were filled with righteous indignation and secretly opened a portal, wanted to go to the suburbs of the imperial city of the OS Empire to help without being noticed. But as soon as they stepped out of the door, they saw the sword Saint Simon standing with his back to him, as if waiting for them. The young people were startled, but they still insisted on taking action, claiming that this was their arbitrary behavior and that it was no one's business if something went wrong. Simon turned around and looked at their faces, memories flashing in his eyes, and his face gradually became heavy. He said he couldn't go, but these young people wouldn't listen because their beliefs were still so innocent and pure, which was extremely stupid in the eyes of the elders. But the elders couldn't easily strike down this ideal, because everyone has come from that period. When Simon hesitated, they became bolder. Perhaps they saw more and more monsters in the opposite subspace and could not just sit there and watch. So even though the Sword Saint was right in front of them, they still dared to pass by him. Simon was silent for a while and turned around to take them down, but someone put his hand on his shoulder. "It's Leah, the Sword Saint of the South." Leah said, "Let them go. I will protect them all." Simon paused and looked questioningly at Leah, and Leah turned her head and looked into Simon's eyes. "Don't you still believe in my strength? If something happens, I will take them back as soon as possible." Simon was silent and clenched the sword in his hand. Suddenly, battles of varying sizes broke out in various places in the center of the imperial city. The ground roared, like countless giants trampling past. The sky seemed to be hollowed out, and a huge hole appeared. With despair approaching, Helen was looking outside the city at the Ost Empire Historical Research Institute. Her lips parted and closed. In the Magicians Association, many theoretical magicians guard the podium. At the same time, Magicians Association Underground. Hughes suddenly opened his eyes, and a little baby appeared in front of him. His eyes were closed tightly, and he was hanging in midair. He was very fat and surrounded by a bright halo of light. Successful? Two cats are surprised. The little black bird let out a cry in his heart. This little guy is actually a rare humanoid with an aura around him. The little guy's eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing a pair of eyes that reflected the universe. It was the first time that Hughes saw this situation, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Also at the same time, no matter how many people resisted, the alien god who was supposed to come finally arrived. Inside and outside the city, countless people were terrified. In an instant, those above level 90 looked at the sky at the same time. However, before they could react, a ray of white light swallowed the world, and time seemed to be slowed down. Everyone and everything moved extremely slowly. Only the black vortex in the sky accelerated crazily, and finally a strange drop of water fell. A black line. The scene was terrifying and ominous. What was even more horrifying was that a pair of huge eyes that reflected the stars in the universe appeared out of thin air. They turned asynchronously, as if they were looking for something, and finally their sights were fixed on one point. There seemed to be a flash of surprise in those eyes, which disappeared immediately. A long time ago, a part of the alien god's divine body once fell off. At that time, he didn't notice it at all and just left it outside. And suddenly one day, a sound appeared in that part of the divine body. It was a cry, a very loud cry of a baby. The sound was not outside, but inside his mind. It was very noisy and could not be blocked at all. He went to find the divine body, only to find that a consciousness was born inside it, and it was gradually growing. Like a baby of God. His baby. He felt miraculous about this. He actually had a child. This kind of thing had never happened in thousands of years. But there is no doubt that, in the divine sense. He is his begotten child. He was curious at first and observed repeatedly with that piece of energy, and he developed a strange thought, which was like what humans call love and what humans call family affection. I don't know how long it took, but it was okay at first, and he was still a little patient. But after waiting for a while, he began to get impatient, because this child kept crying for an unknown amount of time. He kept crying and cried so much that he was really being disturbed to death. He became more and more irritable and scolded the little light body. Why are you still crying? Why haven't you grown up? And why haven't you become a god? The little light body stopped for a moment, and then the cry became even louder until it resounded throughout the universe and made its head fly off. He was so angry that he had never been more angry than before, but he still couldn't block the child's cry. His patience with the new life was exhausted over a long period of time. He then scolded him more and more harshly. Stop crying. If you cry again, I will throw you here. Do you understand? If you keep arguing, I will lose you. There are so many gods passing by here. If they see you, they will definitely eat you. But the child kept quarreling, and the quarrel became more fierce, and it was necessary to drive him crazy. I can't stand you anymore. Throw it away. Whoever wants to eat it can eat it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a prophecy. There is only one relationship in subspace, the relationship between being eaten and eating. The universe is a huge and complex food chain. That day, because the child was crying too noisily and he couldn't bear it anymore, he really abandoned the child and left him in a place without caring about it or not wanting to care about it. After a while, he regretted it and ran over immediately, but there was nothing left at that spot. His child was gone, but the cry was still ringing in his head. It was the first time that he was so nervous, chasing the crying, trying to find the child. However, just when he was about to arrive, the crying stopped. He didn't know whether he couldn't hear it anymore, or the child stopped crying. His mind was filled with confusion. Dead silence, no more sound. He was silent, then turned furiously and killed the last spot he sensed. Then he realized that a human king had picked up his child. Not only that, seeing that his child was small and had divinity, but was unstable and unable to protect himself, it happened to be the best material for trying some method of becoming a god. So he devoured his child. The divine power of the sun killed his children. He was furious and killed the king, but the other kings still shouted, "How do I know it's your child? If I knew, how could I do this? You lost it yourself. You didn't want it anymore, so I picked it up. Con Terintegral. That king has long been crazy, and his words are crazy, but he can anger him with every word. Damn humans, for the sake of power, they would even attack the baby of God. Or maybe, just because a baby can do it, it becomes difficult to do it when he grows up." He said he didn't know it was his child, but in fact he knew it clearly, and it was done on purpose. Afterwards, he caused a fire and was sealed into the subspace by a group of humans. But his anger is not extinguished, and he still wants to take revenge and completely destroy that species. Otherwise, I will not understand the hatred in his heart. However, when he came here, he saw a young man with black hair and black eyes. The blazing light body he transformed into hung high on the ceiling, looking down at the young man on the ground. And the young man holding in his arms his child. His child who was supposed to die actually lived and did not cry, but leaned against that person peacefully. This child never stopped crying when he was around him, but he stopped crying in the arms of a human being and still clung to that person's arms, as if that person was his father. His anger suddenly stopped, followed by what humans call sadness, and he couldn't help but stretch out his hand. The light on the corresponding ceiling was blazing for a moment, as if a ball of light was about to pour down. The two cats had cold eyes and were fully prepared to attack. No matter who you are, no one can hurt their father. But the little kid in Hughes's arms suddenly moved, broke away, and jumped down. He had short hands and feet and clumsy movements. He got up halfway, then stood up hard again, standing in front of Hughes with a firm look in his eyes. Looked directly at the great light. It seems to be saying, "You can't hurt him." As he spoke, he released his light, which looked like a small light body from the outside. The great light body continued to burn and seemed to pour forward, but it still stopped in front of him. Hughes was shocked by this. Of course, he could deduce that the other party was a god from another world. Although I don't know what happened, it feels like a parent-child conflict. What happened to the alien god and his own child? He had just created Zai, but he didn't expect the parent from across the street to come. What should he say? I saw that the small light body and the big light body were in fierce confrontation, not wanting to give in to each other, but the big light body was the big light body after all, and its mere existence could put pressure on the small light body. Xiao Wang's body was trembling, but he still wanted to resist his tyrannical biological father. He is just a baby. He has no thinking activities, and what he does is more instinctive. There's a contrast between what he defends and what he resists. The big light body watched silently, as if it had finally lost some of its anger. After a few seconds, it actually fell to the ground, and a human figure walked out of it. He kept walking until he stopped in front of the child, then raised his eyes and met Hughes's doubtful eyes. The eyes of the two cats were solemn and alert. The humanoid's eyes moved and fell on them, as if they were thinking about them. What is going on with them and their relationship with that young man? Moragos stared at him. Hum, don't even think about it. That's our father. You can't take action, otherwise we shout. The most terrifying demon god in the subspace is coming, and he's going crazy looking for his father. If he really comes, the whole continent will tremble. Yin Bosi pinched his claws, and a dozen super magic spells were ready to go. The humanoid seemed to understand their meaning. Its eyes moved and stopped on Hughes, as if staring at Hughes, trying to see clearly what kind of existence Hughes was. The gaze of God itself is a very terrifying mental attack that ordinary humans cannot bear and will explode to death in a second or two. The two cats regarded this as a release of hostility. Their eyes turned cold, and the little light body became nervous, grabbing the humanoid's legs with both small hands. But Hughes looked calm, as if nothing had happened. If the other person looked over, he would also look over, just looking at each other. During the age of the gods, it was not like he had never looked at gods, even if he didn't know the gods from other worlds. How could it come suddenly? After a long silence, the alien god didn't know what he was thinking, and there was an obvious look in his eyes. In his eyes, Hughes was undoubtedly a human being, but there was a faint what a magical existence, with not only one divinity inhabiting it, but also dozens or even dozens of divinities, like a special one surrounded by gods. This young man could easily impress God. He stared at those plain black eyes, as if he had figured something out. His cold face gradually gained expression, and his eyes deepened. Because he couldn't bear the child's crying, he once abandoned the child. This man faced the crying and picked up the child. He looked at Hughes, a smile appeared on his lips, and said, "You are a human being who can become his father." Hughes was stunned and didn't understand immediately. The two cats behind him, the little black bird and the little white bird in the box, were all about to explode after hearing this. How dare this guy say that? Moragos has a bad temper and almost reveals his true colors on the spot. Impose's eyes widened. What did this evil god say to our father? The little blackbird is about to scream. The little light body didn't understand their reactions and tilted its head strangely. But the alien god is still saying, "You saved him. He has just recovered, and his divinity is unstable. Please take care of him. He is my child, although he is not close to me." These words clearly imply foster care. The alien god actually wants to hand over his child to humans for adoption. Did you hear this wrong? Hughes was stunned for a moment, a little confused about this development. Shouldn't the other party snatch the child back? But you are his. Halfway through his words, Hughes suddenly recognized with embarrassment, was the other person his father or mother, or both? Well, you could say they are nurturers. I saw that the alien god lowered his eyes, glanced at Guangtuanzi, who could not even open his eyes, and said lightly, "He is closer to you." Hughes suddenly didn't know what to say. Alien god, I was the one who made mistakes before. I left him in the subspace. He should resent me, so help me raise him. He is still young and can't live without you. The two cats were dumbfounded, never expecting it to unfold like this. The little blackbird is about to cry out. Wasn't this the way you were before? Wait, What about my Yao Zai's status when he comes? No, no, no. Strongly opposed. But the alien god continued. Well, I have what humans call raising fees. I can give you whatever you want. And childcare? The two cats and two birds were stunned at the same time. They never expected that they could not keep up with the rhythm of the alien god. Moreover, shouldn't the majority of subspace gods be mad gods? That's not the problem. Hughes was surprised that gods from other worlds could actually communicate and even uttered such human words as parenting fee. If you say this, how many people will believe it? The alien god nodded, bent down to pick up the small light body, and said in a casual manner, "He is too disobedient and always loves to cry. He has been crying for hundreds of years. If someone teaches him a lesson, he has learned a lesson. He wants to if something happens, I will not let humans go. Since he is fine and you still exist, for your sake, I will let him go this time." When he picked up the little light body, he was kicked a few times by the little light body. The little light body didn't do it on purpose. It was just an instinctive reaction. After kicking him, he was a little scared and burst into tears, almost crying. Seeing this situation, Hughes also knew that they could not live together peacefully. It might be peaceful now that they had just reunited, but he felt that they would definitely quarrel again in the future, and it would be the kind of quarrel that would have a significant impact. He thought about it, especially when he thought that Xiao Wang's divinity was unstable and needed the power of creation to stabilize it, and indeed could not leave him. Hughes was silent for a moment and actually agreed. "Okay, I will take care of him for you, and there will be no need for raising money. I will also gain something while shaping him. The improvement of experience and level is the real thing." He didn't know that the two cats behind him had put on expressions like shouting in world-famous paintings. "Father, Father, that guy is the child of a god from another world." However, the alien god ignored their resistance, stepped closer, and handed the small light body in his hand to Hughes. The little light body was confused and didn't know what was happening. It looked left and right, its head tilted. Hughes casually straightened his head and said to the alien god, "Okay, I will do my best." The alien god's eyes fell on the little light body. Then he raised his head, stared at Hughes for a few seconds, and suddenly said, "Thank you." The air suddenly became stagnant. The little black bird had doubts about what this alien god had just said. "Thank you? Is this what God said? Does this word exist in God's dictionary? Alien god, you're also crazy, right?" But he diverted his attention and saw the gentle-tempered Hughes and immediately changed his mind. "Haha, of course I want to say thank you. Who is my father? When God comes, he must respect my father. Your attitude is not humble enough." After the alien god finished explaining, he said goodbye. "He will be uneasy if I'm around. I'd better leave. I'll trouble you later." Good. If this conversation were spread, I don't know how many historians would be frightened, but it really happened. Different. The world god turned around, suddenly remembered something, and his eyes fell on the sarcophagus. "I took this body away, and he will have to die several more times. Please do so." Hughes agreed, even adding, "A few times isn't enough." The alien god paused, as if he was surprised. A few seconds later, the small light body looked at the disappearing large light body. Its squinted eyes seemed to be trying hard to open. At the same time, the decelerated external time suddenly started to rotate. In just a moment, the situation changed drastically. The terrifying whirlpool in the sky disappeared, and the alien god that was supposed to come suddenly disappeared. The observation magician in the magic tower was startled, but when he wiped his eyes again, he saw that the vortex had disappeared. What's going on? What happened? This change shocked countless people. The people in the Ost Empire military had no clue at all, but they were shocked and shocked. There were still a lot of subspace monsters to deal with. Did the alien god suddenly leave because of something? After arriving, I left only after something happened. Aaron's son was stunned for a moment, wanting to know what was going on, but she couldn't pull away her hand at all. Observing this change from a distance, the warship of the Oedipus Empire suddenly stopped. The juggernaut in the command room's eyes widened in disbelief. On the outskirts of the imperial city of the OS Empire, a group of young people who were halfway through the fight almost lost their minds and were scolded by Leah. Don't be distracted during the battle. The young man immediately came to his senses and quickly went into battle. Swordmaster Simon stayed where he was, looking at the departing alien god with confusion, and couldn't help but ask in his heart, "Are you gone?" The huge whirlpool that was flying away didn't know what it was remembering, and glanced at Simon. Simon fought hard and immediately became more vigilant. But what appeared was not an attack, but a surprise. The alien god had just a thought, and a thick black mist suddenly rose from the land in front of Simon. The nearby swordsmen took one look and immediately distanced themselves. Then, several voices rang out in the black mist, and several young people who had been considered dead walked out. They are Simon's students and several other magicians from the Continental Human Alliance. Where is this? Ah, warp monster, fight fast, fight fast. Teacher Simon, why are you here? Why are you crying after I haven't seen you for a long time? Simon suppressed his emotions and looked up to the sky, as if asking with his eyes what this meant. Immediately, an ethereal voice sounded in his head. It's not for you, but for the person with black hair and black eyes. This is my gift to him. If you want to thank me, just thank that person. Simon was stunned, shocked that the alien god could actually speak, and spoke so rationally. He remembered the black hair and black eyes in his heart, and believed that this person must be the core of this change and turning point. Although the alien god looked at someone and left temporarily, he obviously did not want to care about the invasion of subspace, because this was his revenge. Anger cannot be easily eliminated. Someone has to pay the price. The battle to defend the Imperial City lasted for several hours. The Aussie Empire has exhausted its resources and is full of resources. The eyes were devastated and the price was heavy. After Luo Jie finished handling the divine pillar, he stopped at a city wall and looked at the sky. He saw it. Someone has solved this crisis, but no one knows who, where, or how. Who is he? Luo Jie lowered his eyes and was silent for a while, his eyes scanning the scenes in various parts of the Imperial City. As a price to pay for resisting the destruction of the country is already considered a good price. Thanks to that mysterious man and some subsequent help from the Continental Human Alliance. No matter what, sin always comes with punishment. Just like myself. Luo Jie's eyes were downcast, looking at his hands that were shaking unconsciously, thinking, is it really just a flashback? The damage was too severe, and there was no way to truly restore himself to his youth. Talking about being a teenager, but in the end it still doesn't work. He was very indifferent to this. He had long looked down upon life and death, and was thinking about what to do before death. Find a park and sit there, or have a sip of wine and talk to yourself until you close your eyes. Or take advantage of the last moment to go to the abyss to look for Brother Shio one last time. He was silent and remembered another saying. After all life dies and its consciousness sinks, it will be deposited in the abyss, even God's. He didn't have to look for it. He would get there sooner or later. Luo Jie had some thoughts in his mind and decided to go to the Imperial City first. Around 8 p.m., as soon as Hughes came out of the Magician Association, a certain seal of the Magician Association suddenly exploded. After finishing their work, the two cats came back quietly, followed behind Hughes, and patted their paws. After the war, the Imperial City was relatively quiet at night, with few people visible. Hughes was passing by the grocery store and suddenly remembered something. He walked to the door of the store and asked, "Boss, is there any tea here?" In unison, someone on his left said the same thing. Who could it be? Hughes turned his head, then froze. It was dark, and the streets were almost deserted. Perhaps it was because of his physical condition that Roger's perception was weakened, and he did not notice his surroundings. He saw a shop that was still lit from a distance, and thought that he should at least have a cup of tea before going on his way. So he walked over. Unexpectedly, a person also walked over and said the same thing as him. Hearing that voice, his heartstrings were plucked, and he felt a sense of familiarity, like the voice that had sounded in his dreams countless times. After a long time, it was constantly beautified and distorted, but it repeatedly returned to the original, that familiar voice. At this moment, he seemed to be attacked by the soul. His whole body stopped, his hands and feet were stiff, so that when the other party said the next sentence, he woke up from a dream and realized that he was in the real world, not in a dream or illusion. Roger? Did I recognize the wrong person? The man said softly, with a tone of anxiety that he was afraid of recognizing the wrong person, but more of certainty. He was sure that he recognized the right old man. Roger trembled again, as if the whole day of fighting was not as shocking as this voice. He turned around with all his strength, and under the dim light, he saw the young man standing like a dream. The other party looked at him with surprise and couldn't help saying, "It's you, right? I knew you were not dead." Dead? Roger's brain was stuck, and it took him a few seconds to realize that the other party was probably talking about the fake death. In the eyes of many people, the brave Roger had already died heroically. Chevron_left. As soon as he figured it out, he subconsciously explained, "No, I'm not dead. That was a fake death." Shio showed an expression of as expected and smiled. "I knew you wouldn't die. You have lived for more than 8,000 years, and you have encountered all kinds of situations. You have become a brave man admired by the world. How could you die easily?" Roger was stunned, and his brain was a little slow to react. "Brother Shio, have you returned from the abyss?" I don't know if this question is right or not. The premise is that Shio's has been in the abyss for more than 8,000 years since he fell into the abyss. Logically speaking, there's almost no possibility of survival, not even 1 in a billion. However, now he's alive in front of him, can still speak, and seems to understand the world very well. This is simply a miracle. Roger doubted his own eyes. Regarding this, Shio's thought about it and smiled. This matter is a long story. Let's go to the place where I'm staying now and talk slowly. Roger nodded subconsciously, as if he had returned to the past, and he lowered his eyes and actually saw the 2 cats that helped him before on the ground. There were 2 birds sitting on the heads of the 2 cats. For pairs of eyes stared at him. The eyes were sharp, full of divinity, and repulsive. He was seriously injured and unconscious before, and he didn't have time to perceive it. Now he looked up and saw it clearly. The 2 cats turned out to be Morigos and Inbos who had fought against the Kingdom of Light before. How could the 2 Abyss Lords follow Shio go and turn into cats? Not only that, the more shocking thing was what happened next. He raised his eyes and took a closer look. The 2 birds seemed to be of great origin, with the divinity of the god of Hades and the god of light respectively. Roger was dumbfounded, especially the little black bird that was still holding its head high, its fat body exuding a kind of majesty with its eyes. He clearly stated one thing. He was the Hades who once bullied the heavens. The one next to him was the god of light? How could these 2 old enemies be here peacefully? Shouldn't they fight as long as they are under the same sky? Roger's thoughts were all tangled, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. Brother Shio fell into the abyss for more than 8,000 years, and finally reunited today, but why were there 4 god-level beings around him? He was still shocked. His face was wonderful, and in Shio's opinion, he just suddenly stayed in the same place, not knowing what happened. Shio's worried, "What's wrong?" Roger hadn't reacted yet. Inbos pouted, so he had to walk over and step on Roger's claws. "Hey, my father is calling you." "Father, father." Roger stared, and the joy of reunion was almost washed away by the shock. Brother Shio disappeared for more than 8,000 years, and he actually has children, and 4 of them. Roger was trembling all over, and he could hardly stand. "Children? Does that mean he has a partner? Who is the other party?" Shio's called again. Roger still couldn't respond. His pupils were shaking, and his face turned pale. Hey, my father's calling you. Don't respond." Morrigus also stepped on him, looking ferocious and threatening. Morrigus said sternly, "What are you thinking? Our father doesn't have a partner." Stupid brave Roger. After more than 8,000 years, your eyesight is still as bad as before." After being criticized by 2 cats for no reason, Roger struggled to regain his sanity and finally reacted, slowly looking into Zeus' eyes. "Okay, let's go. I have something to say. It's a long story." The two cats were dissatisfied and complained in their hearts. The reason was simple. Roger was an old friend of my father. They just met again, and he would definitely take away my father's love. Although my father seemed very happy, forget it, as long as my father's happy. But it was a bit sad. The two cats snorted. On the way back, Inbos looked at Roger's physical condition thoughtfully and discussed with Morgos. The other side. Subspace. I say, what are you arguing about? Bayer couldn't help but intervene in the fight between Eliorg and Beelzebub and asked from a distance. Ariog and Beelzebub turned their heads at the same time, staring at the black bat tool that Bayer used to transmit his voice with horror. Bayer, are you there? Ariog's tone was cold, but he was furious, as if he had seen a mountain of gold and silver. Bayer held his chin and said, Yes, I'm here. I watched your fight for a long time. It doesn't look like an ordinary fight. Did something happen? Beelzebub glared at Eliog and said, You can't tell him that Bayer is troublesome in every sense. Ariog certainly knew that he always thought Bayer was a perverted guy. A long time ago, he actually took advantage of his sleep and stole a lot of his blood. Is this the behavior of a compatriot? But this guy still said righteously that he was researching medicine for his father. His father had disappeared for so many years. What if something went wrong with his body? What if there was no timely medicine after finding him? This statement made sense inexplicably. They couldn't refute it at the time, so they had to give him whatever he wanted until his demands became more and more perverted. But Bayer knows space magic, which is the way for them to return to the real world. Eliog sneered in his heart and said, Bayer, don't ask too much. Send us back to the real world. I will give you whatever you want as much as possible. Bayer exclaimed, looking up and down at Eliog's body. Are you sure you can give it to me? Beelzebub almost couldn't help laughing. Eliog's face darkened, except for the body. This pervert is full of greed for his compatriots' bodies, and all kinds of perverted deeds can't be washed away. Bayer was very disappointed. The girl's body rolled on the bed. Her blonde hair was smooth, so it was not messy at all. If you want me to help, give me what you want. Isn't this the basis of the transaction? Eliog was silent, slightly restrained, and said, I have important things to do. I can give you what you want with reluctance. Bayer was curious. So what is it? Beelzebub glanced at Eliog, as if warning Eliog that Bayer must not know it anyway. This guy's a chatterbox and can't keep secrets at all. If he knows their concealment, he will definitely expose it to his father. Of course, Eliog understands, so isn't he thinking of a way now? Seeing them flirting with each other, Bayer was even more confused, thinking that these two guys must be hiding a secret that cannot be told to the demons. Why don't you say it? Is it related to the OS Empire? Eliog appeared in the OS Empire last time, so it's not difficult to know about this. Bayer is a demon who likes to read the news. He reads about the latest news of humans all day long. How could he not know that 5 demons seem to be sneaking around in the OS Empire? You also have Inbos, Morgozo, and Vashik. What are you doing in the OS Empire? It is well known that the Abyss monarchs cannot coexist peacefully, but the recent situation seems to be contrary to this common sense. 2 or 3 would be fine, but there are 5. This is the sun rising from the west, and the god of Hades and the god of light have reconciled. Eliog was silent, and this looked more like a conspiracy. Bayer was a little impatient. The next second, Eliog suddenly said, We are planning to conquer the human continent. Why do you ask so specifically? Beelzebub understood immediately. His face suddenly became mysterious and said to Eliog, Didn't I tell you to keep it a secret? Why should I let him know? Bayer saw that they were about to fight again and frowned deeply. Are you serious? Conquering the continent? What's the point of such a thing? Ariog said bluntly, Of course it is meaningful. Let Father become the king of the continent. When Father comes back, we can tell Father that this is the kingdom we have built for him. Bayer was puzzled. Are you serious? Father would not want us to do this. How do you know that Father does not want us to do this? We are the extension of Father's humanity. What we want to do is what Father wants to do. Beelzebub also said. Bayer didn't believe it. This is a word game. Then what I don't want to do is also what my father doesn't want to do. Elliot smiled. Of course, human nature is sometimes contradictory. It's normal to want something and not want it at the same time. Bayer clenched his fists and said, Father won't be like this. Hui Yuqian's work, After the Lord of the Abyss Awakens, latest chapter is first updated by All Network, domain name, Beelzebub raised his jaw. That only shows that you don't understand your father. Father has ambitions in his heart. As long as he is a human, who doesn't want to conquer the world and have thousands of people surrender. Father just didn't say it. In fact, he also yearns for it in his heart, but you directly denied his father's ambition. If father knew you thought so, he would be very sad. Bayer was about to be confused by these two guys. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but say, Really? Father actually has that kind of ambition. Elliot lied continuously without a draft. He continued to exaggerate. Why are you still questioning? Do you think that since your father is not here, you can explain him at will? The right to interpret is also the right to speak, which is a very important power, especially in the war of ideologies. As the owner of the power of war, how could Eliarg not know how to play with it? Bayer was attacked from both sides with reason and evidence, and he couldn't help but doubt himself. Could it be that he was wrong, and his father actually had the ideal of conquering the world? Is it because his father has not appeared because he has not conquered the world yet? Bayer was full of wild thoughts. Eliog saw that the time had come and struck while the iron was hot. So please help us go back. We must complete the mission as soon as possible. Bayer paused. You also gathered together for your father's ideals? Beelzebub nodded. Yes, otherwise who would act with them? Bayer thought the same thing. But Beelzebub, if you want to conquer the continent, won't it be a matter of minutes? Beelzebub is very strong. His pure combat power is probably second only to Baal. He is also terrifyingly powerful and thoughtful. If he wants to conquer the continent, does he need to cooperate with Eliog and the others? Can it be done with just one demon? Thing? Beelzebub seemed to see his doubts and said, Human beings today are not ordinary, especially a certain secret society. I prefer to do things that are certain. Thoughtful guy. Bayer groaned, but he was mostly convinced by Beelzebub. Indeed, my father never said he didn't want the mainland. What if we conquered the mainland? What if my father would be very happy? Bayer was imagining happily, but when he thought that his father had not been found until now, his face immediately turned dark again. The father has not been found, so what's the point of doing more? As soon as Bayer fell silent, the two demons on the other side understood better. Eliog further said, Moreover, this is also to find the mastermind behind the attack on my father. Bayer's expression suddenly changed. He was sleeping on the bed just now, but now he sat up. The mastermind behind the scenes. Are you saying it wasn't an accident? Beelzebub, it was not an accident. 9 times out of 10, it was done by some god. Bayer was filled with rage, and finally said something that made the two demons secretly happy. Okay, I'll take you back now. Eliog and Beelzebub looked at each other with triumphant expressions. Meanwhile, Shilling Antique Shop. So, Brother Shio, you don't know how you got out of the deep. Abyss? Yes, I don't even have the memory of those 8,000 years. I just feel that time has passed in the blink of an eye. It is indeed very strange. In the antique shop illuminated by oil lamps, two people who had reunited after a long absence were communicating. When Hughes had something to say, he shared it naturally and held back almost nothing. But Roger was stuck repeatedly because the two cats opposite him would make expressions to him from time to time. The red cat pulled out a board from nowhere, and the gray cat wrote on it, gesticulating behind Hughes's back, warning him not to ask this or that. Can't ask. Luo Jie had never seen this kind of world, and he was greatly shocked. Perhaps he thought that these two guys had to repay a favor after saving him. Oh no, is it demonic love? But he was really shocked and numb. How did he know that Brother Shio was actually the creator of all the Abyss monarchs today? Even Baal and Agars are his brother Shio's children. Luo Jie didn't expect that back then. He also knew that Brother Shio was creating things, and even took a look at it a few times, but he didn't pay attention to the specific situation. Little did he know that the little guy who clung to Brother Show back then was the demon Godball who destroyed the world. And the little thing that shyly hides under Brother Show's collar all day long is actually Agar's, the great wise man who shocked the world. I don't know the answer. I can't even think of it. Luo Jie's mood was full of twists and turns, and he was even numb from shock. He turned to look at the clueless Hughes in front of him and felt a little heartbroken. Brother Xiao, your child is so powerful, but you still don't know it. Because they are afraid that you will know their dark history and even rewrite the history books. You are behind every major event that happens these days, whether it is the kingdom of light or the gods of other worlds. They were all solved smoothly thanks to you. Although the world doesn't know this, you don't know it either. What's wrong? Seeing Roger's silence, Hughes couldn't help but ask. Luo Jie was glared at by the two cats again and replied, "It's nothing. I'm just happy." Really, Brother Xiao, it's great that you are still alive. There is nothing better than this. If I can know this before I die, I will die with no regrets. I made you worry. I didn't expect it at the time. It happened so suddenly. Hughes still remembered the panicked looks they all looked at the end. He never liked making others worry, but that accident caused him to be worried by everyone for so long. Really, I don't know how to make up for it. Luo Jie shook his head. No, don't worry about it. No one wants an accident to happen. It'll be good if you can come back without incident. Hughes smiled faintly and changed the subject. Tell me about you. How does it feel to become a world hero? Luo Jie paused for a moment, his eyes looking a little bit vicissitudes of life. Thousands of memories came to his mind at the same time, all kinds of sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. He had received supreme honors when he was young and was praised by the world. In his old age, he was highly respected and educated countless students. There's so many things that, looking back, are dizzying, but in the end they all return to the starting point. The days when the seven of them went on adventures together. They come from the same world and regard each other as relatives in this alien world. We share joys and sorrows and walk together all the way. Luo Jie felt relieved and said slowly, "It's not bad to be a brave man." There was a flash of surprise in Hughes's eyes. Because back then, Luo Jie often complained about traveling to another world, and sometimes the dark words he said made him a little scared. Now it's actually changed. That's right. It always changes. I'm just too tired. Luo Jie suddenly seemed to have returned to the past and complained, "I'm really too tired to carry him." The world hero would actually look so depressed. If people knew about it, I really don't know how shocked they would be. Hughes was used to it because Roger had complained a lot before. He gossiped, "You too. Haven't you reached the age of retirement? Why do you still want to go out?" "I can't help it. I can't let it go." But you can't take care of the child all the time. As the father of more than 20 cubs, what Hughes said was very convincing. Although he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would teach children, lessons are inevitable in education. Luo Jie couldn't help but smile. He finally let go of the big stone in his heart, feeling more relaxed than ever before. Hughes suddenly thought, "Everyone outside thinks you are dead. You could just get away, right?" "Yes." Luo Jie lowered his eyes, thinking that if the Taoist died, he would naturally retire. His fleeting expression was caught by Impose. Impose was silent, lowering his head and drawing circles on the drawing board. At this time, Hughes suddenly looked serious and said, "By the way, do you know the origin of this incident in the OS Empire?" Luo Jie. "Basically, I know, but there are some parts that I can't figure out." Hughes told Roger everything he knew. Luo Jie's eyes changed. He was silent for a long time, and then he spoke slowly. "So that's it? The former king actually abducted the child of a god from another world and ate it. He has lived for so many years and has seen a lot, but this is the first time he has heard of this kind of thing. That mad king was actually insane to such an extent. Not to mention the gods from other worlds, this kind of thing would make the whole world angry with anyone." Hughes. "Yes, I accidentally learned about this. I don't know if other people know it, or the truth is buried underground, and no one knows about it in the entire empire." Luo Jie lowered his eyes and thought, "No one should know, at least not His Majesty nor the current senior officials." Anyone who knows should have been killed long ago. Is that so? Hughes pondered, but he didn't say that the child of the alien god was on his body now, recuperating and recovering in the system box, because he felt that the alien god would not want others to know about his child. Well, I'll take care of this. Luo Jie looked solemn and said, "It's already late. I'm glad to see you again, Brother Xiao." As he spoke, he stood up slowly, casting a long shadow on the table. I don't know why, but his appearance made Hughes feel uneasy, and he thought of the word at the end of the crossbow. In particular, Hughes also noticed that his face had become increasingly pale since the reunion. "Hughes, are you leaving?" "Yeah, there's still something to do." Roger looked at Hughes and glanced at the two cats behind him, as if expressing his gratitude. "I can finally see Brother Xiao and know that everything is fine with you. That's enough." Impose's claws gripping the drawing board tightened slightly. "Are you okay?" Hughes also stood up, almost expressing what he felt was wrong. However, Luo Jie shook his head and hoped to meet again in the future. His eyes were young and old, overlapping together, complex and deep. Hughes was silent for a few seconds. "If you have any questions, just tell me. Although I don't have much ability, I should be lucky. The evidence is that he fell into the abyss from the mainland and did not die. He fell from the abyss to an unknown place and did not die. In the end, he was resurrected without incident." Luo Jie looked at him, a little confused as to where to start. "I don't have much ability, but he can mobilize all the abyss monarchs with one sentence, plus the two gods of light and darkness. If the god of ranking activates the ranking, their brother Xiao might be able to be ranked. Overall top spot." However, Luo Jie looked at the two cats again and said meaningfully, "Brother Xiao, you are not ordinary. You are one of the 7 brave saviors. How can you be ordinary and have no ability?" Houston hesitated for a moment, wondering if Roger could also see that he seemed to have awakened the golden finger. He didn't even know what a golden finger was. Luo Jie smiled faintly. "Pay more attention to your surroundings. You may find unexpected surprises." The person he was referring to suddenly became furious, and his eyes widened. Around. Hughes was unaware of this, but took note of the reminder. What Luo Jie just said reminded him of something. As he was walking people to the door, he asked, "By the way, do you know how to fix system failures?" Luo Jie had some experience with this question, but not much. He replied, "I recovered automatically. System magic is said to be a very special magic. It is self-contained, just like life. It will generate itself. As long as the host does not die, it can restore it as before." Hughes thought thoughtfully, "I see. But do we have to wait for nature to repair it?" Luo Jie thought for a moment. "Not necessarily. System magic is a kind of magic. You can ask a magician to try to repair it. However, system magic is ancient and complex. It is an unconventional and specific magic. It cannot be repaired by ordinary magicians. You need to find a magician to repair it. If so, you must at least find a magician at the level of Matros and Sister Yi to be able to successfully repair it." Hughes was overjoyed because wasn't Matros his nominal teacher? "The method is at your fingertips. Don't worry, you just came out of the abyss. It's not a problem to take your time." Roger turned around and almost disappeared into the night. "Anyway, it's nice to meet again. Goodbye, Brother Xiao. Well, see you later." Roger took one last look at the antique shop and looked at the name above carefully. Hughes said goodbye to Roger, still a little melancholy in his heart. He was originally worried that the other person would forget him, but only after meeting him did he realize that he had always remembered him. The other person has changed somewhat. In the past, he cared a lot about other people's opinions, watched their words and emotions, didn't like to express himself, and would change himself because of others. Now he is mature, stable, and handy, making it difficult for people to see clearly what he is really thinking. He is also a bit more murderous. His behavior unintentionally reveals a sense of oppression, and is full of the majesty and aura unique to a brave man. Time and environment have changed him, but the essence should remain the same. "I hope it's okay." Hughes recalled for a few minutes, and suddenly a delayed system sound sounded. "Congratulations on getting 200 achievement points. Congratulations on receiving the protection of subspace. You can freely enter and exit subspace without being affected by space rules. Your entry and exit from subspace will be immune to the effects of space storms. Hughes was surprised. It was actually 200 achievement points. This value suddenly went up. Of course, it's perfect for upgrading. He looked at the little light body in the box again and confirmed that the little guy's vital signs were normal and he was slowly recovering. Okay, after a long day of work and meeting old friends, let's spend the rest of the time leveling up. After Roger said goodbye, he immediately went to the palace to find Anna. When Anna saw him for the first time, her expression was shocked, but after a few seconds, she returned to calmness, as if she already knew that Roger would not die. Roger didn't say any unnecessary words and just told Hughes's discovery. Anna went from being calm to frowning, and her hands on her dress were trembling slightly. After a long time, she said, "I knew he was crazy, but I didn't expect him to be so crazy." Luo Jie said bluntly, "The matter is over. Telling the people will not cause panic. The cause and process of this series of incidents should be announced to the public and the whole world. They should know the truth. This is undoubtedly a huge scandal." Anna nodded without any hesitation. "Okay, I will inform you tomorrow and let Helen and the others sort out the information." Beyond that, Luo Jie said only the key points. There is something puzzling behind the matter of the former king. How did he know that eating the divine baby can level up, gain divinity, and even become a godhead? Not everyone knows this. Luo Jie himself just found out about it. There's a big difference between whether the Mad King thought of it himself or someone suggested it. Anna was not clueless. She pondered for a few minutes and sorted out some information. The Emperor's brother was not the Mad King from the beginning. He changed drastically when he was 28 years old. Luo Jie also knew about this. There are two types of madmen, those who are born crazy and those who become mad later. Some go mad gradually, and some suddenly go mad. The previous king suffered from mutation and went crazy, and there were great inconsistencies in his character. As for the root cause, Anna can only think of it after the religious group settled in. Church of Dawn, the emperor changed after they came. Anna added, Brother Huang is a person who is extremely prone to anxiety. Once he is unsure and insecure, he will fall into extreme anxiety. So he pursues power more than ordinary people and wants to build an absolutely safe empire. Back then, I married abroad. I don't know the specific situation, but I have vaguely heard that after the Dawn Church settled in, it won the trust of the emperor's brother. Even the prime minister accepted his destiny and became a priest of the Dawn Church. Not only the prime minister, but more than 1/3 of the officials in the empire. The people who accepted the fate of the Dawn Church were basically dead when the alien god was angry and bloodbathed the imperial city. There are only a few people left in the Dawn Church. Luo Jie frowned. He realized that he seemed to have the wrong focus all along. What he should really be concerned about was not the coming of the alien god, but the person who caused the alien god to come. He is also old, and even his thinking ability is declining. Anna continued to recall, I didn't know about the situation in the Aussie Empire for several years. It was already 2 or 3 years before I knew that the national situation had changed drastically. By then, his temperament had completely changed, and he could no longer be crazy. After the bloodbath of alien gods descending, most of the information was erased, and we were unable to investigate many things. Luo Jie was silent and murmured, Is it the Dawn Church? It's best to investigate. They shouldn't be simple. Anna nodded and said seriously, I have this plan. Confront and reckon with the Empire's sinful past. Luo Jie looked at her strands of white hair and her face that had aged 5 minutes in just a few days. He was speechless for a moment and finally said, Don't tell others about my life. You should work hard for the future. Anna watched Roger leave and stood by the window for a long time. Suddenly her body trembled and blood overflowed from her lips. The curse of the alien god disappeared, but not completely. No matter what, let's do what we can. She sat down at the table and started writing tomorrow's paperwork. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Luo Jie stood on a taller building, looking down at the lights of the imperial city. Maybe it was because the flashback was about to end, but he suddenly swayed and almost lost his balance. At this moment, a meow sounded behind him. Luo Jie turned his head and saw the cat transforming into a human being. The black mist filled the air, and a young man who could not tell the difference between male and female walked out. Yinbosi said with a cold expression, "As a world hero, do you really want to die like this?" Luo Jie looked at him and suddenly said, "Human beings have a lifespan. Impasse. You can become an undead if you just want to. It is difficult to have meaning in a life without an end. But you shouldn't die like this." There was an inexplicable confrontation between the two sides. Loesch saw why he came. Impose also confessed, "Don't die, stay alive for a few days. I'll go to find Bayer. With his medicine, you can always survive." The Abyss Lord Bayer, as everyone knows, is very good at treatment and has countless magic potions in his hands. Impose continued, "It's not for you, but for our father. If you die, your father will be sad. So we want you to stay alive for your father." Really willful and overbearing. Loge was speechless for a while, so he had a nod. "I will hold on for a few more days." Impose was satisfied. This was the first time Loge saw the Abyss Lord so humane, and he felt novel. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes happened to pass by the church building next door. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and thought of a very critical thing. He said anxiously, "Inbo's, is the antique shop where Brother Shio is located the Shilin Antique Shop?" Inbo's nodded. "Yes, a priest named Shilin lent it to my father for temporary stay." Roger blurted out, "Shilin is from the Church of Dawn." Inbo's was confused, so what happened? At the same time, it was late at night. Moragus dozed off and was carried back to the dormitory by Shios. Shios checked the number of his children and confirmed that they were correct. Just as he was about to go to bed, he suddenly remembered that he didn't know if the door outside was locked today. It seemed to be, and it seemed not to be. He was worried, so he walked out of the dormitory and walked to the door in the dim light. Then he didn't expect that the door opened as soon as he touched it. Looking up, he saw the dusty priest Shilin in a coat standing outside the door. The other party, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Yes, I also heard that something big happened in the Imperial City. It's a pity that I couldn't get back in time. Did Mr. Shilin just come back?" The two were chatting in the antique shop. I vaguely sensed that something was wrong, so I ended my adventure early and came back. I didn't expect that something big had really happened in the Empire. As he said that, Shilin turned his head, half of his face hidden in the darkness, looked at Hughes, and smiled gently. "And it's such a big thing, it almost destroyed the country. The military should already be restoring order, but I don't know how long it will take." Hughes replied, "Soon, after the natural and man-made disasters decades ago, they have made great improvements in risk warning and later rescue management. This is also the credit of Her Majesty Anna's governance of the country day and night." Shilin analyzed the national conditions with a familiar tone, as if he knew the Aussie Empire very well, not through knowledge, but through real-life experience. "Is that so?" Hughes paid attention to the condition of priest Shilin. Everything else seemed normal, but for some reason, he always felt something was strange. Maybe he had just come back from outside, so he was carrying a chill, which made people shudder. Speaking of which, how is living here? Shilin put down the teacup, his pupils shrank, and he folded his hands on the table. The light illuminated the face of a middle-aged man. His facial features are strong, and his eyes are a rare purple color, which makes an impression on people at first sight. His reputation spread far and wide in the imperial city of the OS Empire. No matter where Hughes went to the official organization, as long as he mentioned Shilin's name and said that he was taken in by the priest Shilin, the other party would give the green light without hesitation. Others would like to cooperate with him. The strength of his connections often surprises Hughes, because in Hughes's view, this is already the prestige of a saint. If you don't often do good deeds and help others, it will be difficult to win this kind of prestige. A person is considered a good person by everyone and is repeated by word of mouth. Unless you have a God's perspective, there is a high probability that you will believe it. "Very good. Thank you, Mr. Shilin, for providing me with temporary accommodation. It's very convenient for me to live here. Shostan City replied. Shalene asked with concern, Is there nothing missing? Hughes, no. I will find a way if necessary. It's just a pity that not many customers came during the visit to the store. Shalene laughed, as if he didn't care about the customers in the antique shop, and said nonchalantly, Forget about the customers. Here's some curse props. Few people come here specially, and usually only people who are not afraid of trouble come. Speaking of this, Hughes thought of someone. A gentleman came to see you before. Shalene said, Oh, did he have something blessed by the goddess of luck? Hughes nodded. Yes, but he didn't find you and left unfortunately. Shalene smiled again. During this period, I also made many friends. When he said people, he seemed to pause subtly, almost saying the word human. Hughes paid attention, but did not bring it up. He only said, Indeed, there are many friends of Mr. Shalene in the Imperial City. Shalene's expression was gentle, but his eyes were a little dark. I don't know if it was due to the light or something, but he looked a little gloomy. He changed the topic and looked at Xiao. Looking into C's eyes, he said, Speaking of which, Mr. Aegeus, have you remembered your memory? Hughes almost forgot about his amnesia. He was silent for a few seconds and replied, I remember some, but not much. Diamond Suit want to read Chapter 38 of After the Lord of the Abyss Awakens, written by Hui Yutian. Please remember the domain name of this website. Shalene seemed to be interested and asked, Then do you remember how you fell into the abyss? Hughes turned his eyes, looked at Shalene's curious eyes, remained silent for a while, and said vaguely, I can't remember clearly. It must have been an accident. Shalene seemed a little obsessed with this answer and continued to ask, Is it really an accident? Is there nothing strange about it? Weird. Hughes's eyes changed slightly, and he couldn't help but recall it. At that time, 7 of them brave men went into the abyss to fight monsters. He had no fighting ability, so he often hid behind Chun Lingxi. Chun Lingxi's profession is a heavy armored tank, and his defense power is the highest among them. As long as he is within Chun Lingxi's protection, it is almost impossible for anything to happen to him. Until then, even when facing gods, nothing happened to him. But something happened later. Hughes frowned slightly and continued his memories. At that time, they had just come to explore the abyss and were fighting monsters on the uppermost level of the abyss. The monster they fought was not a special monster, but a powerful abyss priest. The priests of the abyss are the dependents of the god of the abyss. They obey and serve the god of the abyss. There are probably dozens of them. They have thick health and low defense. They are easy to fight, but are time-consuming. They were playing a level 83 abyss priest. For their team at that time, the strength was not high, but it could overturn if they were not serious. At that time, the brave team had a clear division of labor. Wang Cheng'er and Yi Qingyi were the main output. Mingji and Luo Jia were responsible for flexibly inserting the sword. Justin controlled the blood volume and sometimes played a hatred role, and Chun Lingxi advanced and retreated, acting according to the situation. He's behind them, and most of the time the attacks don't reach him. He was indeed not attacked from the front, because the danger came from his feet. While they were all killing monsters, suddenly the ground beneath his feet collapsed. It was a completely unforeseen moment. He couldn't react at all, and he had no means of flying or gravity magic, so he could only fall down with no place to grab. Chun Lingxi noticed something was wrong, reacted in time, and turned around. But she didn't have time to reach out her hand, because the heavy armor profession had the slowest movement speed among them. She swooped over and activated several skills, but still couldn't save him. Luo Jie was the second one to react, but he was stopped by the monster just as he was about to save him, and he couldn't kill him. Justin looked back, his face pale with fear, and he almost forgot the magic spell. Not only did he bite his tongue, but he almost tripped himself. Mingjia, as a thief profession, was the fastest, but he was also suddenly attacked by a monster on the side, and he was too busy to save him. Yi Qingyi, who was at the front, turned her head and saw her companion fall. She widened her eyes and acted quickly, releasing her magic power to the extreme, but Xiu's fell thousands of meters away, and he could hardly see people from a distance. and his position could not be locked in the chaotic space. She was too anxious to catch up, not to mention that the abyss priest behind her had just been defeated and revived with full health. Despair was 3 meters behind her. Wang Changer looked in all directions and clenched the sword in his hand. He also chose to burst out to save people, but the abyss priest's surprise attack had arrived. If he didn't move, not only Xios, but all 7 people present would die. Wang Changer's choice was self-evident. That time, Xios saw Wang Changer panic for the first and last time. After the land collapsed, it immediately recovered and completely blocked them. Xios' heart almost stopped in the terrifying free fall. It was Baal and Agar's in the box who reacted in time. One used extreme magic to slow down and protect him, and the other showed his entity and finally caught him successfully. You know, Xios was almost scared to death at that time. He fell for 2 or 3 minutes before landing. He was really almost scared. It took several days to recover. Speaking of that experience, Xios was really impressed and unforgettable. Maybe the recent dream of falling from time to time is also due to the impact of that impact. After landing, Agar's promptly gave him a magic shield, otherwise he might not be able to breathe in the abyss. So, in general, in Xios' memory, the fall was just an accident. The collapse of the land during the battle was not a strange thing. It was too normal. The abyss was a multi-layer structure with layers below. He accidentally fell down. It can only be said that he was unlucky. For Mr. Shillin's question, whether he wanted to tell the truth or not, the answer was an accident, at least in his current cognition. Xios looked at the priest Shillin next to him, and a few thoughts flashed in his eyes. He couldn't tell what he was thinking and replied, "It was an accident." I saw that the expression of the priest Shillin did not change, but his eyes changed slightly, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. The atmosphere was subtly quiet. Xios felt that the priest Shillin seemed to care about this matter, but he had no reason. Why should he care about this matter? Do you want to ask for some clues to help you regain your memory? It doesn't seem to be the case. Xios felt a little confused, and his eyes were slightly suspicious. Shillin suddenly broke the silence. Really? That's really unfortunate. After saying that, he turned around, met Xios' eyes, smiled, and said, "Anyway, I hope Mr. Xios is okay." The look he gave him was very concerned, almost like the eyes of Saint. But for some reason, Xios felt an inexplicable chill from it. This chill is... Xios couldn't help but frown. At the same time, the little light body in the system box squinted, as if he was drowsy and wanted to see the world. At this moment, Shillin suddenly stood up. "It's late. I have something to leave first, come back to see it during the adventure, and now I have to go back." "Okay." Xios said goodbye to Shillin and saw him off from a distance at the door. The little light body rubbed his eyes, his vision blurred, and he saw that it was dark outside, and his adoptive father seemed to be in deep thought. He was still a baby with no brains and could not think, so he could only stare blankly. He saw his adoptive father come back after closing the door, confirming that the door lock was okay, and then went back to sleep. Nothing happened. He turned his head again and saw 2 birds sleeping in a box next door with bad sleeping postures. It seemed that nothing happened either. He was sleepy again and was ready to go to sleep. At this time, the door was suddenly exploded, and a man and a demon came to kill. He was stunned. Inpos immediately confirmed the situation of Zeus and found that Zeus was fine and everyone was asleep, so he was finally relieved. And Roger stopped at the door, released the system identification, and called the magic detection skill. It seemed that someone came just now and then left again without leaving any breath, or perhaps this house was full of his breath. Priest Shillin, who is this guy? Roger didn't find anything and turned around to check the antique shop carefully. He had just been here, and because he was too happy to meet again, he didn't notice the situation in this house. This room is full of cursed items. Even if there is a magic circle to suppress it, it is not a place for normal people to live. Ordinary people may run away after living here for one night. In worst cases, they may die violently. If you find a person with amnesia outside, would you let him live in such a weird house and prepare everything so thoughtfully? It's called a good deed, but it will kill people. Luo Jie frowned and scanned the items. After a careful look, he found that there were many items blessed by gods. Goddess of luck, wisdom, harmony, war, sky and sea, wind, rain and drought, etc. They have been blessed by gods, but they have also suffered curses, because there's a contradiction between gods. Wherever God blesses, there is also God's curse. Lady Luck often blesses and curses. He has conflicts with the goddess of wisdom, is good friends with the goddess of harmony, and hates the boring and dull god of war. The goddess of harmony has a good relationship with all the gods. On the other hand, there are almost no gods with a particularly good relationship. Apart from the goddess of luck, there is also the goddess of virtue, who rarely appears in history. In the late age of the gods, humans listed the goddess of harmony, the goddess of luck, and the goddess of wisdom as the three major goddesses, but did not include the goddess of virtue. It is said that the reason is that the goddess of virtue is considered to be the most noble and holy and should not participate in this ranking. The specifics are unknown. Luo Jie remembered that the goddess of virtue rarely appeared and rarely blessed anyone or any props, but he did not expect that there was one in this small room. The divinity was so weak that he could hardly detect it. If he had not seen her from a distance, he would not have been able to recognize the divinity of the goddess of virtue. And that thing is a ring blessed by the goddess of virtue, but cursed by several gods. This mix and match is really rare. Does the goddess of virtue have bad luck with the gods? Luo Jie glanced at the black ring. There was nothing special about it, and it had almost no energy left. Thinking of this, he withdrew his thoughts in time. Investigating the house and the props were one thing, but the most important thing was Shilin. At this time, Impose pushed the door open and looked at Luo Jie. It's okay, that guy didn't do anything. If he did anything, even just generated hostility or murderous intent, the bracelet he gave to his father would immediately sense it and launch a defense and counterattack, while teleporting him to the scene. Strictly speaking, as long as they are not powerful beings at the level of Baal and Agars, no one can hide what he did to his father. Although even so, he was a little worried. Luo Jie said, I guess he just came to see the situation. Impose snorted coldly. The plan was all on his father. I think he is looking for death. Who is he? It's hard for people to say whether it's true or not. Luo Jie said, the Church of Dawn is both a pantheistic and a polytheistic religion. All gods are included in the list of beliefs. The names of the dishes are the same when ordering. It all depends on human needs. He is a priest of the Church of Dawn, but the specific god he believes in depends on the needs of mankind. Only through investigation will we know. Impose's eyes were extremely cold. How dare a mere priest covet my father? Luo Jie was silent for a moment and said, it's hard to say. Maybe Priest Shilin is an identity he has usurped. Priest Shilin used to be a human being, but he is no longer. In other words, that thing killed Priest Shilin and replaced him with the skin of Priest Shilin. Impose paused. Like Morgos, he did not like to think about things that were too complicated. These conspiracies and calculations may not be known until Eliog and Beelzebub come back. Just because he ran away like this means that he didn't dare to act rashly and was afraid. Luo Jie looked at him and hesitated, thinking that of course he must be afraid. Brother Xiao had 3 gods with him, and there were 2 sleeping in the room. They might wake up at any time. Which god would dare to provoke him casually? Besides, if the opponent is too strong and you are in trouble and shout out the demon ball, the boss will come all at once. What god can't destroy it? It's just that you selfishly don't want a boss to know. However, Luo Jie also understood that because demon god Baal's character is indeed very troublesome, with conquest, control, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. If he knew that his biological father, who he had been looking for 8,000 years, had returned, he would not be able to protect him properly. By then, Brother Xiao would be able to not being able to live a normal life is a problem. Unlike the sensible and gentle Agars, the eldest Brother Baal has an imperial character, majestic and cold, and can make the whole world tremble when he is angry. Roger also agreed not to tell the demon Baal unless the situation was critical and the demon had to be shaken. One way or another. Okay. After Luo Jie confirmed the situation in the room, he turned around and looked back. You protect Brother Xiao, and I will investigate the specific situation of Pre-Shilling. Seeing that he was about to leave, Impas said casually, please pay attention to your health. If you die, my father will be sad. He was so rude to Roger, the brave man of the world. Luo Jie was once the strongest person in the world. In his heyday, his strength was comparable to that of the god of the abyss. He had never fought head-on with the lord of the abyss, but he was definitely more confident in his own strength. However, Luo Jie felt that Imbos was looking after his nephew, so he didn't care about anything. Okay, wait for my news. Impas looked at the room of the antique shop again, thinking that he should ask his father to move out quickly. He couldn't stay any longer. God knows how many eyes might be hidden in this place. That night, Impos caught Morgos and taught him a lesson. He asked you to protect your father, but you ended up falling asleep. How to explain it? Morgos knew nothing about it, and almost exploded when he found out. Does anyone dare to hurt his father? Die. We can't stay in this damn place any longer. They plotted secretly and woke up Vesak. Vesak woke up angry and frightened, but when he learned about the situation, he almost exploded. Dare to plot against your father? I peeled off his skin, ground his flesh, and crushed his godhead. Move place? Of course I have to move. What the hell, bye? The three cats conspired at night, whispering under the lamp. Moragos was sent into the warp to find Eliog and Beelzebub. He was very reluctant, but gave in under Vesak's threat. Just look for it. Moragos leaves. Visago selected the location, and Persia moved overnight. He who sleeps knows nothing. One morning, Eliog and Beelzebub came in a hurry and were furious. Eliog, okay, they were so courageous that they actually kidnapped my father while we were away. Beelzebub looked gloomy and pulled out dozens of super magic spells in his hands. If this is released, the entire Imperial City will be destroyed directly. Look, no matter where they are hiding, we must find them. The two demons were furious, and at the same time, Bayer, who found that he had been dumped, almost exploded. Elioj, Beelzebub, you two dare to lie to me. See if I don't arrest you and make medicine. The OS Empire will not know how many national-level crises occurred on this day. Aronson stayed up all night repairing the magic circle, and the military also rushed to repair various things to prevent enemy countries from taking the opportunity to invade. No one noticed. All morning, the theoretical magician Aurora recommended the magician Shili to study further and go to the Oedipal Empire to practice. Shili thanked Aurora. Although she was a little uneasy about Oedipus Empire, her desire to learn conquered everything. The continuous crises of national destruction made her deeply aware of one thing. That is, if you don't have the strength, you can only be at the mercy of others. She wants to become stronger and become a great magician like Aaron's son. Ayler said, the Oedip Empire is somewhat repulsive to people from the OS Empire, so be careful when you go there. Shili nodded. Thank you. Minter, I will work hard on my own. Elur smiled. Just try to stay in the Magician Association and don't go out. Shili nodded solemnly. Okay. At the same time, Continental Human Alliance. Some people stayed up all night. Swordmaster Simon read about the history of the OS Empire all night and asked the intelligence agent lurking in the OS Empire for questioning. Don't you know anything? Yes, Your Excellency Swordmaster, we don't know anything about the sudden departure of the alien god, and we don't have any valid information. The alien god said he was a man with black hair and black eyes. Is there anyone in the OS Empire with black hair and black eyes? Simon asked. The intelligence officer answered truthfully, most of these people are caused by the influence of the abyss. According to the survey, there are 103 people in total. However, it is difficult to say the specific sexual characteristics. Some are only dark-colored and look black. It is not easy to pinpoint a specific person among so many people, and there are almost no people in the Ost Empire, so they cannot carry out any major investigation. Secondly, it may not be among the 103 people. They could only confirm that there was such a person who persuaded the alien gods to retreat and protected the 40 million innocent people of the OS Empire. And such a powerful person would definitely not like someone investigating behind his back. Simon thought for a few minutes, then suddenly closed his notebook and said, "Stop investigating. The other party is someone who can communicate with gods from other worlds. Our investigation is likely to offend him." "Yes." The intelligence officer nodded, turned around, and left in a hurry. After he left, Simon pondered at the desk and said to himself, "Who is that person? He can persuade the gods from other worlds and let him give gifts. This is not something ordinary strong people can do." Simon is well-informed and understands the nature of the gods, so he knows very well that there is no way they would value a human being so much and even make a special trip to give a gift to a human being. Gods are always arrogant because they are transcendent creatures. Asking them not to look down upon humans is like asking humans not to look down upon ants. Would humans compare themselves to ants? Won't. Since humans themselves will not lower themselves, how can they be so shameless and make legitimate demands? He despises his subordinates, but asks his superiors not to despise him. How to justify this double standard? Gods will only look seriously at those strong men who have reached the realm of gods and are on par with, or even surpass, gods. Therefore, that person mentioned by the alien god must be this type of person. At the same time, they are not the strong ones known today. Will that person still be in the OS Empire? Simon was curious. Moreover, the other person saved 3 of his students, and he also wanted to thank that person. At this moment, Leah pushed the door open and looked at the old man sitting by the window. "Simon, are you still checking?" Simon turned around. He was a little angry at Leah's actions yesterday, but after thinking about it today, he was more grateful. "She could have stayed out of it," Simon replied. "There is something puzzling about it." Leah nodded. "Yes, or rather, this incident is not normal in any way, and even more abnormal things need to be looked at in the future, such as the matter of the kingdom of light." As she spoke, curiosity appeared in her eyes. "Don't you think that ever since the Abyss Lord Eliog took action, the OS Empire has been a bit incredible?" Simon agreed. "It's like someone came to the OS Empire around that time." Leah also felt it, nodded and said, "I just don't know who that person is." While they were all thinking, there was a sudden commotion outside. The intelligence agent who had just left returned and said with shock in his eyes, "Just now, the OS Empire announced a major news." Simon and Leah turned their heads at the same time. "What news?" The intelligence officer said in a trembling voice, "It's about the former king of the OS Empire. It turns out that the cause of everything was that he stole the alien god's baby in the subspace and devoured alive, which led to this crisis of national destruction." "What did you say?" Simon was shocked. Leah said coldly, "I knew he was crazy, but I didn't expect him to be so crazy that he could even kill a baby. Regardless of race, everyone would despise such behavior. The degree of perversion of the former king of the OS Empire is unprecedented." Simon said angrily, "No wonder the alien god would retaliate crazily. This is indeed revenge. He died so easily, and it was a bargain for him." Leah asked the intelligence officer, "Did the OS Empire take the initiative to reveal this information?" The intelligence officer nodded vigorously. "They announced it themselves, and it seems that they just found it out. They only knew that the former king stole a treasure of the alien god, but they didn't know that the treasure was actually the alien god's biological child." Leah suddenly realized. Simon lowered his eyes and said slowly, "Simon said so. But how could he not know the efforts of the OS Empire to reform over the years? Empress Anna married a foreign country when she was a teenager. She was originally a princess of another country. She was appointed to be the king of the OS Empire in times of crisis. Since then, she has been devoting herself to the country and working hard. In recent years, the curse of the alien god appeared and almost took her life. To be honest, such a conscientious emperor is rare nowadays." He knows what kind of person Anna is, but he really hates the OS Empire, so he opposes it everywhere. Leah suddenly said, "The OS Empire is reforming. So far, the reform is not bad, but it needs time to settle." What she meant was whether history can be broken and whether their Continental Human Alliance can consider rebuilding peace with them again. The Continental Human Alliance is an organization established by the brave to protect all mankind from foreign invasion. The original idea was that all human countries would participate, and the House of Representatives would be composed of representatives from each country to decide major events related to the fate of mankind. However, now it is somewhat contrary to the original idea. Perhaps they also need to rethink. How can we better protect mankind instead of letting internal strife develop? Simon was silent. At the same time, Hughes had just woken up and sat up habitually without opening his eyes. He slept well last night. Everything was normal, but he should have opened his eyes to see the dim ceiling. But he didn't expect to see the snow white and bright lanterns. What? He felt something was wrong and immediately looked to the right. His children were still sleeping in the bed. Not one was missed, no problem. The problem was why this bed was wrong. And where's this place? Hughes hurriedly turned over yesterday's memory. He only remembered that he was asleep, and he should be in the dormitory behind the antique shop. But where is this place? He was dumbfounded, and a sense of crisis suddenly surged. At this moment, the gray cat yawned and stood up, looking at him with cat eyes, as if wondering why he was so shocked. Shiosi hurriedly hugged him and asked, "Inbos, do you know what happened last night?" "How did I get here?" Inbos thought, "Here he comes, he has already prepared statement. The answer needs to be borrowed from Roger." "What?" "You said Roger felt that the OS Empire was very dangerous, so he sent me abroad overnight and settled me here." Shiosi doubted his life. Is it true or not? Roger wanted to send him away. Can he wake him up before running? The gray cat then said that he didn't respond when he called him, and he slept too deeply, so Roger had to send him here first. Shiosi was stunned. Did he sleep to death? He had some clues about this, because he would occasionally fall into the depths of dreams and couldn't wake up no matter what. Shiosi stared into the cat's eyes, as if questioning, "You didn't lie to your father, did you?" Inbos was uneasy, but he nodded and said that this was all to protect his father. Roger from the antique shop will arrange for other people to look at it, so there is no need to worry. It took more than 10 minutes to go back and forth. Shiosi was still blinded by his baby filter. Finally, while recognizing the room, he smiled and said, "So that's it. You were all awake at that time, but I was the only one asleep." He accepted it quickly and walked to the front hall to confirm the situation in the house. An ordinary bookstore with a living room in the back and a bookstore layout in the front. He is the owner of a newly opened bookstore. The bookstore is located in the imperial city of the Oedipus Empire. Roger really chose a good address for him. Shios got familiar with the environment and quickly packed up. He didn't have much stuff, but he had clothes and the like, and even a short wand given by the Magician Association was in his luggage. Who wouldn't say it was thoughtful? He spent an hour or two to organize it. He didn't rush to open the store, but checked the system. He hadn't allocated yesterday's achievement points yet, and now he had time. So he put all his achievement points on upgrading, and his level suddenly increased to 30. Level 30 is a watershed for humans, the difference between ordinary people and extraordinary people. He finally succeeded in crossing it today, and his title officially became Creator. It was difficult for Shiosi to upgrade, and he was very happy every time he upgraded a level. Then, the system seemed to recover 10%, and a large number of rewards were released, including hard currency, such as gold and silver coins, and the World News channel in the lower right corner was unlocked. Shiosi used to watch this channel often, especially when he fell into the abyss. Through its broadcast, he can know most of the important events in the world. At this time, several news items were being refreshed on it. The Continental ranking is about to begin. Please pay attention to all mankind. Ranking? Shiosi was surprised, and then he remembered that there was such a thing. The ranking god would re-rank humans and countries every year. The top 10 human rankings today were not self-proclaimed by humans, but were ranked by the ranking god. Xiuxi thought this was a very interesting activity, just like playing a game to report the world ranking. It's a pity that it has nothing to do with him. He is an ordinary person who has just reached level 30, and he may not even be able to enter the list. He laughed and felt that it had nothing to do with him. So he opened the door and prepared to open for business. However, what he didn't know was that this round of ranking directly shocked the world. On the other side, the palace of the Oedipus Empire. Sword Saint Pharaoh was angry all day, looking extremely ugly. He was well prepared and was about to take down the OS Empire. However, the alien god suddenly gave up destroying the OS Empire, allowing the OS Empire to survive, which also caused them to make a wasted trip and could only stare at the territory of the OS Empire in a daze. Is this funny? Yes. But who would have thought that the alien god would suddenly turn back? I was waiting for him to get angry and slaughter the OS Empire. Why did he not do it halfway and leave as soon as he said he would? Pharaoh was so angry that he trembled all over, and his brows were squeezed together. The terrifying low pressure around him also caused the servants beside him to not dare to speak at all. The cooked duck ran away inexplicably. How could they accept this? Moreover, if this was a secret operation, it might not be too embarrassing. The problem is that they are sure that the OS Empire will definitely perish, so they disdain to conceal their military movements and play open cards to deter other countries with the same goals. However, the development of the matter exceeded their expectations. According to multiple investigations, everything pointed to a mysterious person who persuaded the alien god to retreat and save the OS Empire. In the past few days, a young man in black killed the apostles and smashed the divine pillar. The OS Empire did not know his identity. When the alien god descended, many people witnessed that the young man in black was dealing with a monsterized divine pillar, indicating that he was not the one who persuaded the alien god to retreat. In this series of events, two mysterious people appeared before and after. At least someone had witnessed the former, but they knew nothing about the latter. They only knew the vague characteristics mentioned by the alien god, black hair and black eyes. There are actually quite a few people with this feature. As the relationship between humans and the abyss becomes closer and closer, many humans are affected by the power of the abyss, and their physical characteristics are becoming darker and darker, especially the contractors of the Abyss Monarch. There are more than 1,000 people with this feature in their great empire. If the color value is released a little more, it can even reach about 10,000 people. Who exactly intervened in the middle? Why intervened? Who is he? Pharaoh was confused and couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. But instead of thinking about who the other party is, there may be something more important. That is, the other party has the strength to persuade the gods from other worlds to retreat. So what level should this person's strength be? Sword Saint Pharaoh's eyes darkened, and he fell into deep thought. Living beings have levels, and they're divided into different levels of strength. Generally speaking, they could be divided into 7 or 8 echelons. Below the 7th echelon are ordinary people, or ordinary people with a little extraordinary power. The 7th echelon is ordinary people who have initially stepped into the extraordinary road. The corresponding human level is 1 to 10. These people usually account for 5% of the national population. If they have a certain profession, the corresponding professional title is apprentice plus professional name. The 6th echelon is ordinary people who have gradually mastered extraordinary means. The corresponding human level is 10 to 30. These people usually account for 3% of the national population. The corresponding professional title will still have apprentice. The 5th echelon is the extraordinary who has officially stepped into the extraordinary road. The corresponding level is 30 to 50. These people usually account for 1% of the national population. Humans below the 4th echelon can only use power, but after level 30, people's extraordinary power can be integrated, transforming their body, temperament, and soul. The corresponding professional title is generally the profession itself. For example, a swordsman is a swordsman. The 4th echelon is the extraordinary people who gradually have a system, and the corresponding level is 50 to 70. The number of these people is relatively small. They are generally the backbone of a country and can get high-level status, such as titles in most countries. The third echelon is the extraordinary people who have a self-consistent system, and the corresponding level is 70 to 90. These people are the focus of training or befriending by the country, and the number is rare. The second echelon is the extraordinary people who have entered the realm of gods, and the corresponding level is 90 to 100. All people in this range are talents that countries strive to compete for, strategic weapons, and the number is extremely small. This range also corresponds to most gods. After humans reach level 95, they can have the power to fight against gods. Humans at level 98 can deal with most gods. Level 99 is enough to make the gods look sideways, and level 100 can make the gods look at them and dare not provoke them easily. It is difficult for humans to upgrade, and it is extremely difficult to reach level 100, but reaching level 100 means that you have the power to fight with the gods of the original series, and you can even kill gods of this level. The powerful beings in the world, including the subspace, are basically around the second echelon. According to the division method of the Continental Human Alliance, the original series gods, such as the god of light and the god of Hades, are the ceiling-level existences of the second echelon. The preliminary judgment of the alien god number 007 is also in the second echelon. Based on his performance and power so far, the Institute judges that the alien god number 007 has the strength comparable to the god of light and the god of Hades, and may even be above them. Since the mysterious man of the OS Empire can persuade the alien gods, that is to say, his strength is at least the ceiling of the second echelon, because gods will not listen to beings weaker than themselves. So, Pharaoh's face changed when he thought of this, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He said to himself, "That person is at least level 99. How amazing is this possibility? There are only 12 known and alive level 99 humans. There are only 3 humans at the maximum level. That mysterious man is at least level 99, so he is one of the ceiling camps with only a dozen people. This kind of person is a country. No one dares to offend easily, let alone investigate easily. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the country." Pharaoh gritted his teeth, feeling extremely annoyed by this. If there is such a person protecting the Oedipus Empire, let alone him as a sword master, even if the entire Oedipus Empire comes together, they may not be able to defeat the opponent. Where did the Ost Empire come from with such a big backer? Are they worthy? Pharaoh was so angry that he smashed the table next to him with one palm, revealing his murderous aura and terrifying pressure. The attendant felt something was wrong. His pupils were trembling, and he knew that Pharaoh was angry and might be angry with them. So he said anxiously, "Master Pharaoh, the other party may not be the backer of the OS Empire. Maybe he is just solving problems casually. Moreover, the other party, if it is really the backer of the OS Empire and is so powerful, how can it be possible to only help half of it and leave the OS Empire in such a mess?" What he said got Pharaoh exactly what he wanted. Upon hearing this, Pharaoh raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "It is indeed possible. The other party's action was not so much for the Aussie Empire as it was for the sake of the 40 million innocent people. They thought too much before thinking that the OS Empire had another backer." "Stop." Pharaoh's tone was indifferent. "Let's forget about the OS Empire for now. It seems that they can't be destroyed for a while. And they're not all good things in this series of events. At least the brave Roger is really dead." The attendant trembled all over, pursed his lips, and dared not speak. "Oh, one more thing. I almost forgot. Is there another ranking of the strength of all mankind tomorrow?" Pharaoh finally stopped worrying about the Ost Empire. The attendant breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Yes, the priest of the god of ranking announced the rescheduling time 3 days ago, which is 12 o'clock noon tomorrow." Pharaoh doesn't care about ranking on the surface, but he cares deeply in his heart. As the youngest sword master in the West, he reached level 91 at the age of 32. His leveling speed shocked the world. Some people once said that he will be the best swordsman in history. Strong swordsman. He also has confidence in himself. He not only survived the Age of Heroes, but also surpassed the heroes, especially Wang Cheng'er, who is known as the strongest hero. He can do it because he is a swordsmanship genius that is rare to see in 1,000 years. The attendant saw that Farrell's expression had changed several times in a short period of time, and he was a little confused. Swordmaster Farrell is ranked 72nd in the rankings, which is already considered a very high ranking for his age. Which one above 72 is not a monster? To be honest, I don't think there will be much change in this year's rankings. The list of more than 100 people has not changed for several years. At most, there are only a few ranking changes. Farrell's strength has improved, and he should be promoted to 71st this year, right? The other side, the Continental Human Alliance has held several meetings in the past 2 days, and the ranks of the powerful people summoned have continued to rise. It is said that even the 11th ranked human being has been called. Some people say that it is to discuss the disposal of the OS Empire, and some say that it is not just the OS Empire, but a larger and deeper issue related to the future policy of the Continental Human Alliance. On this day, many people use teleportation arrays to sneak away to the OS Empire in order to mourn the brave Roger. Of course, there are still some people who don't think Luo Jie is dead. Some people go to make a small investigation, while others ignore it and believe that the brave Luo Jie escaped from his shell and took the opportunity to go into seclusion. There is nothing to worship if no one is dead. It was said that Roger was secretly investigating in the OS Empire. When he turned around and saw a huge crowd of mourners blocking the entrance of the Brave Memorial Hall, he felt, oh no, he had to die no matter what. It's hard to get off the tiger, but as long as he doesn't do sit-ups, that's fine. Luo Jie thought irresponsibly in his heart. I'm sorry to make all the children feel sad, but as a brave man, I have saved the world so many times, and I made a little calculation in the end. Can you forgive me? Luo Jie was free, but he was still somewhat unsettled in his heart. After all, you risked your life to protect the world for so many years, and you couldn't just let it go. Take your time. Luo Jie has looked down on many things and no longer cares so much. He has lived enough in this life, and most of his ideals have been realized. The only remaining wish is... Luo Jie stopped on the side of the road, listening to the noise on the street, and passing countless pedestrians around him. He survived the disaster and cherished the people in front of him even more. Time passed, and countless memories flashed by. I thought it would be enough to find Brother Xiao, but now he has greater ambitions. He wanted the 7 brave men to reunite. I think the other 5 people also know that Brother Xiao is still alive. Luo Jie lowered his eyes, thinking that human greed really has no end. While he was immersed in memories, people around him talked about the mainland's strength ranking. Ah, if you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten it. It's tomorrow at noon, right? Where can I see this? Do you have a magic broadcaster? No. Isn't that thing very expensive? Then just go outside and listen. Some taverns will connect to the Ranking Gods channel and broadcast it publicly in real time. It won't be new until the Empire official compiles the complete ranking. Luo Jie listened to their conversation and thought that the god of ranking would rank him based on his lowest strength because of his unstable strength. After Wang Cheng'er and Yi Qingyi disappeared, he was once ranked number 1, but now, of course, he is not. Roger shook his head and continued his investigation. Priest Shilin is really a person who gets deeper into the water the more he investigates. He and his Church of Dawn appear to be virtuous and good at first glance. But once you investigate deeper, you'll find that they're filled with bones and can eat people without spitting out their bones. He originally thought that the Freemen's Alliance was the most troublesome secret society today. But now it seems that if there are people outside, perverts have to look to the Dawn Church. Roger unknowingly sneaked into the underground branch of the Church of Dawn in the OS Empire. He was shocked by what he saw in front of him and felt extremely sick. Finally, he stopped in front of an altar and whispered, "No wonder they know that devouring the divine infant can absorb the divine personality and upgrade smoothly." It turns out, Luo Jie was extremely angry, but his tone was calm. Even if he had retired, He would completely eradicate the Dawn Church all over the world. A bunch of beasts. On the other side, the great empire of Oedipus. Are you the owner of this bookstore? You look so young, and you are a magician? Great, I like magicians. As soon as the bookstore opened, passers-by came in to take a look at the novelty. Hughes has never opened a bookstore, but he still understands the general principle. When selling things, you naturally have to be kind to customers. It is best to be able to sell products according to the needs of customers like a shopping guide. And books are also a kind of product. But it is a pity that he is very out of touch with the times and does not know much about the current best-selling books and best-selling authors. If the current human writing and language had not changed much from the past, he would even be illiterate and unable to communicate normally. Please take a look. Hughes played the wild card, whatever, and the effect was really good. Several passers-by who came to take a look. The location of the bookstore is good. There are many magicians coming and going. You can walk 500 meters next door to the Magicians Association of the Oedipus Empire, which can be said to be very convenient. After Hughes finished checking the bookstore, he just sat down when he looked out of the corner of his eye and saw the little white bird running out and standing on a parchment book, scratching the pages with its paws, its big eyes filled with confusion. He seemed to want to read a book, but was unable to turn the pages. The gray cat beside him showed little interest in this and had no intention of helping. "Come here," Hughes suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, the little white bird immediately turned its head, then flapped its wings and flew in front of Hughes, landing on the table with its face raised. Says put him. He took the parchment he wanted to read back, opened a page, and said, "You want to read it, right?" The little white bird nodded, turned around and saw the book open, jumped for joy, and then really got up, as if he could understand what was written on it. The child could actually read just a few days after birth. Hughes was a little dazed, thinking that except for agars and impos, few of his children liked reading. Today there is one more intellectual sect. It is a good thing to love learning. But when he took a closer look, he discovered that this book was about the glorious history of the god of light's battle against the god of Hades, and the author was a believer of the god of light. Hughes was a little silent, thinking that his child was really studying, right? Even so, he continued to help hard turn the pages until the little black bird ran out and abducted the little white bird. Regarding the various behaviors of his little compatriots, Persia commented that they were just brats making trouble. On the other side, Hughes read an intermediate magic book. He repeatedly traced the magic circle on the drawing to increase his memory and understanding of the magic structure. The level and magic power have increased, but it's useless if you don't know how to use them. There are only a few magic spells that he has memorized now, namely Elementary Magic Gathering, Elementary Fireball, and Elementary Light Ball. The three magic abilities are as their name suggests. Primary Magic Gathering refers to condensing magic power and then releasing it. It does not involve changes in properties or the invocation of magic elements. The magic structure is very simple, involving only one layer of changes. It only takes dozens of drawings to understand in your mind, and you can probably remember it. But it was obvious that primary magic could no longer satisfy Hughes' thirst for knowledge. He wanted to try to understand more complex intermediate magic, and the first thing he wanted to learn was intermediate movement. Lock on a target and then move it. Sounds simple, right? But it is a dual structure. One structure is used for locking, and one structure is used for moving. The magic circle it corresponds to is two overlapping but not overlapping hexagrams. The main difficulty in drawing it is that the human mind does not have drawing tools such as compasses and triangles. So it is difficult to imagine and construct a perfect magical structure graphic. If the thread is crooked or missing, everything will fail and the brain will explode. The more Hughes learned, the more he felt that magic was really a difficult subject. He looked at the time and started to memorize it. An hour later, he had almost memorized it, so he tried it in the bookstore. Lock a book on the shelf and try to move it. Hughes concentrated his mental power and operated the magic power according to the structure. The books on the bookshelf trembled slightly, but not enough. So he imagined the pulling force in his mind and slightly adjusted the structure. After the book trembled for a while, he successfully pulled it out and shook it. It flew unsteadily into his hand. It worked. He was very happy, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that learning magic in this way was too inefficient. To be honest, is it faster to spend all day drawing a circle in your head manually, or to draw a circle in your head with a compass? Hughes felt that he needed to make some thinking props. This may be a very bold idea. At least he looked through the magic books and never saw anyone thinking this way. Did others not think of it, or did they think about it, but it didn't work, so they naturally didn't write it down? Hughes is a person who pays attention to efficiency at work and can complete things in an hour. Don't expect it to take 2 hours to complete. The secret to success at work is to master some tips that are higher than the industry average productivity. Regarding magic, he felt that he could also understand it by analogy and then comprehend it. So give it a try. Hughes thought about his super high mental power value and felt that he could try boldly. So he thought for a while, carved out an experimental space in his consciousness, created in his own mind, and built the tools he wanted. At the beginning, he failed many times. Turning an idea into a real object was not an easy task, and it was a great challenge to his imagination. But he is different from people from other worlds. He clearly possesses the knowledge that everything is energy, invisible and intangible gases, visible and intangible liquids, and visible and tangible solids. It is the different ways in which energy is composed, and the properties of the products that are finally presented are different. So what's the key? Hughes thought. The answer is to jump out of the narrow thinking space, go to a higher level, and think about higher, more essential, and more thorough things. As long as this idea is right, there is no need to worry about finding a way. You need to open your horizons. Hughes has an active mind and vigorous energy. Once he figures it out, he will quickly put into practice. Then he forgets the time. When he looks again, the thing is already done in his hands. A large compass appeared in his thinking space, which was as long as his legs. He tried drawing on a flat surface, and it was very convenient to use. But after he tried it, he felt that this was a bit troublesome. Does it require mental energy to be affected every time? Can it be like a sweeping robot that can set a mode, remember a magic structure, and then it will automatically draw a thought? As a Buddhist fisherman, Hughes will not miss every opportunity to save effort. Saving mental energy is also a way to save effort. He played with the tools and continued to imagine in his mind. At this time, he didn't know that the path he had unintentionally taken would elevate modern magic to a higher level. Time flies by quickly. The young man is sitting at the front desk as if he is dozing off, looking at the table blankly. When Persia saw this, he thought for a moment and transformed into a human form in front of Hughes. When passers-by saw him, they were all shocked. His appearance and temperament are so extraordinary that he attracts attention whenever he appears in the world. In this regard, Impose solved it by throwing a magic spell at random. Cognitive control, so that everyone passing by will not notice the extraordinary things in this bookstore. At the same time, there will not be any hostility or murderous intention towards the bookstore and the people inside. Violators will trigger an immediate death sentence. Then he walked out of the door, and the people coming and going didn't seem to see him, so they walked right past him. The time is already 6 p.m. The topics discussed by passers-by were surprisingly consistent. Do you think the rankings this time are still the same as last year? Haha, it's impossible. Not to mention other countries, our Oedipus Empire will definitely be able to move up a ranking. What? You mean the ranking of the strength of all mankind? Then I don't know. In short, I'm not optimistic. It's so difficult to upgrade now. Every level after level 95 is even harder to reach the sky. It's hard to change the top 10, no, the top 50 humans. Imposs watched them pass. Didn't think much about it. Are humans ranked? He still remembers when he used a human vest and almost exposed a secret. The human strongman he pretended to be was obviously powerful, but was not in the rankings, which aroused some suspicion. Later, he learned from Agars and actually created a human body, and then he successfully blended into all humans. Speaking of which, what's the ranking of his human vest, Matras? 18th? Indeed. Speaking of this, Impose had to admit that the ceilings of human beings are indeed monsters. Among them, The first and second ones are said to have taken a step into the second echelon, half-stepping into the ultimate first echelon. That is, the realm above the full level. Bosie's green eyes were dim and thoughtful. This night, the mainland Human Alliance was very lively, and there were discussions everywhere. It happened that the person ranked 11th came back, and many young people came to watch. Haha, don't get too excited. Sign in one by one. My signature can deter monsters. Say my name wherever you go. Seeing my name is like seeing a person. How dare they eat you? The red-haired young man smiled brightly and handed out signatures while talking. His words may sound narcissistic, but he is too powerful to be exaggerated. Seeing that there were fewer people around, Simon walked over to greet him. Wilkin, have you completed your subspace mission? The red-haired young man turned back and showed a perfect smile. His eyebrows were curved, and his cheeks would even have pimples when he smiled. His childlike face made it impossible to tell that he was 39 years old. Mr. Simon, long time no see. Which mission in subspace are you talking about? Simon's expression remained unchanged, and he said, The SS-level mission of the Vampire Clan. Wilkin's smile deepened. That one was completed a year ago. He spoke calmly, revealing his absolute confidence in his own strength. Of course, Simon knew that Wilkins seemed to be friendly and calm, but in fact he had a strong self-esteem, a strong desire to win and lose, and did not like others to question his strength. The higher a person reaches a high position, the less down-to-earth he becomes. Simon had no intention of questioning, he just asked casually, and then said, Congratulations, you seem to be stronger. These words clearly struck a chord with Wilkin. Wilkin smiled and said, Teacher Simon, don't be nervous. You are my former swordsmanship teacher. How can I find you offensive? Simon's mouth twitched slightly, a little disbelieving. Wilkins said bluntly, To tell you the truth, I am confident that I will be in the top 10 in this issue's ranking. Yeah. Simon thought to himself that it was not so easy to get into the top 10. If nothing else, the strength of the top 10 gatekeepers was enough for people in the 10th digit ranking to drink a pot together. Hey, you'll find out tomorrow. Wilkins' eyes were full of confidence. Hughes was immersed in magic practice, and it was already 10 p.m. when he woke up. Seeing that the door was not even closed outside, he immediately took care of it and then went to bed to prepare for tomorrow's practice. At 10 a.m. the next day, he opened his doors for business, exploring new ways of magic when there were no customers. He called his magic practice method simple magic. Does it sound like there is? A little weird? Is it okay? The name is not important. What is important is the practice of magic, not the appearance. Hughes tried new methods with relish. At the same time, a moment of great concern to people all over the world is coming. In the Oedipus Empire, for the announcement of this issue's rankings, the top management also called all the powerful people around a round table to receive information as soon as possible, and then discuss, analyze, and exchange ideas. The ranking of the ranking god is basically a fact, otherwise he would not be able to become the ranking god, /. For the god of ranking, everything can be ranked, whether it is physical strength or combat power, or more abstract spiritual power or imagination, but he does not rank the latter often. Swordmaster Farrell sat at the round table, his back straight and his eyes showing power. The general next to him was a bit weaker than him. His attitude undoubtedly shows one thing. He is sure that his ranking will rise. This is a good thing for Oedipus' great empire. So no one present could say anything. The ranking announcement this time is still the same as before. The comprehensive strength ranking of all mankind will be announced first, and then the country and other rankings will be announced. According to the previous public order, all rankings except the top 10 will be publicized at once, and then ranked down one by one to the first place. Then, 2 hours passed in a flash. In the dining hall of the Continental Human Alliance, everyone looked at the projected image, including Wilkin, who pretended to be calm and relaxed. On the other hand, Hughes was raising cubs and practicing at the same time, concentrating without any distractions. And the next second, the entire continent took a deep breath. Dignitaries from various countries are on tenterhooks and extremely nervous. The strength rankings from the top 11 to the top 100 were announced in one go. Swordmaster Farrell quickly searched for his name. Then his pupils shrank, and he smashed the table in advance in anger. What a broken list. He was confident that he could be ranked 71st, but why did he even drop one place to 73rd? Absurd. Absurd. At the same time, Wilkin jumped up. As the top 11, his ideal situation is that his name cannot be seen, which means that he's ranked in the top 10, but the result displayed on the screen is 12th. Not only did he not rank in the top 10, he also regressed. Who was in front of him? Wilkin looked again and saw that the current 11th place was exactly the 10th place before. In other words, someone suddenly descended from the sky and pulled down the ranking. How is this possible? What Wilkin discovered was discovered across the continent. Swordmaster Farrell quickly scanned the 90 people on the list, compared the rankings of the previous period, and came to the conclusion that the order of all members was lowered by one place. No exceptions. How could they not be shocked? This means that a strong person suddenly appears among human beings. Among the top 10 human beings, this is a world-class strategic talent that all countries desire. Top 10 airborne? Who are they? At the roundtable meeting of the Continental Human League, Leah couldn't help but say, should it just drop to the 10th place? It can't go any higher. The 9th place in the last issue is a monster among monsters, and it is impossible to be squeezed out. Simon nodded, glanced at Wilkin's complex expression, and said, I also think that the top 9 are unshakable. There should be some. Man airborne 10th. However, the top 10 were then announced, and the screen changed, showing the palace of a certain large empire with an old man standing with his back turned, and his face could not be seen. As we all know, the top 10 do not announce the name, but directly announce the person. Everyone was shocked by this because this old man was ranked 9th in the last issue, but now he is only ranked 10th. No, even he was squeezed out. What happened to the airborne man? Leah was dumbfounded. She had never seen this situation before so many times after ranking every year. Simon was also in a daze. He couldn't help but hold his forehead and whispered, Has another monster been born? On the other side, Farrell slapped the table and said excitedly, The highest ranking is 9th. The person who landed in the air cannot be higher. However, the rankings continued to be announced, and the order moved down again. The 8th place in the previous period became the 9th place in this period. Even the strong players involved in ranking were stunned. Although they didn't care about ranking, it was too sudden, right? The other side, Hughes was serious when he suddenly heard someone yelling on the side of the road. He didn't know what happened. He seemed to be shocked, and he was muttering something about ranking. He turned his head and saw that they were all shocked. However, what did his concern about other people's shock have to do with him? His first priority was to improve his level as soon as possible. Ranking was still too far away for him. He had to take things step by step, didn't he? Persia looked at the situation outside and felt that he seemed to have overlooked something very important. What was it? Speaking of which, what if the ranking was wrong? At the same time, the 8th, 7th, and 6th places were announced one after another, and the results were all one place lower than the previous period. What does this mean? Will the parachuted person land? And then, the 5th and 4th places were all ranked down. The people of the Continental Human Alliance held their breath, and they dared not imagine what would happen next. Now only the top 3 are left. Everyone held their breath, sweating coldly, with a sense of urgency that they were about to witness history. In the previous issue, the top 2 were all at the highest level, and the person who suddenly dropped and pushed the original 3rd place down, which means that the person was at least at the highest level. There were only 2 humans at the highest level in the entire continent, and today the number increased to 4 unexpectedly. This is enough to affect the strategic deployment of the great empire, and even the history of mankind today. Simon's heart was pounding, and he had never been so nervous about the ranking. Leah was the same. Her temples were soaked with sweat. And then the 3rd place was announced, and it turned out to be the 2nd place in the previous issue. The characteristics of the figure shown in the picture were too obvious, and there was no possibility of mistake. I never expected that, Even he was suppressed. What is going on? The politicians and kings of the major empires all perked up. Who is that person? He appeared out of nowhere. Impossible. Could it be an old, powerful person who came back from the abyss or the subspace? It's possible, but it seems unlikely. At the same time, Mbosi had a bad feeling and thought about the ranking of all human beings. His father is also a human, so he won't be ranked in, right? But the ranking god will only reveal the top 100 of all human beings. Our father is only level 30 now, so he can't be in the ranking list, right? Mbosi thought hard and felt more and more bad. However, the ranking continued, and the second place was announced directly after a few seconds. It was the original world number one. The whole world was shocked. The original number one was actually suppressed. What does this mean? The person who suddenly appeared was directly ranked first. Shocked to the extreme, it was a suffocating silence. In the major cafeterias of the Continental Human Alliance, countless human guardians stared at the ranking screen tightly, and their jaws almost fell to the ground before they could bite the bread in their mouths. No, are they really not dreaming? They knew very well how strong the original number one was. He was a student of Agar's, a contractor of the Demon God Ball, and had a lot of protections on him. At the age of 18, he beat the dragons and made them cry for help. At the age of 20, he was a legendary figure who could enter and exit the warp as if he was in an empty space. The gods in the warp were very afraid of him. He was actually suppressed by a person who came from the sky. How could they understand and accept this? Is the god of ranking confused? This kind of thing is impossible, right? They subconsciously couldn't believe it, but reason also told them that the god of ranking could only have 1 or 2 errors, and for the important top 10 lists, he would never make mistakes. The god of ranking can have the power of ranking and rank everything in order. It is the embodiment of the will of the universe. How could the universe make mistakes? So, there's no doubt that he really landed the first place. Simon swallowed his saliva and was so nervous for the first time. The original number one was a half-step leap to the full level. What existence could suppress him? I'm afraid it's not the ultimate existence that has passed the maximum level and entered the next realm. Is it the realm that humans can reach? Thinking of this, the strong people all over the world felt nervous at the same time. At this moment, it's better to say that they are waiting for the ultimate possibility of mankind, rather than waiting for the emergence of the strongest human being. Is there a higher and farther realm waiting for countless people to explore? In just a few seconds, some people were just shocked, and some saw the future of mankind, and even the entire continent. At this moment, Mbosi suddenly realized and panicked on the spot. And the announcement of the ranking god did not wait for them at all, and the picture appeared in the next second. In just a moment, the whole world held its breath. I saw that bookshelves, desks, and a few books randomly placed appeared in the picture. This picture is very ordinary, without a trace of extraordinary, unlike the top 10 just now, one by one. So cool, clearly knowing what day is today, so most of them are pretending to be cool. And this picture looks like just an ordinary bookstore. Is it true that ordinary is ordinary? Wait, there's no one in the picture? Everyone was nervous, but they were forced to ask again. Yes, where are the people? The screen shook inexplicably, as if it was attacked by some small animal, and the lens was visibly tilted. No way, this lens is actually tilted. This was the first time everyone had seen this, and several people in the temple looked directly at the priest of the god of ranking. The priest thought, don't ask me, I'm also confused. How can I know why the screen is tilted? It has never happened so far. But there is only one thing that is absolute. That is, the first place in the ranking is in the scene of the screen. The priest's statement quickly spread to the world. Everyone had to observe carefully, what is this place? Is there any light reflection that can help them see the people inside? Fortunately, the god of ranking always shows the first place in the ranking alone for the longest time, a full 2 minutes. They have time to observe. At the same time, Inbo's cursed. If he hadn't reacted in time and tilted the lens, something big would definitely happen in the next second. Think about it. His compatriots are all looking for his father. When they see his father in the picture broadcast all over the continent, they will definitely rush over. So he must not let his father's identity be exposed. This is also related to whether they will fail and advance and be hated by his father. In order to block the power of the god of ranking, Persia did not hesitate to use more than a dozen super magic spells. He originally thought he could successfully shield it, but he didn't know it since he had never been in contact with it before. Now that he has been in contact with it, he knows that the power of the ranked god is not inferior to that of the god of light, and he cannot easily cut off his power. Is it true that the true god does not show his face, and that the abstract concept god should not be underestimated? Yimbosi's eyes were firm and determined not to give up. When Hughes turned his head, he could only see the gray cat fighting with the air, slapping its paws in various ways with a serious expression. Hughes was dumbfounded. What is going on? Is it because even Morgos has become lethargic and has no playmates? Hughes hesitated to speak and was inexplicably considerate. What was he thinking? The relationship between his children is actually quite good. At the same time, he heard the noise outside getting louder and louder. People are clamoring about the number 1 airborne ranking and who the mysterious person is. To be honest, he was a little curious, but he also felt that since he had just embarked on the path of cultivation, he should focus on his feet instead of focusing on data rankings that could easily make him impetuous. What's the use of knowing who is first or second? Improving your own strength is the most important. Hughes was very determined in his pursuit of knowledge. Every step he took and every new idea he conceived, he would carefully take notes in the book. If he also has Tao, then his Tao is probably 8 characters, steady, mentally stable. Meanwhile, the other side, everyone was thinking crazy about that ranking screen, and people were discussing it everywhere. Has anyone seen this place? The books on the back look familiar, but they are all very basic magic books, right? Is there a talent or method that can locate a specific location through a picture? Countries were talking a lot, and Oedipus was the most excited among them, because they can see that there are more books published by their Oedipal empire on that bookshelf. In other words, the number 1 ranking is most likely with their Oedipal empire. This is a huge opportunity to win over. At the round table, a general crossed Farrell and asked everyone directly, "Does anything in that picture look familiar to you?" Someone said, "It looks very familiar, but it feels like many study rooms have this layout, right?" This light angle is obviously on the first floor, and it is winter. The intelligence officer hesitated to speak, as if he was deep in thought. Who would have thought that an activity to announce the rankings would be turned into a solving crime activity by them? And while they were racking their brains, the god of rankings seemed to have succeeded in struggling, and the screen moved and the angle changed. Can we finally see that person's true face? However, with a pop sound, the lens seemed to be stunned again, falling down visibly to the naked eye, and the picture of the lens was focused on change from the bookshelf to the desktop. But the good news is that there is progress this time. In the picture, you can see the pen tip, the white paper, and the white paper with a magic circle drawn by the pen tip continuously. You can tell at a glance that this is the magic circle written by the other party in the note. They accidentally bumped into each other and caught a glimpse of the number 1 person studying magic. It turns out that the other party is a strong person in the magic system. Seeing this, Simon's eyes changed slightly. As a warrior profession, he definitely hopes that the number 1 ranking is his warrior profession. But if it's magic, he can understand. Unlike warriors who will die of old age, magicians always have ways to prolong their lives and then continue to improve their strength. However, before Simon could think about it, the magician next door looked surprised and said, "I can see what kind of magic structure this is." Simon was stunned and asked, "What magic?" The court magician replied, "This is an ordinary intermediate movement technique. Magicians above level 40 can learn to use it freely. It's a bit unbelievable. That person is the number 1 most powerful person. Why does he study such a common magic?" She wasn't the only one to discover this. There's also Aaron's son from the OS Empire who is also paying attention to this matter, and Aller from the Magician Association. All the magicians were puzzled, because no matter how you think about it, ordinary movement is a very common magic. It can be used as long as the level is reached. For high-level people, it is just a splash. So, why does rank 1 pay attention to such a common magic? Could it be that something was really wrong? They were puzzled, but the pen in the picture continued to draw. At first, it was all the familiar magic structures. But after a few seconds, something suddenly changed. The magic structure changed? Eileen's son suddenly stood up, his eyes widened, and couldn't help but said, "Are you drawing the movement technique?" "No, that's not right. I've never seen magic drawn in this way." Immediately afterwards, the top management of the Magician Association was also alerted. The great magicians who had not paid attention to the rankings gathered together, each sitting at a round table. "It's so strange. What does this painting method mean?" There was a young magician who was puzzled. The old magician glared at him and said, "Shut up. The other person is the #1 magician in mankind. Even if there is a mistake, it is your fault. If you don't understand, it is because you didn't work hard enough." The young magician was being scolded and asked humbly, "So what does the other person's painting method mean?" Milad, an old magician who practiced both theory and practice, stopped immediately and continued to work hard to identify the magic circle. A few seconds later, Milad suddenly became excited and loudly shouted, "Unprecedented! Making history!" The young magician was anxious. What happened? Chevron_left. Milad said excitedly, "Look carefully. Isn't this magic circle very simple?" The young magician observed carefully and said, "It is simple. This teleportation spell can be done by any intermediate magician. In our Oedipus Empire, it is even the assessment catalog of intermediate magicians." Milad glared at him, as if he was disappointed with him, and said in a loud voice, "The magic circle in the picture is simpler than the ordinary teleportation spell magic circle." "What?" The young magician was stunned, and after a closer look, he found that it was indeed as Milad said, and it could be seen at a glance that it was teleportation spell. But as the structure of the magic circle, there was only a bracket without details, and even the bracket itself was simplified a lot. Is this an improved magic structure? No. Can this structure really use magic stably? The young magician couldn't believe it. It's not that he had never seen improved magic. Or rather, the history of the development of human magic is the history of improved magic. Milad said with a complicated expression, "To understand that person's research, you must first review the history of human magic development." The young magician immediately sat up straight. It is said that magic was originally developed as a supernatural means to imitate the power of gods. Early magic was very crude and had no concept of structure. It could only imitate the power of gods by inspiration or intuition, and use human energy to carry out various practices. The means of gods were used by humans. Not to mention whether it would work, this practice would first cause acclimatization, and the human body could not bear it. Therefore, the risk of using magic in that era was extremely high. It would blow itself up at any time. Humans with mental strength weaker than 60 did not dare to try it easily. Magic teaching could only be one-on-one without 6 eyes watching, because if you were not careful, you would not only mislead the students, but even kill people. The energy in a period of time could only teach one disciple. After the concept of structure was proposed, the use of magic was not so risky. Blowing up humans at any time marked that human magic entered the ancient magic period, gradually moving towards the pursuit of structural stability, rather than relying on intuition or inspiration. This period was also the birth period of a large number of imitation power magic. People were unable to think of a stable magic structure on their own, so they could only study and analyze the power of those gods, see how their power works, how stable it is, etc., extract their power structure, learn from their strengths, and strengthen themselves. The brave Yi Qingyi made a historic and great contribution in this regard. She studied and analyzed the power of the gods in the sky, derived various magic systems, and laid the foundation for the original chassis of human magic. It took a long time beyond imagination. and most of the research work was said to be completed by the brave Yi Qingyi alone. Especially the basic theory of magic. She studied most of it alone, which made students far behind, and, for a long time, they could only make notes for her. However, one day in history, the brave Yi Qingyi suddenly disappeared, and human magic fell into a development dilemma. Blindly imitating gods will definitely not work. Some people believe that they should go out of their own way and create their own magic. However, with human wisdom severely limited, countless people hit the wall and died without being able to break that wall. It was not until the appearance of Agars and Matros that human magic entered the next stage, that is, the modern magic period. At that time, Agars reorganized the basic magic theory, refined the classification of magic again, and proposed the shocking concept of composite structure, so that human magic is no longer single, but can overlap various properties, more complex, more delicate, and more diverse. It can be said that Agars really changed human magic. It was also from him that human magic was truly different from the imitation of the power of gods, and had its own unique color. After that, Agars disappeared. It is said that he went to the dreamland, and people could no longer communicate with him. Human magic developed slowly until the appearance of Matros. Matros's greatest contribution to modern magic is the introduction of concepts such as imagination, three-dimensional structure, and flowing structure. Before Matros, magic always followed a certain order. Without order, it will be unstable and thus collapse. At the least, the magic will fail, and at the worst, even the caster himself will be blown to death. So the magician must be mentally tense and keep his mental power stable at all times. What Matros broke was the stereotype that had lasted for thousands of years. He told people that magic does not have to follow order, nor does it have to be strict and rigid, but can flow flexibly, integrate our own imagination into the magic structure, and use magic that belongs to us personally, not magic that belongs only to humans. This directly changed the underlying logic of human magic. It allowed human magic to flourish for a period of time, and that period was also considered to be the period when human magicians were most creative. But after a period of development, new problems emerged. I don't know when their ideas began to get stuck in a dead end, as if only by designing the structure to be extremely complex can they design strong and good magic. In the past 1,000 years, their best magicians have been working hard to make magic design complex, so that a magic should have hundreds of layers and thousands of variations. The more complex the structure, the better the magic. If it cannot be designed to be complex and stable, then it must be the designer's problem. Either it is insufficient brain power, or computing power, or insufficient imagination. It is in this sense that Milad was so touched at this moment, as if struck by lightning, and his brain was shaking, because the other party was simplifying the magic circle. The first-ranked existence in the human race was simplifying the magic circle in a way he had never imagined. Whether it was the idea or the method, he was extremely shocked. It's worthy of being ranked first. I knew that the first-ranked person could not study any intermediate magic. If you think carefully, is the focus on intermediate magic? It's a method. It's the idea. Why did you choose teleportation? That's because teleportation is the simplest and most basic composite magic structure in human magic at present. Even teleportation can be simplified. So what kind of magic can't be simplified? Milad was very excited. His eyes widened and his face flushed. The young magician on the opposite side finally understood what he meant and was also scared and sweating. That picture was so meaningful, and he was so stupid that he couldn't see anything. Is this the daily life of the first-ranked person? Too strong. In this regard, magicians from various countries also found it similar. They told the national leaders one after another. The national leaders were all moved after hearing the explanation. The person ranked first was at the forefront of magic development. It is easy to go from simple to complex, but it is difficult to simplify. The other party's research is definitely the development direction of modern magic. Moreover, Milad analyzed in his heart, simplification is easy to say, But the problem is how to achieve it. If most of the structure is simplified, how to ensure the stable release of magic? Milad had a hunch that if this obstacle could be solved, modern magic would definitely be able to reach a higher level. And the other party obviously knew the answer. On the other side, a politician from a great empire said, "This first-ranked person who appeared from the air is so unusual. Does anyone recognize where this picture is? Even if we can't win over the first-ranked person, we must do our best to show our goodwill." Political leaders of all major countries are giving advice to their kings and emperors. And most kings and emperors are more anxious than them. What does it mean for humans to rank first? It means the fighting power to conquer the continent. In the eyes of the major kings and emperors, if they can strive for the first place in the ranking, their country will definitely be able to advance or maintain the first place in the entire continent, and even have the hope of conquering the continent and becoming the first great unified human country in history. I would like to ask, which ambitious king or emperor can resist this temptation? Find a way to find the first place in the ranking. No matter what the other party wants, as long as our country has it, we will give it to them. Why can't the camera of the god of ranking turn over? Don't shoot the book, shoot the person. No. Wait a minute, I haven't remembered the magic circle he drew clearly. In just 2 minutes, the uproar spread throughout all human countries. In the military meeting room of the OS Empire, Philly glanced at Ronald, who just turned his head, and the two looked at each other, because they might know the identity of that person. But they must not tell. If they tell, not only will they lose their lives, but their country may be destroyed in anger. That person means a lot to them, and no one can touch him. However, Philly did not expect that under the friendly surface of the young man, there was a terrifying power that could crush them with just a thought. That's right. How could a person that the Abyss Lord loves so much be weak? The other party stayed in their OS Empire for a long time, as if nothing had happened. Philly, only I can be thankful that the other party did not dislike the OS Empire. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Ronald was the same, and he was afraid of the consequences. They kept silent tacitly. Philly lowered his head. His eyes were still a little complicated, because how could he not know that the person who secretly saved the OS Empire must be that person? Why such a powerful and great existence like you, willing to lend a hand? The other side. The king of the Oedipus Empire rushed to the round table meeting and ordered everyone on the spot, saying seriously, "You have all seen the rankings. The first place in the ranking must be somewhere in our country. You should be careful. What needs to be rectified should be rectified immediately. The city appearance must be improved, and that person must not be unhappy at all." Everyone at the round table was stunned for a moment, and then immediately understood. "Yes, Your Majesty, I will definitely complete the mission." Round. Farrell at the table was already dumbfounded. God knew that a ranking could have such a significant impact. Who was the first in the ranking who mysteriously landed? Where in their country? And why is he in their country? Want to watch Hui Yutian's After the Abyss Lord Awakens? Please remember the domain name. And all the answers depend on. They immediately turned their heads and looked at the real-time picture. The camera seemed to be struggling with a small animal. It tried hard to turn, but the small animal pressed the camera with one claw and didn't let the camera take a picture of the first in the ranking. It was like a child who was playing a prank when his parents were not paying attention. "No, baby, can you stop playing with the camera, but let everyone see your parents?" For some reason, many people had this idea in their minds. Perhaps it was the blessing of faith, and the power of the ranking god was strengthened. The next second after the stalemate, the camera actually moved and miraculously turned a few degrees. Good camera, overcome that baby, and keep turning. At the same time, Inbos found that the camera was trying hard to move and wanted to turn around. How could he allow it? Imbosi used both claws to hold it tightly. Maybe it was because the cat's body was not strong enough, but his claws slipped and the camera took the opportunity to turn, almost taking a picture of his father. Good guy, Imbosi was sweating profusely and hurriedly held it. His pounce attracted. Shosi turned his head and saw the gray cat hugging the air this time, using all 4 claws, with its first standing upright and its eyes determined. as if it was ready to die. This scene was beyond his imagination. What is it doing? Acting in front of the air? Shosi was stunned, thinking about whether to catch the gray cat and ask about the situation. At this time, the camera turned again. Everyone was overjoyed. Can they finally see it? Mbosi was in great crisis. His pupils were shaking. And what was more dangerous was that he sensed that his father was paying attention to his situation. But, damn God of ranking, it's all your fault. If you fail, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. At this time, the ranking god felt a chill on his back and inexplicably received a terrifying killing intent. And the camera was still turning. Because Persia was attacked from both sides, the cat's heart was in chaos. Here it comes. Finally, I can see it. Some people couldn't help but congratulate first. They finally got to see the first place in the ranking. The people of the Oedipus Empire were particularly concerned, and the king himself was nervous and stared straight. The picture changed, and the corner of the clothes was already seen. Good, good. Continue. The king stood up suddenly, clenching his fists. When they were madly looking forward to it, the picture suddenly went black, as if another violent little animal appeared. It broke the camera with one claw. With a snap, clean and neat, the camera was broken, and there was no chance to stand up. The air was silent for a moment. Countless people stayed where they were. The politicians of major countries were stunned. Simon, Leah, and others from the Continental Human Alliance were also stunned. They had never seen such a situation. Why did it break? At the round table meeting of the Oedipus Empire, everyone was silent. The king thought, no way, can it be like this? Go find the god of ranking quickly. His ranking should tell us who he is. Now we have nothing to see. This is unreasonable. The king urged immediately. But he was not the first person to urge. The temple of the god of ranking was full of people urging and asking questions, and the priests were about to be squeezed. In the impression of humans, the god of ranking is a weak god with almost no fighting power. Humans generally do not need to be afraid of anything when they go to his temple. The visitor asked anxiously, "Where's your god?" The priest was under great pressure. I don't know, I'm just a priest. How do I know where the gods are? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. There was a guy who was ferocious and threatened directly. The priest of the god of ranking had no fighting power and was scared. He subconsciously said, "Behind the temple." Several human strongmen rushed over, but they saw nothing. The god of ranking seemed to have run away. No, why are you a god running away? Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. This was the first time such a thing had happened after so many years of ranking activities. Does this mean that the current number one in the ranking of humans is someone that the ranking god dare not easily provoke? So has he given up the ranking? He doesn't care about the other rankings? I don't know. Maybe he ran away. Everyone present came and went quickly. After several minutes, the ranking god slowly walked out of the darkroom. On the other side, the one who smashed the lens with one claw was not another demon, but Vashik, who had just woken up. Vashik was very sensitive to sight and didn't like being stared at by anything. He was inexplicably uncomfortable sleeping, and when he woke up, he saw the powerful spying. He smashed it when he was unhappy. The little blackbird, who had suffered a severe blow before, really understood this. The two birds didn't have any dark history, so Persia's tension was not their business. The little light body is just a baby. He doesn't understand what Inpose is doing, let alone helping Inpose. However, it's a good thing that Vashik came. Inpose let out a long sigh and almost fell down, but Shios caught him in time. Shios looked at the gray cat, then at the white cat. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were obviously surprised. "Are you awake?" The white cat immediately stopped his lazy attitude and nodded obediently to his father. Shios was relieved that his child, who had slept for several days, finally woke up and walked around. This is a bookstore, and the space is larger than the antique shop. We moved while you were asleep. This is a bookstore. You can walk around and play. The white cat jumped onto the table with an elegant posture and rubbed Shios' arm on the table with its head affectionately. Shiosi touched the cat's head and reminded him, "Pay attention to the combination of work and rest." I know you don't just sleep. You like to level up in your dreams, right? The gray cat turned his head and saw the white cat meowing and softly clinging to his father's hand. Just now he was so fierce to others, but he was so soft to his father. Really? How come they're so similar? Shios was unconscious and still smiled faintly. But then again, there was no one in the bookstore, and the noise outside was getting louder and louder. It seemed that they were saying something like "number one in the air, mysterious strong man, the god of rankings ran away." Wait, why did the god of rankings run away? Hughes was surprised and couldn't help but be a little curious about what happened. But he thought about it and shook his head. He was at a critical moment in studying magic, so he had better not be distracted so as not to disrupt his thoughts. "You two play first. Dad has something to do." The two cats nodded very obediently, quickly got out of the table, and ran to the ground. Impos looked at the bookshelf behind Hughes and immediately changed the material, while Hughes was not paying attention. Most of the books were also changed. The scene changed. Now it was foolproof. No one could find out that his father was number one, and those troublesome compatriots couldn't find him either. Vasego glanced at him, took him to the bookshelf with his paw, and began to torture him about what happened. Impas answered one by one. Vasak was silent, his eyes suddenly fixed on the son of the alien god. The little light body shrank and blinked in confusion. Vasego turned to look at Impas and whispered, "Did I forget to mention last time that my father has even become friends with gods from other worlds? Fate. This seems to have a somewhat unusual meaning." Impas then asked, "Did you discover anything in the dream?" Vasak has been looking for Agars in the dreamland for so long. Even if he can't find him, it's impossible to find nothing. Vasak turned his eyes, as if hesitating, and said after a few seconds, "Dreams are becoming increasingly unstable these days." Unstable dreams? Persia was surprised. As far as he knew, this situation was very rare. It had only happened 3 times in more than 8,000 years. Is it happening for the 4th time recently? It doesn't have much impact on the current world. The reason? Vasak said, "I don't know. Thanks to it, it's more difficult to find Agars." Impas paused and couldn't help but ask the doubt that had been pressing in his heart. Agars has disappeared for so many years. Did he sneak into the deepest part of the dream and no existence can find him? Or something happened? Is he really okay? Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to worry about Agars. It is not that he has no sympathy for his fellow countrymen, but that Agars is too powerful and extremely intelligent. If you are worried about anyone, you don't have to worry about Agars. Agars will always find a way, solve all problems. But Inbosi frowned. To be honest, since Priest Shalene appeared, he had a vague premonition of something ominous. Vasego looked into his eyes and replied, "Agar should be fine. I guess he is concentrating on studying something." Impose what? Well, he has always been like that. Once he studies something, he is easily immersed in it and doesn't care about other things. He doesn't pay attention to anyone except his father. As he said that, Vasak glanced at Hughes, who was concentrating on theology and magic, and said lightly, "Yes, he completely inherited it from our father." Impose felt relieved. "We can't control the dream. Do you want to put aside your search for Agar for the time being?" Vasak shook his head. "I won't give up, and I will continue to look for it." Impose, why? My opinion remains unchanged. If we find Agars, many things will be settled directly. Vasak's energy conservationism was also inherited from Hughes. He could walk in a straight line between 2 points and would never take detours, but he was obviously a bit purer than Hughes. Impose nodded. "Okay, I understand. Wait here for a few days, and Moragos should be able to find Eliog and Beelzebub back. Anyway, they all protect their father in different ways." This alone is beyond doubt. He felt that Agars' falling into a dream must have something to do with his father. The other side, Eliog and Beelzebub, searched separately. One found the Oedip Empire, and the other found the Roman kingdom. They have all heard about the changes in human rankings because the whole world is discussing it. Not just humans, but other races are also talking about it. Eliog has always paid attention to the ranking of humans, so he paid more attention to it. Beelzebub was not interested in strong human beings, so he paid little attention to it, which led Eliog to discover the clue first. Eliog saw through everything, stopped at a building at random, and murmured to himself, "Father is ranked number 1, and is he being searched crazily by all mankind?" Eliog was surprised, but not surprised by this, because their father is their creator, and their power is equal to their father's power. How could their combined strength not defeat the number 1 human being? Bar alone can suppress it. Therefore, there is no doubt that my father is the strongest human being. However, he felt that it might not be just them. Think about it. In theory, my father's level should rise with them, but I don't know why it stopped before disappearing. Is it because the upgrade experience is delayed and he has to wait for the system to recover? Or he has already reached the level he should be, but the system broken and not displayed properly? Is it the former or the latter? This difference is actually very critical. Thinking of this, Eliog suddenly raised his hand, magic power turning between his fingers, pulling in all kinds of information. The background is a bookshelf with many magic books on it. The location is on the first floor with plenty of sunlight. It doesn't look like a room, so... The word bookstore immediately popped into Eliog's mind, and he immediately searched for bookstores across the Oedipal Empire. Buyer, who was chasing 2 compatriots, was once again thrown away, and his anger level was soaring. Okay, run away after using it, right? I'm going to cook you. The other side, Levin August, king of the great Oedipal Empire, was arguing with a group of ministers. One of the ministers said, "Your Majesty, please don't be too hasty. The number 1 ranking may be in our country, but the specific location is unknown, and maybe he has already left." Another person said, "Your Majesty, the top powerhouses are hard to come by. It is impossible to choose a human force. Isn't it the original number 1? Wandering in the continent and subspace, the starry sky is the earth. Time is the sky. Even the human beings, this attribute is all gone." The minister said it very euphemistically, but the meaning is, no matter what you do, that kind of existence is unlikely to be pleased. If you want to win over the other party, you should think about what benefits you can bring to the other party. Only when the other party needs you can you win over the other party. So please ask, can they bring any benefit to the mysterious number 1 ranking? Can't. You don't even know who the other person is or what the other person needs. Moreover, the minister dares to say that everyone is ranked first. Is there anything that cannot be done or cannot be achieved that must be achieved through you and your country? Don't act without enough information. So no matter what he thinks, he feels it's best to do nothing now. To put it bluntly, you manage the country in an orderly manner and everyone praises you. Do you think you can please that person? But what if that person is a pervert and doesn't like order? King Levin was constantly opposed and felt very agitated. He is 27 years old this year and only ascended the throne the year before last. He desperately needs to prove himself through his achievements. Otherwise, he will not be able to suppress the forces of the empire, especially the Sword Master Pharaoh's faction. So, you think it's been a long time before you can come up with an idea? You want to watch that person in our empire and do nothing? Levin questioned the ministers. Ilau suddenly spoke and said, "I hope your Majesty knows that sometimes trying your best to please and flatter will arouse resentment. Letting things take their own course will only increase your points." Levin was furious and said angrily, "You guys are so arrogant. I don't even have the king goo in your heart." Another old man said, "Your Majesty, please don't misunderstand me. Everything I do is for the sake of the great empire." Another old man said, "I have a plan. That person is a magician. Magicians usually have a good impression of emperors who value the development of magic. Your Majesty can increase the allocation of the Magicians Association to support magic research in various fields. What if the funds are spent in vain?" Levin couldn't stand these old immortals anymore, so he just threw up his sleeves and left the scene. The remaining ministers looked at each other helplessly. You have to admit one thing. For those powerful beings, one of them is a country. There is no need to belong to a specific human collective, and they cannot easily take sides. What's more, the other party is a magician with a long lifespan, so there is no problem of old age. You don't obey orders, You don't give solutions, and you don't let me search everywhere. Yes, I know that the other party can't be easily provoked, but you have to do something. You haven't seen each other. You don't know anything. Why? We are sure we are worthless. What if? Levin was furious. If you don't look for me, I will look for you myself. The next day, Levin angrily led the people out of the palace. In just one night, the Magicians' Association has done dozens of studies. Malad's eyes were darkened, and he said tiredly, "How could this be? We have tried so many times according to that person's magic structure, but why have we never succeeded? That person is ranked number 1, and his magical attainments are absolutely top-notch. In other words, there can be no problem with that person's theory. It's that they have a problem. It must be because they don't have the right magic." Malad continued the experiment with no less motivation and even more enthusiasm. The more he failed, the more certain he became that the other party must have mastered an extraordinary method. At the same time, Hughes got up early, finished his chores, opened the bookstore, sat skillfully at the front desk, opened yesterday's notebook in his hand, and continued to struggle. The gray cat was lying on the table as usual with a lazy posture. I don't know if he paid attention to Hughes's magic research. Black and white bird won. I wanted to run out, but he stared back. Sir, the reason is very simple. As soon as the little black bird came out, the surrounding light suddenly darkened by several colors. On the contrary, as soon as the little white bird came out, it was still shining in broad daylight. Dark and bright, it affects my father's study, right? The little light body is still sleeping, so there's nothing to worry about. The gray cat's tail waggled, and his eyes occasionally glanced at Hughes's note pages thoughtfully and murmuring to himself. Not to mention other people, even Impas may not know what Hughes is improving. The other side, Levine ran around hiding his identity, searching for the producers, sellers, and distributors of the bookshelf, and then he came to one thing. Target bookshelves are generally supplied to bookstores or libraries. Libraries can be excluded. Because the books on that person's bookshelf are very messy, libraries generally don't classify them like this, and neither do most bookstores. However, some bookstores are relatively free because they are run by individuals, and they can put them wherever they want. Levine searched 3 bookstores, but found nothing and received a blank stare. He was furious inside, but he held it back and continued to search. I have persisted in this matter for a long time, and it seems that only success can prove myself. But there are dozens of bookstores in the imperial city. Does he have to ask them one by one? As a king, it was not that he had no one to call him, but he felt that he could only be sincere if he came forward. Levin was silent and took out the wish-fulfillment necklace blessed by the goddess of luck. He didn't believe it. With the blessing of Lucky Buff, as long as the other person was in the imperial city, how could he not find him? He held the necklace in his hand, turned around, and finally found an ordinary bookstore. He was a little excited, but his expression froze as soon as he entered the door. Because the bookshelf next to the door, which was full of sunlight, was not made of the same material as in the picture, nor were they the books in his memory. Did he go to the wrong place again? Levin paused, looked down inadvertently, and saw a cat on the table out of the corner of his eye. Gray hair, green eyes, elegant posture, a cat that is loved by its owner at first glance. Levin stared for a few seconds and saw the cat slowly raise its eyes. This cat is. Levin is a cat lover. He has 7 or 8 cats in his palace. His knowledge of cats can be said to be very professional, and this one in front of him. He was frightened and took a step back when he saw the gray cat's eyes. He felt inexplicably afraid and held his breath. As a king, he has seen countless strong men and faced Sword Master Farrell, Sword Master Simon, and others, but the pressure faced by them did not seem to be as great as this cat. Just a casual glance, but it actually made his hair stand on end. As soon as his system judgment was activated, it showed that the cat's level was actually a mere level 27. He is already level 43. How could he be frightened by a level 27 cat? I even got goosebumps all over my body. Levin clenched the necklace in his hand, still thinking hard, when suddenly a voice sounded. "Hello, do you want to buy a book?" At the same time, The gray cat was held in someone's arms, and his head was touched. The gentle and friendly voice was like the warm light of spring, shining into his heart that was just trembling with fear. Levin immediately raised his eyes and met the speaker's gaze. A young man with black hair and black eyes, handsome features, dressed in black, is sitting behind the front desk. These characteristics are not common, but they cannot be said to be rare. It is just that when they are combined, it is easy to make people's eyes light up and their hearts are shocked. The other person is obviously the manager of this bookstore, and he looks like he keeps a cat to look after the door. Levin was stuck and didn't know what to say. He can't say that he found this place by looking for number one everywhere. But having said that, the lighting and composition of this front desk position are similar to that scene. You can read as many books as you like. If you like it, just come here and pay. The young man didn't notice his embarrassment and smiled lightly, his amiable character clearly evident. Levin was slightly startled. His system judgment automatically showed that the opponent's level was only level 30, which was not high, but it was considered relatively strong among ordinary people. However, it doesn't look like this person is from their great empire, a magician who came to study from other places. The Magician Association of the Oedipus Empire ranks among the top 7 in the world. It has a long history, many celebrities, and recruits talents from all over the world. It is also proud of its rich magical heritage, with a collection of millions of books, and there are 3 magicians in it alone. The brave Yi Qingyi once lived here temporarily for more than 100 years, and Grandmaster Matras also came here to teach students. Some people say that their empire is a country of swords and magic, with many strong individuals and talented people. However, only he, as the king, knows that the stronger the strong, the weaker the king's authority. People respect the strong more than he is the king. At the same time, he was also hampered everywhere in government affairs. No matter what he did, there would always be opposition from this or that family. He was almost suffocated among many powerful families, yet he was coerced by them to conquer the mainland and become the continent's first and only emperor. Of course, for those royal families whose major families each have support, he may not be the one who pushes them forward. As the king of a large empire, there are only a few strong people among his supporters. Milad, the great magician from the Academy of Magicians Association, is one of them. Milad is his mother's friend and has taken care of him since he was a child. He could not be more relieved that he only focused on magic research and had no interest in political intrigue. But at the same time, he was also depressed because Milad would not help him fight for power. Hey, I thought too far. Levin shook his head vigorously, looked at the other party, and asked curiously, "Did you come here not long ago?" The author Hui Yutian reminds you that the most complete after the Lord of the Abyss Awakens is available at the domain name. Caring for the people is the daily cultivation of the king. But as soon as he spoke, goosebumps rose again because he felt like the cat was staring at him. The cold gaze is frightening. And why do I always feel like I've seen this cat somewhere? And just recently? Especially the color of this hair. Hughes replied, "Yes, only in the past few days." Levin was curious and asked, "Are you here to learn magic?" He heard Milad say that these days happened to be the days when trainees from neighboring countries came to exchange and study. Some people came for a few days, and some came for several years. Basically, every country has a magician association. They are independent organizations from the country, with countries or regions as the basic unit. The higher level is called the United Nations Magician Association. The state cannot interfere with the Magicians Association and cannot mobilize the magicians in the association without authorization. The relationship between the state and the Magicians Association is basically one of funding or requesting help. Therefore, they cannot interfere with the association's initiation of academic exchanges with various countries. At that time, various countries in the mainland used magicians to fight everywhere, resulting in the death of a large number of magicians and countless knowledge being buried in the sea of fire. The semi-retired Yi Qingyi came out angrily and founded the Magician Association for mutual aid and cooperation among magicians. At the same time, He formulated rules of non-interference between the association and the country. The careerists had to keep a certain distance from the magicians. But even so, powerful magicians with mass destruction are still the military's primary resource. Regarding Levin's question, the young man seemed to have just thought of this matter and nodded. Yes, I would like to go there if I have the chance. Any chance? Levin was a little surprised, meaning he had no chance to further his studies. Levin thought for a while, then suddenly took out a gilt card from the void, handed it to the other party skillfully, and said, "Store manager, if you need to go, just use this recommendation card. Nothing else is of any use, but with it, you can go to the Oedipal Magician Association to take most magic courses, and all libraries that are open to the public will be open to you." Shios looked surprised and said, "We don't know each other. You gave me such a good thing when we first met." Levin laughed, which showed that he had done this kind of thing many times. "Manager, please accept it. I will give you a convenience today. If there is a chance, you can also give me a convenience." His tone was warm and generous, and there was a feeling that he could not refuse. Shios obeyed the order and said, "Thank you. I just need some information. Your appearance is too timely." Levin said friendly, "No need to say you. You and I are the same generation. Just call me casually. I am Levin. Who are you?" Levin did not shy away from using his real name, because even the name of the current king has many duplicates, and they are open to it. As long as it is not said directly, few people can infer his identity from the name alone. His portrait as a king was not made public to all citizens, so he did not have to worry about being recognized when walking on the street. Shiosi nodded and said, "I am Ishiosi, the acting manager of this bookstore. I am interested in studying magic and will stay in the Oedipus Empire for a while." "I am glad to meet you, Mr. Levin." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Ishiosi." Levin was all smiles, and the annoyance of not being able to find the first place in his heart was somewhat relieved. He lowered his eyes and looked at the cat in the other's arms, and finally couldn't help asking, "Who is this cat?" "My child, just sitting at the door to watch the store. Did you notice him?" Shios lowered his head, grabbed the gray cat's paw, scratched the air, and greeted him. Levin was about to continue asking, but received a terrifying look. The gray cat seemed to be warning or even threatening his life. He was scared again, subconsciously took a step back, thinking that Mr. Ishiosi really had a terrible child, and it definitely looked like he was not just level 27. Levin inexplicably remembered that when he was in the ranking before, the camera of the ranking god should have taken a picture of the first place in the ranking, but it seemed to be held down by some animal, and in the end it was not photographed. He didn't notice it at the time, but when he thought about it carefully, the position of the lens seemed to be just the height of the cat. Levin lowered his eyes, and his sight fell on the corner of the table. He thought, yes, it's just this place, this angle. How can they all match? Levin's heartbeat accelerated inexplicably, as if he thought of something very important, but he didn't figure it out, and finally just smiled awkwardly. He looked up at Hughes. "Your child is so cute." Cute in appearance, scary in essence. As a father, how could Hughes not be happy to hear his child being praised? Hughes nodded and smiled. Yes, his compatriots are not here, otherwise Mr. Levin could see more. Levin was shocked and swallowed his saliva. There are still many cats like this? Is this a bit scary? But he didn't dare to say it in the end. After a few goodbyes, he left the bookstore. Levin wanted to continue looking for the first place in the ranking, but when he looked at the time, he found that it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There is a very important intelligence meeting about to be held, and he must be present as the king to report the recent important intelligence. Forget it, let's go first. If I don't go, they will nag me again. Levin was dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. For the strong family, the royal family, and even the king don't need to be taken seriously. The king, can't do what he wants freely. After Levin left, in the bookstore, the gray cat touched his paws. He certainly saw that the man was the king, and the blessing of the goddess of luck was floating on his body. It's really troublesome. The most troublesome of all goddesses may be the goddess of luck. Her luck can easily create miracles, so that no matter how you defend, there will be loopholes. The lucky ones live, and the unlucky ones die. the most free and unrestrained, chaotic neutral among the conceptual gods, doing things only according to his preferences, but he is also the guy who can break the balance the most. It's a good thing that his power is not unlimited. In most cases, when you use his blessing, it will not really increase your luck, but concentrate your own luck at the moment you want to use it. In other words, the luck you use is essentially your own luck. If you are greedy and use it crazily every day, overdrawing all your luck, then your future will be surrounded by misfortune, and you may not even die. In serious cases, it will endanger people around you until the bad luck is completely eliminated. The same is true for the country. For example, the OS Empire. Some people studied why the former king of the OS Empire was so crazy and finally traced back to the possible reasons. One of them is that the former king used luck too frequently. In Persia, remembered that Agar said a sentence, that is, any practice that breaks the natural state may lead to the collapse of the balance of things and even to destruction. Therefore, he has never felt that the blessing of the goddess of luck is a blessing, but a human game, giving you the freedom to control your luck. Then how will you choose? But the most hateful thing about the goddess of luck is that she never points this out after blessing. Some people find it too late. All their luck is used up, and only misfortune is left, and they cannot die without encountering all the misfortunes. The king just now was quite cautious, and he may know this risk, so he did not use too much luck. In any case, among all the gods in the sky, the one that in Persia least wants to get close to is the goddess of luck. Suddenly hearing a noise, the gray cat looked up and saw Zeus standing up and packing his books, ready to go to the Magicians' Association. Let's go out. Zeus turned around and smiled. The gray cat was stunned and was taken away obediently. His father, who loves learning, is opening up a new era of modern magic, although his father is still unaware of it. On the other hand, Eliog is chasing, step by step, eliminating a large area. But a few minutes later, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and the breath of Bayer was nearby. He actually caught up. Eliog, transformed into a human, immediately restrained his aura and hid in a place in the imperial city. He could feel Bayer's anger, and he would never give up until he found him. Really? Isn't just a trick? He actually kept chasing. Eliog whispered in his heart, and had to think of a way to trick Bayer away. With Bayer around, he couldn't let go of looking for his father. If his father was discovered, all his compatriots would know about it with Bayer's big mouth. Eliog looked serious and said directly, "No matter what, we can't be discovered by Bayer. This is war." At the same time, Bayer's magic chasing Eliog appeared in the air. Sensing that Eliog was hiding somewhere in the imperial city, he laughed and went berserk. The magic power that burst out instantly covered the entire imperial city, and towering demon pillars were erected on the four walls. This situation certainly attracted the attention of the magic tower of the Oedipus Empire. Ordinary people saw it with their naked eyes, but they didn't know what it was and thought it was some magic experiment of the empire. What a long pillar, what is it for? At this time, the magic tower, the magic power of the abyss Lord Bayer. Why did he suddenly come? A group of magicians were frightened and quickly notified the top leaders. Of course, the top magicians also noticed it, but they were confused and couldn't react at all. Bayer is an abyss lord who rarely appears in human countries. How could he suddenly appear in the Oedipus Empire? What should we do? What's he doing here? He seems to be looking for something. Is he looking for the number one, ranked one? Should we defend ourselves first? But he doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Several magicians immediately became alert and exchanged glances, wondering who would communicate with Bayer first. One of them stood up and said, "I'll go." The others showed their cautious eyes. Someone said, "Bayer should be the Lord of the Abyss who can communicate, but I still suggest you bring some means to save your life." A minute later, the magician in the gray magic robe walked in cautiously and said in a peaceful tone, "Lord of the Abyss, Bayer, this is the imperial city of the great empire of Oedipus. What business do you have in our country?" Bayer turned his head, his green eyes sparkling. His human form is an extremely beautiful woman, with silver hair and green eyes, delicate features, and a slender figure. Just one glance is enough to make people extremely amazed, and they can't help but sigh that the beauty of the world should be like this. Of course, this is under the condition of being ordered to praise. The magician on the opposite side was in a trance for a second and immediately stood ready, looking at Buyer carefully. Buyer, Elliot, find him for me. Elliot, isn't this also the Lord of the Abyss? The magician was startled and asked them to go looking for Eliog. Does that mean Eliog is in our country? He is here, in your imperial city. Find him immediately. Buyer was so angry that his hair stood up. His magic power burned like fire, and the surrounding space was severely distorted. He said angrily, "Find him. Dig 3 feet deep to find him." The magician was shocked and immediately said, "Okay, we will prepare immediately." After that, he ran away and told the others in the magic tower. Everyone in the magic tower was stunned after hearing this, and they were silent for a few seconds before someone gradually spoke. "Fortunately, I am not here to find the number 1, but Eliog is also in our imperial city." War. The powerful Eliog always likes to appear in the human country of struggle. His appearance is not good omen, but we still have to find it. At least we have to find it for Bile. Whether it is Eliog or Bile, they're not easy to offend. If they can deal with them, why bother to conflict with them? However, someone noticed a problem. Wait, Bile came for Eliog, then why did Eliog come? Is it possible that Eliog came for the first place in the ranking? It is not difficult to guess that the first place in the ranking is most likely in their country. Most countries know about it, and Eliog cannot be unaware of it. It seems that this is the only possibility for him to come at this time. They looked at each other and felt that it was almost certain. Eliog had contacted the first and second place of humans several times before. But we can't handle things of that level either, so let's report it to a higher level. After discussing in the magic tower, there was no solution, so they had to report it to someone who could. Buyer is only here to find Eliog, so he shouldn't cause any damage, but we should be careful and strengthen the national magic. I hope someone can handle it. At the same time, in a meeting room in the palace, Levin was dumbfounded when he received the news. How come both Abyss Lord Eliog and Buyer came in such a short time? Does the Empire have the combat power to deal with them at the same time? Among the Abyss Lords, Eliog ranks 15th, Buyer ranks 10th. In terms of individual combat power, at least humans ranked in the top 10 can deal with them. The Oedipus Empire does not have this level of combat power. The strongest human being is ranked 23rd and is an old magician. He is powerful and has his own family. The Empire cannot order him to go out, and is even less possible for him to go out for the Empire because people will be afraid of death when they get old. Not everyone can be like the brave Roger, who is old and frail but still persists on the front lines. If you ask him to come out and face 2 high-ranking Abyss monarchs at the same time, how can he listen to you? In response to this, the Prime Minister on the side suddenly said, "Your Majesty, don't panic." This kind of thing happened from time to time in history. Abyss monarchs often have conflicts, as long as humans don't get involved. Levin's time on the throne was too short, and he didn't understand this kind of calmness. He couldn't help but ask, but his magic power covers the entire imperial city, and he can massacre with just a thought. Are we really not prepared at all? The old Prime Minister said calmly, "Just get used to it." Levin was stunned. As a king, his worldview would be impacted every day. "Can you get used to this?" The Prime Minister continued. "Compared with this, Your Majesty, you have more important things to focus on. How do you plan to deal with the territorial dispute with the Roman kingdom?" Levin's complexion darkened visibly. What can he do about the country? Isn't it the case that the head of your clan says what he stands for? The Prime Minister seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Your Majesty, there is news about that border that you need to know." Levin frowned. "What news?" The Prime Minister said, "That land has been eroded by dreams recently. Someone has seen it there." This old guy kept talking. Levin had tolerated him for a long time and said in an angry voice, "You tell me what happened." The Prime Minister raised his eyelids and said coldly, someone saw the missing hero there. What did you say? Levin suddenly became excited, with goosebumps rising, and asked, which brave man did you see? The Prime Minister suddenly raised his hand, and the system operated, projecting blurry portraits. The 6 missing heroes, except for the one who disappeared the earliest, the other 5 are all on the projection, including Wang Chang'er, the strongest hero in history, Yi Qingyi, one of the strongest magicians in history, Chen Lingxi, the shield of the world, Mingjie, the king of thieves, Justin, the human god of medicine. Levin couldn't believe it. As far as he knew, these 5 brave men had all disappeared into the subspace and didn't look like they could come back. Now, they actually appeared at the border together. What's going on? Real or fake? The Prime Minister said, I don't know, so I have suggested that Sword Master Farrell investigate. Levin was shocked again. Sword Master Farrell didn't even want to listen to the king's orders. So how could he listen to the Prime Minister's orders? The Prime Minister saw his doubts and smiled and said, Your Majesty, if you want the other party to listen to you, your words are very important, not to mention such a bizarre thing. I think everyone is interested. Levin gritted his teeth and thought to himself, old fox. But it is true that if the 5 brave men really returned to the mainland together, this event would definitely shock the world. It is only natural that Pharaoh would take action. What is the situation at the border? At the same time, Hughes was taking the gray cat to visit the Magicians' Association. He had never seen such a magnificent magic building. He visited everywhere and gained a lot of knowledge. With the gold card in his hand, he can go anywhere without any hindrance. It was not the first time that the person who picked him up received a friend of the king. He did not ask him anything and directly gave him a lot of convenience. Hughes walked around just like sightseeing, chatting with Impas from time to time. Speaking of which, do you know what Ball will do in subspace? The gray cat's ears twitched, and then he answered after modifying his words, saying it was for leveling up or something. Is he leveling up in subspace? Hughes was surprised but not surprised, and then asked, Where is Agar's? Impos glanced at the human statue of Agar's and made a faint guess. Hughes was surprised. Maybe he's leveling up in a dream? In fact, they have already reached the full level. The gray cat thought, in addition to looking for his father in the subspace, Ball was conquering everywhere. He was causing trouble in the subspace for thousands of years, scaring countless demons and monsters to death. It was said that the kingdom of God occupied hundreds of countries, and all kinds of exaggerated deeds were horrifying. He didn't even know how strong Bar was now. Hughes thought for a while and asked his 4th child, Where is Samakina? Do you know his situation? The gray cat seemed to hear an extremely scary name. He thought to himself, that guy, Samakina, loves virtue, loves education, and is a good teacher. He doesn't even let go of gods. In the past few hundred years, he has captured several gods and instilled education every day. God will be driven crazy by him. But where exactly? I really don't know. Samakina prefers places with cold winters, perhaps in the north. The gray cat shook his head. Hughes nodded and skipped asking the 5th child, How is Malbus? The gray cat paused, obviously not wanting to hear this name. Marba loves wealth and harvests resources everywhere. Now he has become the richest person in the entire continent. He opened the mainland banks all over the world. There are no countries in the world. His inheritance. When Malbus was a child, he said that he wanted to store a small treasury for his father. This original intention has never changed, and he kept hoarding it. After more than 8,000 years, he built a treasury that was beyond imagination. None of the gods dared to offend him easily. When he sneezes, all the countries in the world will tremble. Of course, it is the human vest of Marbus that is causing trouble all over the world. Human beings do not know that the person who controls the lifeline of the world economy is actually an abyssal monarch who does not go out often. If I knew, it seems like nothing can be done. But the gray cat still shook his head, saying that he didn't know the situation of Malbus. Is this so? Hughes walked and finally came to the library. Following the directions, he successfully reached a book area. The bookshelves were all 5 or 6 meters high, and one had to rely on a moving ladder to reach the books on them. He looked from top to bottom, feeling a little dazzled. He finally found the target book and was about to reach for it. At the same time, there was a hand next door that wanted to take the book. After realizing that he wanted to take it, the other party paused and obviously gave it to him. But Hughes didn't take it directly, but turned to look next door. Next to him is an elegant old man with a white beard and a small. He was tall and thin, with squinted eyes. He noticed his gaze and looked over. The book that Hughes wants to get is called The Construction and Structure of Movement. It is a book that specializes in the study of movement. It mainly talks about the theoretical basis of movement. Before he could say anything, the other party spoke first. Just watch. Milad rarely saw young people with black hair and dark eyes, so he couldn't help but feel strange. And he didn't need this book that much. He just wanted to see if he could get some more ideas. Since someone happened to want to borrow it, he wanted to borrow it. Not attached either. Thank you. Hughes was not polite and remembered this kind old gentleman. After he left, Milad looked at his back thoughtfully, always feeling something unusual. This young man came to borrow books about movement, just like him, to study the number 1 magic circle. It seems like this is the only way to explain it. But having said that, Milad suddenly remembered that it was said that Grandmaster Matros made a rare appearance and accepted a student with black hair and black eyes in the OS Empire. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Milad stayed up all night, and his fatigue increased. After thinking about it, he rubbed his eyes and said to himself, "Forget it. Let's get some sleep first. I don't have enough mental strength to study magic well." Of course, Impas is aware of the magic power of Eliorg and Bile. These two guys almost started fighting in the sky above the Imperial City. It was difficult not to notice. He wanted to call Eliog, but he was afraid that Bile would chase after him. Impos wants Bile's medicine, but he doesn't want Bile, the demon. Fortunately, my father didn't notice. Ishin only had a simplified idea of the movement technique. If my father is so serious, he may come up with something very shocking. The gray cat was looking forward to it, and lay on Hughes, snoring and wanting to sleep, but unexpectedly he fell asleep. The little black bird ran out of boredom and flew in front of Hughes, controlling the darkness, as if he was showing off his abilities to his parents for praise. The little white bird just woke up and saw this situation. Of course, he was not convinced and ran out of the box. "You guys are not allowed to take the lead." "Huh, why?" The two birds flew alternately in front of Hughes, alternating between black and white, silently confronting each other, and finally misfired, even using their divine power. The divine power is not enough to attract Byer's attention, but it is enough to attract Eliog's attention. Eliog noticed the specific location and couldn't help but take action, and Byer caught Eliog's movements in time. He laughed in midair. "Eliog, I finally caught you." A few minutes later, Hughes returned to the door of the bookstore, glanced at the black and white birds playing, and without saying anything, the two birds immediately stopped and slipped back into the system box. Hughes was wondering if they were playing or fighting. Just as he put down the gray cat and prepared to open the store door, he seemed to sense something and turned around immediately. The alley was dark, but when I looked down, I saw a pair of green lights flashing and slowly walking out. A ragdoll cat. The dark brown color on both sides of the eyes spreads to the forehead, ears, and back, and the color gradually deepens. The coat is the same color as milk tea and looks soft and smooth. He seemed a little unbelievable and stared blankly. Then he was greatly surprised and rushed over quickly. Little Cannonball. The same thing, knocking Hughes down at once. How could Hughes not recognize his own child? The one who loves to pounce on him is his lovely Byer. He hugged the cat, stroked its back, and said with a smile, "Long time no see. Byer, you came here too. Meow, meow, meow." Byer rubbed his head vigorously, excited and excited. He caught Eliog and was about to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, he noticed his father's aura. Eliog confessed, after seeing that he couldn't keep it secret. What a bunch of bad compatriots. "It's so bad that you have hidden your father for so long." Byer was angry in his heart, but when he met his father, his anger subsided. His beloved father was not dead. He was here. What could make him happier than this? The gray cat just opened his eyes and was stunned. "Ah, no. Bayer came just as he said. Iliog, you idiot. Are you reliable? Why do you always fall behind at critical moments? Iliog followed closely at this moment, stopping step by step, being dizzy from Bayer's medicine. Damn Bayer, he actually poisoned the whole city, and it was a chronic poison that only targeted him. Is that how the poison was administered? Kill the devil. But Bayer, who had already returned to his father's arms, didn't care about them so much. Who is not his father's baby? I'm rubbing. Let's go home first. Shows took the children back to the store first, and was thinking that his children were found one by one, which was really a good thing, and it was a cause for celebration. And Bayer suddenly had an idea, and it seemed that a small light bulb lit up beside his head. That's right. Finally reunited with his father, he had saved a small medicine storehouse for his father over the years, and he could hand it over to his father. In Persia had a bad premonition, but Bayer acted faster. When Shios turned around to close the door, he looked back and was immediately stunned. What is this? In the blink of an eye, the bookstore was filled with all kinds of medicine bottles, all of different sizes. Some can be held by hand, and some can hold several people. They are colorful, and the liquid inside is crystal clear, shining brightly under the light, just like crystal. They are so beautiful that they dazzle your eyes, and you can tell at a glance that they have extraordinary effects. The little ragdoll cat holds its chest up in akimbo, with a smile like a blooming flower. His little medicine storehouse is too big to be filled here, but he still insists on filling it to show his father. Hughes was stunned when he saw this scene. The gray cat and the black cat reacted and rushed over to stop the wanton ragdoll cat. Black cat, you idiot. Some things can't be said directly. The gray cat was so nervous that his fur stood on end. But the ragdoll cats had no consciousness and predicted their actions, so they all avoided and cursed. You little brothers, how dare you hinder your sister? All cooked. When Hughes came back to his senses, he saw the three cats quarreling with each other. The little ragdoll cat grabbed the gray cat and the black cat with two paws respectively, looking like a big sister. This scene shocked Hughes again. Hughes was confused, picked up a bottle next to him, and asked, Bayer, what is this? The ragdoll cat turned around and told his father the truth. It's a resurrection potion. Awesome or not? Hughes was shocked. Resurrection? Does it mean resurrection? The ragdoll cat nodded naturally. That's right. It's the potion that brings people back to life. The gray cat and the black cat looked desperate. What is the resurrection potion? It is the rarest legendary potion with the highest difficulty level known. Human beings currently don't even have a prescription, let alone a refining method, or even the final product. Not even God can exist. Your little kitten suddenly appears and grabs a lot of legendary potions. Do you think this is ridiculous? Impas thought it was all over. His father would definitely find something wrong. Iliog was still trying to struggle, but the poison Bayer had given to him was so terrifying and so targeted. It was definitely specially refined for him when he took his blood. Good guy, he definitely still has in his hands. There are a lot of potions against fellow humans. It's so abominable. The young man was stunned for a moment, observing and thinking about the potion in his hand, and suddenly his expression became solemn, as if he had thought of something crucial. The gray cat and the black cat were in trouble. The little ragdoll cat raised its head and meowed, its sweet and soft voice making people's hearts melt. Hughes reacted, touched the little ragdoll cat's head, and said with a smile, Really? There is such a powerful medicine in this room. I remember when you were a child, you often wanted to make it. Today, you finally succeeded. Meow. Bayer was overjoyed and rubbed his father's palm again. Hugh's smile deepened, and he continued to praise. Did you make all these medicines? Meow. It's amazing. Meow, meow. The gray cat and the black cat were frightened and looked at each other, fearing that the matter was about to be exposed. However, after listening for a while, they found that something was a bit strange. Why was their father not angry at all? Nor did he look like he had discovered that they were lying? Impose was stunned for a moment, feeling that there was something slightly wrong with the interaction between his father and Bayer. Iliog sat up, made a fist with his left paw, and hit the palm of his right paw, and suddenly realized Imposs, it's okay, because my father didn't take it seriously. Imbosi paused and didn't take it seriously. Looking carefully, the young man had a doting expression on his face and smiled lightly. Really? You have become so powerful over the years. Dad is very happy, right? You were not bullied in the abyss, right? The ragdoll cat shook its head confidently, looking very energetic. Like this, you beat them all away. It's really awesome. You are worthy of our buyer. The young man kept praising him, his tone full of doting. Now, because Persia understood that it was too exaggerated to say that the resurrection potion was said by a kitten, his father subconsciously thought that it was the same as before, an exaggeration by buyer. Eliog looked at Impas and said to himself, having said that, it is true that Bayer used to boast in front of his father. Although he has really done it now. He was still a cub after all. His father was very fond of Bayer. The impression is still stuck in the past. Because Bosie's mentality is too reasonable. If your own child suddenly jumps out and says to you, I'm #1 in the world, you don't seem to take it seriously. I saw that the young man still had a doting expression on his face, nodding while listening to Bayer's story. Are you at full level now? Yes, you're very good. Dad is proud of you. Compare with them? Bye. Yael, good baby, there's no comparison between compatriots. The two cats looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Indeed, with their foreshadowing, if a child suddenly jumped out and said that he was at the full level, his father would only think it was a joke. Bayer, on the other hand, has a pure mind and has been fond of chatting and exaggerating since he was a child. It is difficult not to make people think so. It's true, because what he said was so real, he escaped the disaster for the time being. We need to arrange a confession with Bayer later. Eliog's eyes were serious. Yimbosi turned around and looked at the various legendary potions in the bookstore. Although he didn't need them himself, and his research on magic rarely involved the field of potions, these were legendary potions. How could he not look straight at it? Moreover, because Bosi thought of a person who was in great need of potion, that guy Roger said he was going to investigate the Church of Dawn. It has been almost 2 days now. Why haven't the results of the investigation been obtained yet? Thinking of this, Impose glanced at his father, and his cat eyes flashed with some complexity. Eliog caught the change in his eyes and asked what was wrong. Impose remembered that Eliog had missed a lot of things due to his absence, so he briefly explained. About the attack of alien gods, the attempt to save the Aussie Empire, and the reunion between father and Roger. Eliog listened silently, a little surprised, but not much. When he heard Pre-Sherlin, his pupil shrank suddenly, and his cat first stood on end. He always suspected that the guy who had his father killed twice would definitely come into contact with his father again. However, I didn't expect that the other party would come so quickly, and he would actually be the one who led his father out of the abyss. Although there is no evidence, Eliog believed that the guy who wants to kill his father is either Pre-Shirin, or there is an inseparable connection between the two. But the question also arises. The other party tried to kill his father twice. Why didn't he kill him this time? There's a plan. My father has just emerged from the abyss. There's no power around him. The brave man of the past is no longer there. And they're no longer there. Isn't it the best time? Why didn't Priest Shilin take action? Instead, he led his father to the Ashan Empire, provided him with accommodation and a job, and allowed his father to meet them. This author, Hui Yutian, reminds you that after the Lord of the Abyss awakens, will be updated with the latest chapter as soon as possible. Remember, this series of events is too weird, but Eliog has been observing various games and struggle for many years. So how could he not see the trick in it? When this happens, it is usually because the other party has insufficient strength and cannot successfully achieve his or her intention. This is the result of repeated obstacles. The ultimate goal remains the same, which is to kill his father. Thinking of this, darkness grew in Eliog's heart, and his eyes were cold and piercing. There was a god who wanted to kill their father over and over again. Ha! That thing must die a good death. Impose told Eliog. Luagia is already investigating, and all doubts are focused on the Church of Dawn. Eliog frowned, his face suddenly changed, and he dropped the cat body. Imbos, you idiot, You also know Roger's physical condition. Wouldn't you be willing to die by asking him to investigate? After a pause, it seemed like it was true. Eliog broke the space and was about to leave. Impose grabbed a bottle of resurrection potion and threw it to Eliog. Go and check the situation. Eliog turned around and left, no longer looking like he was poisoned. Impos patted his head and thought, how could he not think of this? Maybe Luo Jie was too confident at that time, so he didn't have any doubts. Hope it's okay. After a while, Hughes coaxed Bayer and was about to take the cats back to the room to sleep when he found that the gray cat was a little depressed. What's wrong? As he spoke, Bayer, who was lying on his shoulder, blinked. The gray cat shook his head and said nothing. Hughes looked at him and didn't know what he was thinking. He just touched the gray cat's head and said, "Tell Daddy if you have any troubles." The gray cat was shocked and opened his mouth, but did not say anything. After Hughes went to bed, Bayer walked out of the dormitory and stared directly at Impose. Tell me, what happened after my father came back? Impose was still thinking, turned his head to meet Bayer's eyes, and said everything honestly. Imposs, so don't tell father the truth yet. Bayer raised a cat's paw and said bluntly, I think I should tell the truth. Impose immediately said, wait a moment, and Visego is looking for Agars. Bayer tilted his head. Agars is hard to find in the dreamland. Impose insisted. Vashik can always be found. Bayer approached without saying a word, raised his shiny paw, and stopped in front of Imposs, as if he wanted to give Imposs a beating. Impose subconsciously tilted his head, but Bayer flicked his forehead. It flicked lightly without much force. Impose blinked quickly, as if he didn't understand, and looked at Bayer strangely. Bayer looked down at his little brother who was ranked 22nd, his eyebrows slightly curved, and said, Let me make it clear first. I did not lie to my father. Impose was stunned for a moment. Bayer continued, You also stole my. I will forgive you this time. It will not happen next time. Those are medicines given to your father. You can't steal your father's things. Impose was dumbfounded. Bayer smiled brightly. Then his face darkened. You are looking for the god who killed your father, right? I fully agree and support this. The thing should be caught, flooded with fire, buried in the earth, and suffocated to death. Imposs almost failed to keep up with Bayer's rhythm, but after thinking about it, he knew how their sister Boer's violent temper would allow a god to covet his father. A united front has been reached. The other side. Half an hour ago, Roger walked into a certain dawn church in the night. He searched for a long time without rest, and finally found a suspicious place. Could be a trap, but he still has to go. The church was dilapidated and dusty. There was no one around, and it was deathly quiet, except for the sound of his footsteps. He was familiar with the secret places of a church. Most churches like to bury their secrets underground, so it was not difficult to find them. Roger walked to a door. He didn't need to move. He just released his magic power, and the door opened. The dust was billowing, and there was a chill. Ordinary people would probably have to retreat when they reach this point, because the front is extremely dangerous no matter how you look at it. There is something inside with a level of at least 90. It may not be a human, it may be a subspace monster. Luo Jie did not hesitate and went straight in. He did encounter 2 level 90 monsters on the way, both of which were small and highly concealed monsters. He successfully killed them and reached the deepest level underground smoothly. Roger doesn't think that the Church of Dawn believes in all gods. This kind of chaotic belief is not faith, but animism. Animism does not require a church, is meaningless, and cannot form an organization. You must know that the most powerful religions in the world are monotheistic. They are extremely cohesive, exclusive, and highly effective. Just imagine, if it weren't for monotheism and there was just one more god, would they still have such a powerful fighting power? No way. So the more I think about it, the more I feel that the so-called belief in all gods is actually a scam, even if they actually operate like a broker who recommends gods to anyone who comes and has any needs. Most of the seemingly convenient things in this world are tricky. Luo Jie's eyes darkened, and his magic power shook open the stone door. With a bang, the stone door shattered and the dust dispersed. He walked inside, his pupils narrowed, and his gaze was fixed on a sculpture in the center. It is too eye-catching. It is about 8 meters long and has a human shape. The head has been destroyed, there are numerous cracks on the body, and both hands are broken. The specific posture of the hands cannot be seen clearly, and the clothing cannot indicate the specific era. It does not correspond to any god that Roger knows, but conversely, it could also be any god that Roger knows or does not know. Luo Jie stared at it for a few seconds. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he looked around and saw various gods that matched his impression on the damaged walls. The god of light, the god of Hades, the god of war, the god of rain who has not yet been devoured, the god of wind who has not yet devoured the god of rain, the goddess of luck who is still the god of luck, the goddess of virtue who remains unchanged, the goddess of harmony who rarely frowns. Even if the mural has been damaged and the paint has oxidized in the air, the vividness can still be seen. Lifelike, not drawn by ordinary people. With a single god in the center and all the gods on the side, the design of this space expresses one thing. The designer wanted the central god to be the god among gods, the god of gods. Luo Jie felt chilled in his heart. To put it bluntly, why were there so many divine wars that destroyed the continent? The answer is because many gods want to become the god of gods, and want to declare to all gods that he is the strongest god. Not only all living things, but even gods must believe in him, instead of just respecting him as the king of gods. There are many god kings, but there is only one god of gods. The age of gods ended. Luo Jie thought that such an outrageous struggle was over, but now it seems that it is not over yet. There is a god behind the scenes who is still plotting to fulfill his ambitions. Who is he? Roger's face was solemn. After witnessing such a scene, he did not flinch and continued to approach the statue. Several names of gods flashed through his mind, each more likely than the last. But he couldn't figure out how the other party was going to realize his plot. By establishing the Church of Dawn everywhere, what benefits can he gain besides causing trouble to mankind? Luo Jie held a god-level dagger in his right hand, his brows furrowed and his vigilance raised to the highest level. He has a warrior profession, and his specific duties are light warrior, heavy on agility, but lacking a bit of frontal attack power, and he has developed extremely high values in perception. However, the sudden attack blocked all his perceptions. He swayed and stumbled suddenly. He opened his eyes wide and saw blood spurting out of his chest as a sharp weapon passed directly through his chest. He immediately turned around to fight back, but the sharp weapon devoured his life force crazily. In just a thought, he almost lost the ability to move. Ahem, who are you? Luo Jie grabbed the dagger on his chest and swayed, almost falling down. At the same time, the border area between the Oedipal Empire and the Roman Kingdom. Dreams swallow up the real world, and black mist envelopes the world. Sword Master Farrell appeared in the mountains with an ugly face, as if he was holding his breath. Finally, the brave Roger died, and the era of the brave was over. He suddenly said that the 5 missing braves might have returned, and even Wang Chang'er appeared again. How do you want him to accept it? Farrell was already feeling aggrieved about being pushed down in the rankings, so this news was another bolt from the blue. He wants to know what is going on and why those relics from the old era have escaped again. Farrell snorted coldly, grabbed a long sword from the void, jumped off the magic warship, and his whole body was submerged in the thick black mist. There are various monsters living in the dream, but most of them are between level 30 and 80. To him, it's just a sword effort. He gathered his magic power and slashed his sword through the air, causing countless monsters to scream. The black fog also faded a lot. Farrell squinted his eyes and moved quickly towards the place with the highest concentration of magic power until he really saw something. He stopped suddenly, his eyes widening. A figure appeared in the distance. The man had his back turned to him. He didn't know what he was looking at. He didn't know if he noticed his gaze and turned around slowly. Farrell was confused and had goosebumps, but when the other party turned around, what he saw was the face of the brave Wang Chang'er. The sense of crisis suddenly increased, but it was too late. Farrell could not react at all. When his mind realized it, the oncoming terrifying slash had already cut off his left hand. His intuition, which he had trained countless times in life and death, was only enough for him to avoid fatal blows. The pain hit him crazily, and his survival instinct reacted immediately, activating the teleportation on the spot. Everyone on the warship was immediately stunned, because the Sword Master Farrell, who had just explored the Dreamland, returned covered in blood. Lord Farrell, what happened? Get ready to heal. The scene suddenly became chaotic, but the violent vibration that followed frightened everyone. A terrifying slash from bottom to top struck the middle of the warship, and the aftermath shattered the sky, frightening everyone with its power. There are many layers of blocking magic surrounding the warship, which cannot be easily broken. But what happened now? Seeing this, Farrell was horrified and yelled, "Run!" Everyone immediately find a way to evacuate, as far away from the border as possible. Everyone was shocked, their hairs stood on end, and their faces were full of panic. But they also realized that if they didn't leave, the terrifying enemies below would tear them apart completely. Run quickly. As soon as Farrell finished speaking, everyone fled for their lives in a panic and were completely defeated. They just escaped, and in a blink of an eye, in just a few seconds, their warship was completely chopped into pieces, leaving only countless warship fragments in the sky. What exactly is going on? Who is the enemy? The one who can defeat a country's warships in a few seconds must be a human being above level 90. Monsters can't slash. That's a technique only humans can do. In other words, someone attacked under the black mist and wanted to kill them all. Who are they? Knowing that they are members of the Oedipus Empire, they still take action. Do they want to declare war on them? Is it the Roman kingdom? Everyone was furious, but after Farrell managed to stop the bleeding, his face turned dark, and he said in a trembling voice, "He is a brave man." The sound frightened everyone. They had just fled to the teleportation point in a nearby abandoned city in embarrassment, and their moods had not calmed down. How could they understand such horrific news? "Why, Young, you want to kill us?" A veteran walked straight towards Farrell with a look of disbelief on his face. "Lord Farrell, did you see that the brave man in the black mist wanted to kill us?" The staff officer next to him had a look of despair and screamed, "Impossible. The brave men are the heroes who have saved the world. How could they attack humans?" Lord Farrell must have seen it wrong. Farrell was leaning against the stone wall, sweating profusely. If it weren't for the healing magic, he would have fainted from blood loss. But he still had to say it. "It's the brave Wang, Chang'er. I saw him with my own eyes. He cut me head on. He cut off my hand. How is this possible?" Everyone turned pale. The staff officer hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. Is it true that a brave man appears in the black mist?" The veteran questioned, "It's impossible. It must be fake. How can a brave man? How could it possibly kill us? It must be a false projection of a dream." Farrell was panting, and just about to take a few steps. He suddenly sensed the crisis again and shouted, "Go quickly, leave immediately." Just a few seconds after he finished speaking, the ruined city had been chopped into pieces. Seeing this, everyone who fled in embarrassment could not care about anything else. Escape. Escape as far as you can. There is a big problem at this dreamland border. At the same time, Iliad chased all the way to the ruined church where Roger was and moved directly underground without caring about anything. Then just for a moment, he also paused, because he actually saw the brave Mingjie in black stabbing the brave Luo Jie in the back. The unbelievable scene slowed his reaction for a moment. The man in black turned his eyes and was still fixed on him. Iliad activated his power without saying a word, and the opponent seemed to realize that he was not strong enough and evacuated immediately. The black mist dissipated, and Iliad had no time to pursue him. He caught Roger first, using his huge magic power to maintain Roger's last chance of life, and then fed him the resurrection potion with his backhand. Bayer's medicine always works wonders, but it took a few seconds before Roger barely regained his life. The attack just now was obviously to kill Roger. Iliad's eyes were dim. He had always suspected that there were bad guys among the brave men, But he didn't expect that someone would suddenly jump out today. But the thought lasted only a moment. He immediately shook his head, because he sensed that the magic power was wrong, and what was left here was the magic power of the dream beast. Of course, this could also be a cover-up. In any case, the primary issue of the moment is to save Luo Jie. This man cannot die. His father will be sad if he dies. Eliog disappeared immediately, then appeared in the bookstore, secretly calling Bayer. Bayer immediately appeared, staring at Roger, who was put down by Eliog, his cat eyes flickering, his eyes serious, and he whispered, "The person who attacked him really wants his life." Impos followed and was shocked to see Roger's condition. He almost died, his heart was stabbed, and an ordinary level 90 expert wouldn't know how many times he would die at this moment. In other words, Luo Jie has been able to hold on until now, and he is worthy of being a legendary brave man who has endured for more than 8,000 years. Eliog, can I be saved? Bayer looked at Roger and suddenly raised his face and smiled. Of course, who do you think I am? After saying that, his magic powers started to move, and he hung Luo Jie's body sideways in the air. He inserted his right hand into the void, took out a green bottle, and poured it into Luo Jie's mouth without saying a word. The next second, green magic power arose all over Luo Jie's body. After struggling for a while, his pale face finally regained some vitality, and he knew he had been saved. Bayer lowered his eyes and extracted the magic power that corroded Roger. That magic power seems to have life and is extremely corrosive. As long as any life is touched, it will lose all vitality and then wither and die. It could theoretically kill Roger, and the success probability reached 99%, but it happened to meet Bayer. Bayer slapped his paw, and a bottle appeared out of thin air. He stored it perfectly and entered the analysis process. All right, Bayer finished with ease. Song, Luo Jie was temporarily sent to the medicine house in his subspace. His life was saved, but recovery will take time, so wait slowly. Eliog watched the whole process and asked, Bayer, what do you think? There are more than 20 of their compatriots, each of whom is good or not good at it. Bayer's ability in substance analysis and medicine production is well known to the ceiling, and there is no one. Bayer tilted his head, not knowing yet under. Halfway through, he looked into Eliog's eyes and said, Investigation is your specialty, isn't it? Eliog paused and nodded. Bayer said coldly, Oh, after more than 8,000 years of silence, that thing finally couldn't sit still and showed its flaws. Eliog said bluntly, This is a good time to catch him. You and Beelzebub go investigate. But Beelzebub is cursed by the goddess of luck and is sometimes unreliable. Bayer flicked his tail and turned to walk back to the dormitory. Suddenly he turned his head and said, We will protect our father for the rest. Do you understand? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Eliog's human form disappeared. Impas was stunned and suddenly felt that Bayer was worthy of being their older compatriot. He just likes to use his compatriots to make medicine, which worries the devil the most. Speaking of which, Bayer smiled and said, I have a suggestion about my father. What advice? Impos didn't understand. When Bayer finished speaking, he smiled, raised his cat's paw, and said, I have also told my father about this suggestion. Bayer blinked. Really? A few minutes later, King Levin, who received the news from the front line, was stiff and his eyes were full of disbelief. This can't be true, brave man. This is no longer a problem that we, Oedipus, can solve. We have to ask the Continental Human Alliance. The other side, Hughes dreamed about the past for a long time. At that time, the 7 of them came before the king for the first time. Without saying a word, the king knelt down on the spot and begged them to save mankind from the gods. The love is so genuine that it's hard to refuse. He was the first to nod, even though his strength was the weakest among all the heroes, so his opinion should be the least important. He expected some to say no, but in the end, everyone nodded. You're already here. What can you do if you don't save her? Mingjia said, playing with the short knife. Yes, I think if we want to go back, we have to complete the rescue mission. Yi Qingyi said. Wang Cheng'er nodded. We have to do something. In such a ridiculous world, even if we don't take the initiative to provoke the gods will not let us go. Chunlingxi agreed. I think so too. Justin was silent for a few seconds. Well, I agree. After that day, they firmed up their goals, left the kingdom, and started leveling up everywhere. The memory in the dream was very clear, and Hughes could even see their specific expressions. He stared at it for a long time, rising and falling, almost immersed in it. He slowly woke up, opened his eyes, and looked into a pair of dark green eyes. Bayer lowered his head, blinked, touched the cat's paws, and felt warm. The warm flesh pad is pressed against the face, and the little movements are so cute. Hughes woke up and said, "Good morning, Bayer." The little ragdoll cat jumped with joy and rubbed its head against Tai Tai again. After not seeing each other for thousands of years, his children really fell in love with the shape of cats. But he also likes it. Half an hour later, Hughes finished handling his chores and opened the door of the bookstore. For some reason, the pedestrians' expressions were much more solemn than yesterday, and they were walking in a hurry, feeling inexplicably anxious, as if something big had happened to Oedipus Empire. Hughes felt something was wrong, so he opened the system page and saw that the news channel was full of news. The latest update in it is actually, the brave Wang Cheng'er is suspected of reappearing on the mainland. The next one is that the brave king, Cheng'er, attacked the warship of the Oedipus Empire and almost killed the swordmaster Farrell. Hughes was stunned and denied the news in his heart, because he knew that Wang Cheng'er would never do such a thing. So it's fake? Someone is pretending to be his old friend to cause trouble? Looking at the messages one after another, Hughes frowned deeper and deeper. How could he remain indifferent to his old friend's identity being stolen and his reputation in crisis? Could it be the work of dream creatures? Understood. But as far as Hughes knows, most dream creatures don't do such complicated things. They are fragmented dreams of various realities. Just as dreams are illogical, reflective, and intermittent, so are their existences, with all kinds of irrationality. So who did it? Hughes thought of some outrageous conspiracy, and at this moment, he felt a softness in his arms. When he looked down, he saw that it was Impose grabbing his arm. What's wrong? Hughes looked at Impose and pinched the flailing cat's paws. Impose rolled over and then asked his father if he remembered the advice from last time. Hughes was stunned for a moment. Of course he remembered it, but that suggestion was a bit difficult to handle. At least, he found it easy to expose. And Bayer shook his hand, as if he was acting like a spoiled child, hoping that his father would agree to that suggestion. Xiu was a little embarrassed, but it was hard to refuse his daughter's request. So he asked, "Do you think it's really okay?" Bayer nodded, patted his belly with one paw, as if to say, "Leave it to us." Xiu was still a little hesitant, and said, "In this matter, even if we do this, it doesn't seem to be of any use, right?" The two cats shook their heads at the same time, shaking his left and right hands respectively, with their eyes shining. Xiu was hit by his own cubs. How could he refuse? Just do it. As the father of the children, it's just a small thing. How could he not do it? Think about it. It's almost like CSBY, fight for the cubs.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.